want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again.
Maybe this time I'll make my mind up. Maybe then Donkey Kong. Made my way to the tippy top where I belong. You know now, boy, you gon' drown chasing waterfalls. Yes, my temper goes 0 to roll every time you hear that motor kick. Latin flows turning quid pro quos. If you ain't got your hat, then I'm over it. On my way to get you motion sick. I ain't touched the mill, but I'm approaching it. That boy on his snooker tip like boola, boola, boola. That boy here causing crazy havoc. Get it to myself, yes sir, I managed to get that bone. Really got it my soul, oh no, body type so woolly, mammoth. I'm going insane. Yes, that it could never be tamed, so I got the whole world in panic. Yes, I'm strange, you can see the madness. Got a back a tool like a damn mechanic. Breathe, homie, breathe, time is almost up. Tell me what you need. Got the pot of gold, got the pot of greed. Never learned to follow, had to learn to lead. That a boy buzzing, hanging with the beach. Snuck up in the egg, swinging from the trees. That cause a riot, people better leave. Y'all don't wanna see me? Nah! I be wildin' on the man, I don't know what's up. They say money talks about money talks too much. Man, that boy different, I'm him when I wake up. I don't lose, boy, I don't lose. Hey, been the realest, stop telling me things that I already know. Keep it 100 so much, my emails look like binary code. Pulling up covered in something flashy, they be like, wow, there you go. Horsepower, whipping them donuts, look like a wild merry-go. Hey, I'm too cool, fool. So obsessed with me, I don't even got a YouTube. My only L was at a spelling bee to spell lose, and I refuse to. W's are what I'm used to. W's are what I'm used to. Game on the line, just leave it to me when the situation getting crucial. I'm in the mood to put up some crazy numbers when I'm bored or walking Sudoku. Inspiring like an eviction notice on the door, cause this finna move you. I earn all the respect. I need 1000000 on every chat. Yeah. I be wildin' on them and all them know what's up. They say money talks, so my money talks too much. Man, that boy different, I'm him when I wake up. I don't lose, boy. I don't lose, boy. I don't lose. I don't lose. I don't lose. I don't lose, boy. I don't lose.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 4 teams have one last shot at breaking through to the next phase of this competition. It's the final day of the group stage, and truly, anything can happen. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 8 of VALORANT Champions, coming to you live from the Shrine Expo Hall in downtown LA. I'm Golden Boy, and here on the desk today, we have Bala, and joining us for the first time, it's Vanity in the house. Give it up for Vanity, guys, if you guys don't mind. There you go. A little early, wake up the crowd a bit. How you feeling, buddy?
I mean, good. I'm excited to be back. This will be a good day of games.
Oh yeah, it most definitely will be, because there's a lot of drama, but don't worry, we'll get to the drama in a little bit. Let's go ahead though and take a look at our champs bracket and see where we are right now for groups, as we are here at the final day of elimination matches, the final day of groups, and the matches that we have lined up for us are going to be awesome. We're kicking things off with EDG taking on Giants. Bala, that matchup is going to be awesome, but guess what? It gets even better, because we have BLG taking on NRG as well. It's going to be absurd.
Yeah, 2 rematches, and both of the initial matches were so good. For a day to end for a group stage and go into playoffs, we couldn't ask for 2 better matches, 2 better rematches, because this is going to be really, really awesome.
Oh yeah, the drama is going to be high octane. It's going to be the best. People are going to be talking crap. It's going to be an excellent Vanity. I know you're all about this.
I'm super excited to watch the BLG energy game, because I'm hoping to get some energy from the energy side. Because BLG was the only one giving it last game, so hopefully that'll be a good one.
That's what we're hoping for, right? But if you are, of course, a Chinese VALORANT fan, which we actually have quite a bit in the building, and millions watching at home as well, you're probably rooting for 2 teams here today. And I think it's time that everyone learned some Mandarin here and actually started to appreciate what we're going to get, because both EDG and Billy, they have a ton of support online, but most importantly here, Bala, they have a ton of support in the venue, which I did not necessarily expect.
No.
And I think it's well deserved, because these teams are coming out hot.
Yeah, honestly, EDG for me has had the crowd favorite buff out of any of the teams, not even the NA teams here in the venue. It's been really fun to see, and I think it kind of speaks to what's going on right now for these Chinese teams. A lot of pressure. The game just got released there, which means much more eyes on the players up on stage. It's the first time since that has happened that we have an event, and that makes it all the more exciting, because I was watching them, following closely their qualifiers to get to this point, and it was really much more pressure for all the different teams. And we have 3 teams here. FPX already went home, but these 2 teams today, I think, could definitely have a chance at making it into playoffs and making a deep run.
Oh, yeah. And then here, of course, is the fan reaction online in Billy, which is the, in case you guys don't know, social media platform in China. So a few of these things being translated here, whether it's EDG or BLG, you have to face EG later and beat them. You played elegantly, ignore the trolls, keep it up. It's normal to lose to PRX. After all, they're a steady 2nd seed. Go get it for the future matches. Vanity, though, I got to bring you in on this, man, because that first one is the one that stands out to me the most. EG deciding they just want to embrace the villain arc here at this event, bro.
I mean, I like it. I think they're evil geniuses. Demon 1, he's trying to play his persona. I like how it's not just targeted at one team. He does it to everyone. He plays the game. He has fun. I think that's what we're missing in esports, and I think he does a really good job at filling that role.
Yeah.
I feel like some of the Chinese fans feel like it's targeted, though. Because Boostio's going at them, Demon 1's going at them. They're sitting steady in playoffs, but these other 2 teams still need to make it through. I think for me, when I'm looking at this event for the Chinese fans, I'm thinking back to Reykjavik 2021, the first event that we had as an international LAN. Vanity, you played back then. that to me is the same sort of status that a lot of these fans are getting introduced for as Valorant here today.
Yeah. What is it about these Chinese teams, Vanity, in your opinion, being a professional player, what are you seeing from these teams that are making them so special right now?
I think that like the level of growth they've shown since like their first event was Champs 2022, I believe. It's kind of similar to like the Brazilian scene in like the beginning of the game in 2021 Reykjavik. They weren't like super good, but they got good really fast, and it wouldn't surprise me to see China take the same trajectory. I'm expecting it. I don't know who's going to win today, but I think in the future they're definitely going to have a really good scene.
And that's a bold prediction because, Brazil won Champions 2022 the year after you were talking about. So.
Man, stranger things have indeed happened. But ahead of Chanso actually Insu sat down with Billy's YZ for a one-on-one interview. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that real fast.
I'm now joined by YZ from Billy Gaming. Hi YZ, welcome to Champions. Now you've been playing for a really long time and this is the first time you managed to qualify for an international tournament. So I wanted to ask you, what were your emotions and feelings when you found out that you are going to be here? 你在这个游戏上打了很久了，但是你从来没有来到这么大的一个世界大舞台，所以你知道你们会来的时候，你有什么感觉？那个时候你们刚刚赢的时候。
其实回顾我们本次拿了这次全球冠军赛的资格的时候，还是属于比较顺利的吧。然后就当时心情可能在赢下比赛的那一刻是非常激动的，然后很快就冷静下来了，因为後面還有很多比賽需要我們去準備。
He said when they first qualified, it was obviously a big deal for them, so they felt a little bit emotional about being able to make it here, but also they didn't forget that there were also other games that they had to play after that and also prepare for those as well. Now, you've never played against international teams before and players, so I wanted to ask you, is there any player in particular or team that you really want to face? 你们从来没有跟外国的队比赛过，所以这一次有没有一个选手啊，或者是一个队你非常想跟他们比赛的？
就因为这次全球冠军赛，然后就是聚焦了全世界就是最强的一些队伍嘛，然后可能以前我们只在那种直播上面或者是赛事回放上面看到过他们，然后这次然后很荣幸有机会能来这里跟他们一起交手，然后正好我们这个组里面也分到了本次的上一届的世界冠军 Fnatic 嘛，然后也是很期待跟他们交手，能从他们的对局中就是学到更多东西，然后提升自己吧。
He said that in the past they've only ever had an opportunity to watch some of these teams that are competing here on stream, and obviously this is a tournament with all of the best teams in the world coming here, and because Fnatic are actually in their group, he feels that they're going to be able to learn a lot from a team as strong as Fnatic and also improve themselves as well. And also speaking of that, YZ, I also wanted to ask you because we've never seen you. We've watched you in China, but we've never seen you on this stage. Everybody's very excited to see what you can bring. So what are your own expectations? What would you like to show everybody what you can do? 我们知道你是谁，我们在中国看见你们，看到你们，但是我们从来没有在世界舞台上看你们打。所以你觉得你想跟大家做什么一个表演？你是自己想走到好远？
就其实这次的分组，然后其实大家都不怎么看好我们吧，然后我们就希望能做到那种就比较戏剧性的那种黑马吧，因为那种强队碾压也是大家都大家的意料之中吧，然后我们就希望能做到一些大家意料之外的事情，就在大家不被看到的情况下，也许我们能就打出一点就是大家意料之外的东西吧，这是我们想要的。
He said that a lot of people underestimate us, in this tournament, but we want to surprise people. We see ourselves maybe as the dark horse, and we want to show people things that they don't expect, that they might not think that we can do, which I think is a brilliant answer. Thank you so much. YZ, before we finish this, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans, maybe in English?
We'll try our best, in LA, to make people remember us, to make our fighting.
Yes, fighting. We will remember you for sure. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me and best of luck in your games. Fighting.
Yeah.
Well, I say one thing, for a team that wants to be remembered, they certainly accomplished that goal in this tournament, Paula.
I mean, winning their first game against NRG is just crazy. And I think like a region like China, that's not what you expect for a team who's stepping on the international stage for the very first time. And we've had a lot of first opportunities for these Chinese teams to do that.
I mean, they're the only team that's never played an international event prior to this, I think, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's impressive. I mean, taking down a team like NRG, they have to do it again to make it out of the groups, but they got a chance.
When you consider the timeline as well for them, it really is impressive, like for the Chinese region, because EDG was coming to these events and they weren't able to get a map. And that was the narrative. When is China going to be able to get a map?
Yep.
Not only are they getting maps, I mean, we're talking about the possibility of EDG contending for a title at this event.
That changed real quick.
Yeah, that narrative really flipped on its head.
Once people got shot by Kong Kong's out, now that changed real quick.
Yeah, right? So I wouldn't be shocked if Billy's sitting in a similar position down the line as people are just getting more and more excited for this team. It's an exciting time in Valorant for sure. We want to hear what you guys have to say as well. Use those hashtags. Get out there. It's VALORANT Champions. Hashtag VCT. So we can go ahead and feature your stuff on the broadcast. And while you have your phone out, why don't you go ahead and scan that QR code so that you can take part in our MasterCard fan poll today. And here is the question. Will China make it out of the top 8? We'll have the results later in the show. Let's see what the fans think in the house. You think China's going to make it out of the top 8, Shrine? They think so?
I saw one guy like
I'm
this.
with them.
You're with them?
I'm with them too, man. Absolutely.
You saw one guy say no?
Yeah, he was like this. He was like,
Who was
nah,
the person saying
absolutely
no?
not.
Is there who's saying no for China? Oh man, get called out, fam. In any case, though, folks, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about EDG versus Giants, a matchup you don't want to miss, and we'll see you on the other side.
嗯，就是我们这次比赛主要目的就是打好自己的东西嘛，就是我们根本不 care 对面到底要出什么招，我们打好我们的，在我们眼里他们就是 trash。
I would say the main goal for us at this tournament is to play our own game. To be honest, we don't really care what strategies they're going to pull off. In our eyes, they're basically just trash.
Oh, wow, okay.
I mean, we feel good. Maybe this trash team is going to win against ADG. Who knows? So let's see. They have the pressure.
We're going to see what's going to happen. It's going to be exciting for sure. Thank you so much, Vitinho. Congratulations once again.
I tell you, no love lost really across the stage here, and you know what? That's the way I like it. I like some bitter, trash talk back and forth, right? And Kong's definitely feeling it. And granted, those were all words that were said by, some of the players that are on that stage as well. So he's just using it against them. It's a good narrative.
The funny thing is, like Giants, I've been listening to a lot of what they've been saying about EDG in general, and it's I feel like they're underrating them like a lot, and that might have contributed to that first series loss against them.
Yeah, very well, because, I think when you run it, and let's just go ahead and talk about this here because this rematch is actually going to be pretty wild here. Vanity, I want to bring you in on this specifically because what is it about this game and like the team that is going into the rematch that the loser typically has that advantage, if you will, or statistically speaking, the loser has been a bit more favored in the past in these rematch games?
I would say the biggest thing, the way the losing team tends to like win the rematches more often, is like you kind of know why you lose a lot of the time. I think, and then you like, it's pretty easy to adjust, and there's not a lot of time for the team that wins to like adjust their game plan, right? Yeah. It's a lot easier to adjust when you lose because you kind of know what goes wrong, especially given the short downtime between matches. So I think that's typically why the loser is favored in the rematches, but I'm with EDG today.
It's like 60% for the losing team to rematch. And
yeah.
to me, specifically this matchup, I have a different thought about like the strategy and how you lose, you learn, like that sort of thing. For me, when EDG plays games, they just gain confidence. Whether they lose or win, they go into the next game with more confidence. And we've seen rematches from them before. In Tokyo, they actually took on T1 after losing, and they really did so good in that one. And you could see the confidence all of a sudden be within them. And I think that's not going to be disappearing just because they already played Giants before. So I would give the edge more to EDG here, despite the stats.
Yeah, and I think that if that is, you know, the way that the chips are going to fall, that puts a lot of pressure on Giants here, right? Because Giants now, having been the ones who have lost that game, but it feels like this squad is starting to find themselves a little bit here, Vanity, which is quite fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I think Giants, they're talking in like the hype videos in the beginning of the event, like day one. I remember I saw Rhyme like saying some stuff about EDG. So I feel like it's like Concon just giving it back, you know, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, no, it's perfectly fair, perfectly fair. You know, hey, if you can't dish it out, then you know what? Don't expect to take it back. What is that the phrase? If you can't dish it out, don't take. I don't know. Whatever.
I think there's expletives mixed in there.
There's a lot of phrasings. In any case, so thankfully we'll go away from this segment and we'll go to Doug, who's actually standing by with EDG's coach after for a quick word. Doug.
Coach, after, very quick question for you. Come over on this side for me. The last time you guys played, it was a very close affair. What did they do so well last time that you have to watch out for in this match?
那上次跟对手相遇的时候，其实是一场非常接近的比赛嘛。那今天的话，你会觉得说上次他们哪一些部分做得特别好，今天需要格外的注意呢？
我觉得他们的对我们的了解其实挺深的，所以他们把整个进攻节奏放得很慢。然后我们今天其实要做的就是谨慎跟耐心一点，我觉得就可以完克他们。
I felt like they had a really good research on how we play, so I felt like they definitely slowed their pace in their last matchup. So as long as we play careful and focused and collective today, I think it will win.
Best of luck to you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And as we get ready for this matchup, you can see the coach is starting to get prepared. It's going to be a high-pressured matchup here, but it's also going to be high pressure for a lot of the star players that are on each side for Giants and EDG. And you know exactly where we're going to be going here. You got Vitinho and Kong. They're going to be facing off here today. And Bala, this is a matchup that we're so excited to watch because both players have really just been special this whole event.
I mean, they've had their welcome to the international stage moments so many times at this point. I think Vitinho, this event, really people start to understand that this guy is a Spanish superstar. The 1v4 that he had in Heaven on Split against EDG is something that honestly is probably the clip of the tournament for me at this point. And I think they have different styles. So you're going to have to see Vitinho's very reactive, really quick, whereas Kong's taking the aggression to you and making sure that you're uncomfortable in all the spaces you own.
Yeah. I'm with you that Vitinho definitely had the best clip of the tournament so far, the 4K in Split Heaven. I don't know how you do that. It's insane. I think he's really leveled up. Like, the longer he gets to play, I think that throughout his entire VALORANT career, he's continuously just gotten better and better, and I think it's something I'm looking forward to seeing today. I think you're kind of right, though, about Kong being more so, like, aggressive, and Vitinho is really just, like, waiting for you to make a mistake, and he's going to punish you on it.
Yeah, and that is a interesting kind of way that both of these players are going to approach the game because it feeds right into Vitinho, but yet you would think that Kong wouldn't make these mistakes, right? Because he has been so good so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't necessarily been showing the same moments as he was in Tokyo, I have to say, but he's still, to me, I mean, still watching him when he does hit the clips, he's still the best opera in the world. I mean, I've been saying that since Tokyo, since they beat Navi, and I don't think anybody else is really contending with that. So, yeah, I mean, there's the potential for him to absolutely go crazy. And I don't think it matters what Vitinho is going to be doing on the other side. I think it's a matchup that we're watching, but it's not necessarily affecting each other.
Oh, for sure. And I think that actually feeds right into this next one, which is really just about the fact that EDG, they're so clutch. And this was what we were hoping to see from EDG in Tokyo, and now we're getting it here at Champs. We're seeing a team that is really starting to show Vanity the sum of all of their parts. Every single player on this team is scary. So yeah, it doesn't matter if Vitinho gets an opening kill or two when you have a team that really can just back you up at any point in time.
I mean, you have nobody just going absolutely insane the last series against Giants. I think I looked at the stats the other day. He got 4 4Ks in the last like 8 rounds of split. Jeez. It's like, what do you do when a player's doing that? And he had a slow game against PRX, but I don't expect that to happen again.
Yeah, it's not the same sort of team that you're playing against. But nobody definitely, in my mind, in some of these close games, has been the guy who's constantly like finding extra value that you wouldn't expect when, you know, when you look at the stat page, he's kind of there at the bottom for EDG. And it doesn't really matter because he's consistently finding like impactful moments in the game.
Yeah, and if they continue to do that, it would be really scary.
I think one of the reasons why we saw that stat where they constantly have close games is because they have so many players who can make big plays like that, and they're not necessarily as strategic focused, as discipline focused as some of these other guys. It's more when you need the moments, they come for EDG.
Very true, very true. Well, let's go ahead though and pivot over to the other side and get some quick words from the IGL of Giants. It's Rhyme standing by with Doug.
Ryan, very quickly before you go in, man, you guys have had a chance to look over the film. What would you say was the biggest thing that went wrong in your previous matchup against EDG?
We didn't convert the rounds that we had to convert, and for today I think that will be the focus. Just convert the rounds we have to win, and other than that I think that should be enough.
Congratulations. Best of luck to you today.
All right, well, they're saying that they didn't convert the rounds that they needed to convert. But, you know, I mean, Vanity, I felt like it's more than that, especially when you talk about EDG, because this team really does force you to make those mistakes as we had just went over.
And I think the biggest thing that Giants like fumbled on in their first game against them, like on Ascent, they were playing like Cloud solo B on Ascent without an Odin. They never played anybody else with him. They would leave this guy to like just like out to dry every round, and EDG took a huge advantage of that. So I hope Giants has a better game plan.
Talking about Odins, man, this guy buys a judge every round.
Yeah, of course. You got to use some wins, bro. It doesn't matter if it's cringe, it works.
Why has he proved it, man? You know, come on. But you know, there were obviously more talking points out of that. But I know you do have a telestrator you wanted to run through, Ball.
Yeah, it was good to hear from Rhyme because in my mind, so far in this event, he's really turned up, and I think he's become super underrated. So I have simple points here for him, but which makes him kind of impactful. As an IGL, a lot of the times you kind of don't look at these players and think, okay, they're doing the little things. And I think Rhyme is probably the guy who's on top of everything for his team as fast as possible. So I want to zoom into the screen right here. This team right here, Crew, just broke the alarm bot inside of B, and that's instantly the cue. While Vitinho was on this line holding the op for Rhyme, he's mounted there. He opens the door, gets a free kill. It's super, super fast, these timings, and I think they're what makes Rhyme, to me, one of the guys who's on top of all the protocols. So I'm going to speed up way deep into the rest of the round, and again, things that other players are doing, some of the top players, where you see the awareness come through for Rhyme. As Melza throws down his smoke, instantly, what does Rhyme do? Just spams it. Knows that there's going to be a player walking through, and then there's a follow-up here where he's just flashing for his team, basic things, but he's the guy where it's the linchpin of the team for him. It's the player that's making the most impact for the rest of the team, and oftentimes when he's playing Astro, when he's playing some of these other roles, he's really getting all the utility that is making Cloud, Hoodie look like real geniuses in the game, but I think a lot of that is coming from Rhyme and his ability to match all the timings really well.
Yeah. I definitely think Rhyme's improved a lot. I don't think he was this good at the beginning of the year. I think he's definitely showing a lot of growth. I think he's like learning the role of being an enabler a lot, and I think it's something that a lot of IGL should lean into. Like look at Boaster, for example. Like you make your teammates better, makes your job easier, right?
Yep.
I think that's something that Rhyme is finally leaning into, and I think it's helping them out a lot.
Well, I'm actually really glad you mentioned that because a while ago, actually, we do have a quote from Rhyme talking literally about just that he wants to be the best IGL. And, you know, he knows like players like Angel will retire in a year or two, which is funny because Angel is playing amazing this event. Boaster as well, another great IGL, but whenever they start to phase out of the game, it's my time to shine. But Rhyme, my friend, I don't think you have to wait that long because I think now's your time to shine. I really do feel like this Giant squad, they came into this event a tad underrated, and I genuinely feel like this is a scary team, and a lot of people just aren't really giving them that, you know, time of day.
Yeah, and I think when he answered that way to the question was, what do you want to be remembered for? And he said, I want to be the best IGL, and he's referring to the rest of of these guys. And yeah, he might not have to wait for that long, but he has to continue to show it in the server. And it's been an inconsistent year for Giants in my mind. And they had some tools that kind of they struggled to adapt to. And this is one of the teams that, you know, started trying to play some of the other metas, but they really didn't have the chance to really get all the way. And I put that kind of responsibility on Rhyme's shoulders. So he's going to have to continue to show it on the server. He's going to have to play against some of those guys like Boaster, like Finesse potentially, like some of the other real genius IGL, Sadak up there, and then on the other side, Haodong on the server for him, right? That's the sort of thing he needs to be able to defeat these guys for him to start getting that notoriety, I think.
Yeah, and we talk about this all the time, right? Like, you know, in order to be the man, you got to beat the man. This is plain and simple. You can't expect to win a tournament, you know, just by skirting by, right? So I think, you know, for players like Rhyme, he's definitely going to need to step up, and I think he's ready and prepared for the challenge ahead. But speaking of challenges, you guys want to have some fun?
Oh, no.
You guys want to have some fun?
No.
Yeah?
You're going to do one of these cringe challenge things, aren't you?
I love cringe challenges. It's the best thing. So before we get to our first match, our analysts are going to break down some Giants and EDG clips. But there's a twist. You have to make sure that you use 3 very specific words as you fit into your analysis. So Bala, you're going to be going up first here, and the words that you can use are cap, script, and contraire tense.
Bro, you don't even know. You don't even know what this is.
Pronounce it for me so I remember it in my ear.
Contranatant.
Contranatant.
Okay, I know what that means.
You know what that word is?
Yeah, 100%.
You suck.
And so is cap is like a hat, or is it like that's cap? Actually, you know what? I'll let it.
Whatever you want. Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. All right. Let's get it going.
Let's go ahead.
I'm ready.
Use the clip here. Let's see. This is round 24, Giants.
Okay.
Let's see what we have here.
Yeah, there's a Viper's Pit. Looks like a
never mind. This
post
isn't Giants. Round 24.
Yeah,
We got
there's
Troll.
Paper X. There's a KJ lockdown going down, and that's the thing. It's kind of cap for EDG to put this Viper's Pit down, especially when you consider, I think Contrantant is like it sounds like geometry to me. So you consider the angles at play. The Contrantant there from Spoggy is not really going to script. And even still, I think Paper X win the, no, okay, oh, he's saving. This is awkward. This is real awkward.
Things aren't going to the script, huh?
Yeah, maybe he wasn't listening to the script there, Bala.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're just putting on their saving cap and running away with
Their
the
saving cap. Oh, yeah,
Was that good? I think that was pretty good. I got them all in. I don't know what contrantant actually means.
Contranatant?
I've never seen that word in my life.
It actually basically means to like go, was it over time or something like that? Like push over time, basically.
Okay.
A push against the current. That's what it was. Push against the current.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
thought it was like a, you know, like the hypotenuse.
I thought it was like the hypotenuse.
My guy's out here. It's just like college level algebra. I don't even know what the word was.
It sounded like that, man.
All right, Vanity, you're next, okay? You're going to break down this clip of EDG, all right? It's a round win for them. You have to use the words bet, edit, and at some point you have to bark like a dog.
That's easy.
Okay.
This is right up my alley.
I mean, I don't think they realize that pro players in their scrims are just constantly barking anyways.
We just be barking anyways, bro.
Let's see this. Let's see the clip here when it pulls up. So give us your best dog bark right now.
I'm a little dog. I'm a little dog. I'm not a big dog. Zelsis is the big dog, you know?
Clip started. I already forgot the words. Edit?
Okay, we're good.
Bet, edit, and bark like a dog.
All right.
All right, what do we have here?
It's a 5v5 post plant.
Yeah, post plant, holding the bag. Go for Vanity.
I mean, I'm definitely betting on Giants to win this round, you know?
But the dog just hit.
Yeah, wait for it. Oh my God, they're about to win. And Cloud, I can't use that. Cloud edited the round to end.
There was no attempt. Crowd, can we get a dog bark from you guys in the crowd? Can you help me out?
Ah, you guys are boring.
Love it.
I like the little dogs.
Vanity dog
I like the little dogs.
Like a small dog. Small dogs. Anyone? No one wants any. Everyone just wants a big chest.
I learned this from Effie's.
They just want big chest barking.
That's the guy who buys Noden on a cent.
That's a real man right there.
I'm just glad that they made him do that, to be honest. That was pretty good.
That actually fit really well. All right, let's take a look at our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier we asked you guys if China was going to make it into the top 8. The results are in. And
80%. Yes. 80%, I'm not looking.
73.3.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, they had 2 chances. Like, it's kind of free.
That's true.
It's
That's
2
true.
chances.
But what about both Chinese teams?
No.
No?
Nah, I'm with
Crowd? Both Chinese teams?
Okay.
I feel like they kind of feel a little bit.
The thing is, I think that both these teams have good chances. Like Billy and EDG. I think EDG a little bit slightly higher to me, but for both of them, like you're relying on Thunder to hit twice, and that doesn't happen that often.
Thunder to hit twice?
Thunder to hit twice.
Lightning?
Lightning.
Whatever, bro. Thunder to clap twice. I don't know, man. Why are you talking to me?
It's an audio thing, you know? Do you think both of them can make it in? What are the chances on the BLG NRG game?
Say 40-60. I think NRG's a little favored.
Okay.
Given their record in rematches in the past.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. So we got a 40-60 here for NRG. We got no chance.
Oh no, there's definitely a chance, but like when you put them together, have you ever done probabilities? You put them together, they just reduce like crazy.
Bro, I didn't know what contranating meant. So
That's
probabilities,
not
I ain't doing that stuff. In any case, folks, this is it for us in the pre-show. We hope you had a great time, but it's time to close out the group stage with 2 revenge matches. It's going to be EDG versus Giants, NRG versus Billy. Let's do this.
When I joined the team, I thought I'm going to change it. We're no longer losing to these teams that we should win. And all of a sudden, we lose instantly to Billy Gaming and Champs.
All that's left is obvious, and the unthinkable might happen. Billy besting NRG.
粉丝嘛，然后就是都在给 NRG 加油，没有人在给我们加油，所以有那种就是当反派的感觉，就是赢下主角那种感觉，就很爽。
We were overcomplicating them, and all they were thinking was just like.
This is ridiculous! No, not like this!
也会不会掉以轻心，不会说赢了他们一场之后就觉得我们比他们强或者这样的，就是。
When the pressure's on, we perform the best. All of us, role for role, are better than them.
The most dominant map that we've seen thus far at Champions.
I promise you right now, Billy will not turn us up.
我知道你们会做足万全的准备来想办法复仇我们，但是我只能说，我们会在那一天再次击败你。
Listen, Billy, you guys don't have a slight chance to win us. You got lucky with the first game. The second game, you won't even get one map.
And it's left to Hoodie.
We just played horrible. In those clutch situations, something just happens and suddenly we lost the round.
来到了 LA， 我觉得观众会支持我们，然后氛围也那么好，我们真的很开心很高兴。只是来了 LA 以后的状态不是很好，就是可能观赛感比较差一点吧。
EDG's greatest strength is Kangkang, and the greatest weakness also is Kangkang. He is easily punishable. We keep punishing Kangkang and not throw the game, we will win.
那就再赢死他们。然后我相信我们还能在 LA 待得更久。
All right, so EDG comes from the upper bracket match, so you'll be higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Giants, you'll be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban.
Ban Pearl.
They ban Pearl. Your ban?
Ludo.
Lotus, and map number 1.
Split.
Side on split.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2?
Fracture.
Fracture. Side on Fracture.
Attack.
And next set of bans, starting with Giants, you have Ascent, Haven, and Bind.
Van Haven.
Van Haven, okay. And your ban, you have Ascent and Bind.
莲花办，深海一说呢？他选，他办了，他自己办了，就把后边他办的吧，再把 Ascent 办的。Ascent.
Ban Ascent, so map number 3 will be Bind. Giants side on Bind.
Defense.
Okay. Gonna run through this, make sure we're all set. First set of bans, we have Giants with Pearl, EDG with Lotus. Map number 1 is Split with EDG on attack. Map number 2 is Fracture with Giants on attack. Next set of bans are Haven and Ascent. Map number 3 is Bind with Giants on defense. Good? Good? Okay, good luck.
Giants. Edward Gaming.
EDG have become the princes that were promised, but in their way are some European giants who want to continue to prove the doubters wrong. This matchup has all the makings to be a banger, Vala.
This one is absolutely a rematch that we want to watch. It was such a close game last time. EDG pulled through, but just barely against Giants, and Giants looked poised to come through this lower bracket and make it back to playoffs with some very veteran experience.
I'm all on the EDG train today.
Yes. I mean, I like that you're on EDG, or like Team EDG until the end, but you gotta.
I think it's gonna be a good match. I think it should be a very, very good match. I think both games today, hopefully, are very good.
Yeah.
I think this one for sure is gonna be a banger.
I think one of the points I saw there during the veto, though, is that Giants banned Fracture in the first series, and EDG did not pounce on Pearl, which normally they would go for. They would pick that. But this time around, Giants left Fracture open, and EDG instantly go for it. So that's a place where we've gotten a shift. And other than that, we have the same maps from last time, Bind and Split. So super interesting in a rematch to have that sort of repeat in terms of the veto outside of Fracture.
Yeah, makes you wonder, right? Maybe they have something cooking. Maybe they knew that they were going to go for this. This is it's always those mind games, right? And the agents, like, I can't even imagine what it's like from a pro player's perspective to just be like, okay, map select, we got to try and like see what we can get out of this one, because it really does feel like a tug of war out there.
I think a lot of teams view it differently. I think there's like some teams like Navi who kind of just, they play what they want. They don't really think about it.
Yeah.
But then there's teams like Fnatic, I think, is like very calculated in their map vetoes and stuff. And I think that, I don't know if Giants is a Fracture team. I don't remember them playing it much in EMEA, so this is going to be interesting. I think it's been a map that EDG has always been pretty strong on.
Oh yeah.
So
taking out some big names back in Tokyo, like Loud, for example. That was a map that they were relying on a lot because they have a weird comp, double duelist on that.
I'm a big fan of the Smoggy Breach. I think he's a lot better when he's like enabling his teammates. Like, he's a pretty good duelist, but I think like when he's setting up like his teammates, I think he excels.
I think he gets extra praise though because he is a duelist.
Prime Gaming agent select here for Split. It's going to be our first map that we see, and well, we end up getting, okay, we got the Cypher, and then of course on the other side here, double duelist for EDG, so it's
exactly what you expect.
Yeah.
You know, it's Giants kind of co-opted the Fnatic comp. EDG is just running still with the double duelist of old times, and this map was really close last time. It took some heroics from both sides to keep that map alive.
What do you think of this composition here, Vanity? Do you, which one would you favor in this situation if you're on that stage?
I think the Giants comp, if you are like capable of playing it correctly and like using the comp right, it should stomp the double duelist comp because it has 3 agents that like completely destroy the double dive. But I think that the issue that Giants had in the last is they were not using the like breach util or omen util very well to stop the double dive. So I think that's the big thing. they had a really solid attack game plan, but their defense like fumbled. And even against this comp, like you should be able to stop this on defense with this comp. It's like what it's designed for.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this all plays out because this is it, folks. So Shrine, let's make some noise as we get ready for this game. Giants and EDG facing off, and your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Wow, either way, history is going to be made here today. A Chinese team or a Spanish org going all the way to playoffs at Champions, and already we're off to a spicy start with that veto.
Yeah, I can't believe we're seeing Fracture. This is the first time that Giants will ever have let this map through. It's been their permaban throughout all of EMEA, all of Lock-In. Like, they do not want to play that map, so the fact that they've let it through, clearly they have something prepared. And while EDG, they're saying bet. There you go, back all the way to how they were analyzing before. They are happy to try and take them on that map choice. Last time out, we saw Split picked by Giants. They've gone for it again. Probably should have won it a little bit more cleanly last time, but both teams had incredible attack sides, and that's why EDG, they've opted to start there.
They want to start on that attack side here on Split, and the barriers are already up in the pistol, but no movement, no contact. That's why you're seeing that stun being held by Rhyme, looking for some players to make their way on through. And see space in the back of that util typically. Maybe he's going to fire it out. You know, one of the things about EDG, beating a team the second time, it's always going to be tough. But for this squad, a new map pool, it makes it almost a new series. Who knows what we're going to get on Fracture. Split should be more of a comfort zone for Giants, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Vitinho has to be the highlight for them as well. 8-1 in opening duels, 34 kills. He had an unbelievable game. And look at the combination off the start, forcing Kankan into the open, or Smoggy, sorry. And well, actually, Kankan back into the corner as well. It is not the start that EDG were looking for, and Kankan now going to be attempting to try and make that play through. They are watching for this. There's, in fact, 3 players holding on to that spawn, and in the meantime, the spike is already wrapping back in towards that B site, which for now is fairly open.
30 seconds
Yeah, the initial contact might not have worked out for this attacking squad, but they have managed to carve out some map control in return, and that smoke blocks Hoodie out completely. The B side is theirs. They've overrun it at very little cost, and it's Can lurking on A that'll try to cut off these rotates, make it costly for this squad, or even get up behind later. He's let the first 2 pass. He hears the third. The peek is in, and he's caught Nukia. Blast pack to come up close. He's putting the pressure on. And it's a teammate of nobody on the other side who's fighting up in heaven. This is a thorn in the side of Giants. And this retake already fragmented with Can behind. They have to hurry up, ignoring their back instead, focusing front. And there's next to nothing left to stand for Giants. EDG, they seemed to stumble at the start, but they recovered nicely.
Yeah, I don't know how he always seems to be a nuisance. Kankan just being in those backlines, basically doing damage off the back of the Classic, and then also just putting that doubt in the minds while the rest of his teammates are able to do so much. Also good to see nobody going off to a good start. His last series, polar opposites to the first time we saw him play versus Giants. And while EDG, a pistol, as you said, it looked a little bit rough from the beginning, but a little bit of magic from Chichu and Kankan, and they have the lead.
Well handled in the first round. Now the easy part, at least it should be. Weaker weapons. The first, the Sheriff around the corner, and the pace has caught them off guard. That's a big blow to the side of EDG. A weapon down in mid, but that can be recovered. Hao Dong only playing a pistol, for example. So it's not going to be the end of the world. They can't really, or they don't really want to lose anybody else. Then things do start to get scary.
The gamble, though. Giants fully rotating away. There is going to be the cam, which, when popped, should give a fair amount of information back. A little bit unlucky, and there you go. That's going to be that info. Every single member of Giants hightailing their way back over to that B site, but they have lost full control at this stage.
Yeah, and the key thing being it was the element of surprise getting them that opening duel. Now they've very much lost that, and it's EDG that get to occupy some sneaky spaces. You can see Smoggy is actually covering for nobody. He's taking initial contact. He was. Then tucked in and allowed nobody to clean that one up. They're here together either way. The point being the trade isn't really possible. Certainly not easy. Ryan, he's got utility out. Okay, sure, he's managed to find his gun, but look at his health. Look at the weapon he's working with. 19 health left on nobody, but it's not enough. And then, okay, they find the 1 kill. How much more can they do? What damage will the side of Giants walk out of this round with? And it, okay, 3 kills, 19 HP on nobody. That could have went so much worse.
No, that really isn't bad at all. Like being able to take out, I think, at least one gun from that scenario, and now come in with a purchase of their own. Giants are going to have the rifles across the board, and ults aren't particularly close. Now, they could try and almost run around the map, get Chi-Chu those orbs, and potentially have a post-plant Viper's Pit. But when you look at what they're investing into this one, EDG are going to play things relatively safe. Not overbuy, just go with those pistols and see what Kankan and nobody can do with the rifles that they have.
Yeah, big test for the Giants' defensive side. The mid-aggression worked out for them when they had just pistols, and it looks like they're toying with the same kind of idea. But look at the aggression from EDG. Just W-keying it into the B site. Now, there's a lot of players waiting here. The nade fragmented them, so they weren't able to get out on time. And a ton of control still for the side of Giants. Cam watching A, so no one's able to sneak up for free. Chi-Chu realizing that he's been spotted. But even still, they're deciding to rotate back.
Yeah, the problem with this is, obviously the idea is Smoggy goes in and it reveals some of the other players for Kankan and nobody to try and do some damage. But with it being segmented, you've now lost that. Your sort of one almost like player as a fake flash isn't really going to work out. So any other damage from here is going to be a lot more difficult, especially walking into these Cypher setups. We saw it the other day on Pearl as well from Nuclear. He is a nuisance, already just looking to delay.
It's all going to be about this spam with the Tiger already taking contact. It's going to go through after the stun. Little bit of damage onto Hao Dong. He's in position. Snakebite tagging him up, making him vulnerable. Teammates on the way, though. The cover should be here. Still, though, EDG are doing the damage. Giants now down and out of this round. It's just Hoodie in a 1v4. In a matter of seconds, this went from a round they should be closing out and wondering how many players will be left alive to absolutely everybody on the defense tying. That is as clean as EDG could ever have dreamed.
Oh, I think it's beyond dreams. I don't know how they managed to make that one work. A cool combination of the Snakebite and Gravity World just made things super awkward for Nuclear. He was trying to pull away from that position, and because of that, nobody, mentioned it. His performance the other day, you're looking at a player that pretty much looked out of the game. Versus Paperex, he was 18 and 37 across the series. He's already 5-1 right now, flying high. EDG 3-0 on that attack side. As said, we saw 9-3 halves from either team, but recreating that, definitely going to be easier said than done. And for Giants, they desperately are looking to try and get back onto the board. This round, though, Mitch, it's just pistols.
They had one sheriff last time and still did damage. I think that's why we're seeing this level of respect from EDG. A split on mid as they take the control. One player on either side holding the extremities. And for this squad of EDG, just a massively beneficial start. This information for Giants, it's not too much. Tigers destroyed, just seeing one. They're not sure. They're not going to stack up on the back of that. Really, that's what they need, the strength in numbers in a round like this.
Oh, even going to use the Seekers. Not overly surprising. They haven't taken any ground yet. 40 seconds left on the clock as they expend those out into mid, maybe trying to sell the idea. And they're back on the other side. It does leave a solo player, though. Nuke has all of his utility to play with, but he has no friends alongside him. Isolated behind the back of the site. Rotation has begun to come in, and he's managed to land that first shot. Anything more would have to be a miracle. Vitinho's heard the footsteps. Rhyme's still within the site. Somehow, again, these rounds are looking competitive, and both players now stuck within the site.
Vitinho's managed to arm himself up, now rocking in with a Vandal. They're not holding the angle together, though. It'll have to be the trade on Rhyme. He's fallen to start it off, and Chi-Chu closes that one out. It got a little closer than they would have liked, but a 4-0 lead speaks for itself.
Yeah, that's been the case throughout. A few close rounds, mostly with the pistols, but when it comes down to these buy rounds, well, I say that they actually won themselves a MasterCard Thrifty to get themselves the second round. But here we go. Buy-in, Seekers online for Cloud, Showstopper not far away. This is where all of the ults, in fact, for both sides, are really starting to build up. Could make a huge difference in the round, and once more, early contact. Potentially going to be made over on this A side, but you can already see that Kankan is sort of waiting with that operator outside of B, clearly expecting some sort of aggression to come through here.
Yeah, I think they've played with the map early on in the past couple of rounds. And Giants haven't been biting on that, haven't been getting aggressive. We saw the smoke from Hoodie inside B main, that was about all. And not even really swinging on the back of it. And just look at how passive they are on B this time around as well. Looks like good decision making from the defensive side. Again, the pressure is going to be on Nukia on the back of that A site. His trap hasn't been destroyed at least. He's still got both online, ready to catch some players on the way through. They're moving back to B.
Oh, you can't give him that chance. You just can't. Kongan, don't miss those. Already, that's Rhyme dropped. He was meant to delay. Look at the pace of how they're playing this at the moment. It's almost disrespectful, the showstopper, just to make sure that anybody hiding within the site is going to be lost. He's not stopping. He's W-keyed all the way up into heaven, still has that operator. And now for Giants, Mitch, do you even go for this?
Fitinho had some spacing, dodging the showstopper just about, but, you know, they start to add up the numbers in their head, realize what they have to work with in the next round and what they're up against here, especially knowing that Can has that operator and is likely just posted on the site now, waiting for someone to walk into an angle. It's not worth it. This is another round the Giants have to concede, and EDG will be walking away with a 5-0 start on Split, the map pick of Giants, with the next map up being one that this roster has never played before. They've been insta-banning in every single series, bar the Crew one, in which Crew banned it first. They got ahead of them. This series is certainly starting to get scary. And there it is. You know, while we have these replays, that jump down was absolutely
it's just
insane
filthy.
from Smoggy, but they've called a timeout on the side of Giants, and I can't blame them. This one's getting out of hand.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you almost have to respect the fact that Kankan is so sort of like confident in his ability just to catch that player jump peeking. That was basically the plan. Stayed passive at the beginning of the round just to try and, in case they got aggressive, not wanting to just take huge risk with the operator. But what Smoggy did, that was just disrespectful. That was just him jumping down while the rest of the team go executing. I think the fact of the matter is, if he had died there, he wouldn't have cared. It was more so just to cause that distraction of while his teammates are executing. And at the moment, EDG have looked fearsome. Similarly to what we saw on their attack side last time out, it was very dominant, but you almost have to wonder, like, EDG had that mental resilience last time from 9-3 down to drag things back, win unbelievable clutches and close out, or at least bring that game to OT. Giants, I don't know if they have that. I'm waiting to see if they do, because right now, they're getting boomed. And I need to see, well, firstly, Pipson taking that pause and try and get the players back in the right headspace. But also, I need to see some of these stars come online, because right now, there hasn't really been a top performer on that side yet.
Well, you can hear Lembo trying to get the crowd behind Giants.
Good luck, Lembo. Good luck.
This is going to be one of those situations for Giants. It's time to show up. They've got their rifles in hand. They're coming close to a lot of ultimates. You know, one of the big problems that last round, even Smoggy's drop down in events, it's the player that it takes out as well. You lose Rhyme, and all of a sudden your retakes don't look nearly as good without that breach util. In this round, he's one away from having a rolling thunder. That could certainly help this Giants squad out, or even Fitinho finding one pick and having a big old rocket launcher in the form of the showstopper to play with.
I'm so prepared for the util as well. Like, just destroying Nuke's utility with those blast packs. But it's all just a ruse. The thing is, though, for now at least, Giants have gambled heavily. 4 players still over onto this A site. Huge reliance onto Nuke. He's going to be basically in a 1 versus 3 fight here. He gets 1, and that's it. Not going to be able to get anything more. The rest of the team's so far away. EDG are going to have a free afterplant here, and, well, if Rhyme can get a kill, maybe there's a chance to have that rolling thunder, but Chichu instead have caught them on that rotation. It's the same scenario they were just in moments ago. 3 players trying to fight back in.
This time they might decide to go for it. Smokes and your breach online, but it's Can close in this round, you'd imagine. The second Fitinho goes down, at least gets his showstopper online, but it's the next round they're thinking about using it. Time to hightail it. The EDG finding yet another round. It's seeming to be an uphill battle for the side of Giants. What was that word Paula had to say earlier? It's certainly a upstream swim right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember.
Contraninen.
Yeah,
something like that.
Something like that, yeah. I think I prefer the bark, I'll be honest. 6-0. After what was such a ridiculously close matchup last time out. It was streak rounds, but last time out, Giants, as said, they were the ones in the lead. They were the ones, and it is going to be another timeout. That is both used within the space of a couple of rounds. Almost a panic button being hit right now from the side of Giants. Bear in mind, the next map in this series, they have never played as a team. Individually, sure. Like on the old Giants roster, Vitinho played it, yeah.
With Giants.
But other than that,
of one.
it is not a map that they've gone to. And sure, I don't doubt that they've let that through because they have something prepared, but that is a terrifying prospect. You're in your own map choice. You're 6-0 down. Your opponent's economy is booming. Kankan is having a wonderful time. He's just been finding openers left, right, and center. And the thing is, there hasn't really been any sort of response. They haven't even been able to catch out the lurker of Chichu in most of these rounds. So something desperately needs to change. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder close to being online, but of course, those ults are also being cycled on the other side with a Viper's Pit and a Blade Storm being two to really highlight. Something needs to come up, and it needs to happen soon for Giants, because, hey, their attack side is great, but if you don't get any defense round, it doesn't matter.
That's it. They need some sort of foundation to bounce off of, and you know, this side, when you move to map 2, Fracture, they might have come into this series seeing that as a trap that they'd laid for EDG, trying to cage the beast, but they better hope that the bars are strong enough, because what we're seeing here, well, it seems to be a bit too brittle. The side of Giants on their defense, no rounds and no timeouts left. Let's see what their solution was. And it looks like a straight up blitz into B main. A lot of players here, so they're gonna have to try to seize space on the back of it. A flash deep, a Tiger in, and they've essentially seen that there's nobody here. No pun intended. Nobody wasn't spotted as he was around the corner. And the rest of the squad waits patiently over towards A. You know, if there was a lot of aggression and utility in B main, maybe they push A, maybe they get aggressive.
The funny thing is, it's almost a complete reverse versus Crew, where I feel like whenever Crew pushed into Nuke's setup, they died. Yeah. EDG have pushed into his setup almost every single time, and they have made it look very easy. And they look to do the same again. Smoggy taking the lead. A fake being sold by nobody as well. It keeps a couple of players still deep within this B site. It definitely is a much better stack up of players, though, from Giants for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and it's also the utility that they have. Rolling Thunder, Showstopper still to play with. Nade is through, Hoodie's gone down. Picked off on the other side, causing another problem. Giants have to be worried about their back while they want to fight forward. And now a Viper's Pit comes online. A safe haven to play from for EDG. An ultimate that's incredibly difficult to fight back through. Rolling Thunder and Showstopper committed. They're searching for them! And Vitinho's found them all! That's ridiculous! Giants now only have nobody to deal with. He's got heaven, but look at that util he finds. He runs right into. Giants are finally on the board.
Wow. We talk about the Showstopper being one of the most brutal ultimates in the game. Sometimes you can shoot it at someone's feet and they somehow survive. A Rolling Thunder comboed into the Showstopper through a Cosmic Divide. He doesn't even see the other two players. He just shoots it at the one he spots and they all go down. Kankan didn't even look like he was remotely close enough to die to that. But hey, that's what it takes. A triple kill with a Showstopper for Giants to get onto the board. But they are on the board.
All right, let's see them do that again in this round.
How many more kills do you need? 8 more kills. 8 more kills and he can do that again.
But that was literally a Hail Mary play. The prayers were answered. The fact that EDG have a Viper's Pit on site, they have nobody flanking, man advantage. You could just keep listing the advantages they had up their sleeve, and then that one play, that combo, to absolutely ruin them. Crowd control them out of the round. Vitinho, he's turned away at the wrong moment. Disaster for this man as he goes down. And now the space is wide open for EDG's taking.
Yeah, one of the highlights of this matchup last time was Vitinho 8-1 in opening duels. I think Kankan has been bullying him so far. Hasn't had that same sort of luck.
They've all rotated.
Yeah, they've gambled. Well, the thing is, they've heard the From the Shadows. Maybe had that expectation. Nobody has been so good at getting the timing right. The flash is sublime. Can't see a thing. No chance even for a trade. He's going to throw out the Tiger for good measure, but the fact is, again, hey, guess what? 3v5.
Another kill to go their way. They try to trade the operator of Can, but he cannot go down. EDG finding 7, and the rounds just keep tallying up in their favor. You can look at that one for Giants as a flash in the pan, because that's all it is for the time being.
Oh dear, 7-1. Again, they're still gonna have the finances to actually buy back into this one. Bladestorm on the other side, but all ults have now been expended for Giants. They threw everything into getting that first round. They've gone for the From the Shadows in the last to try and gamble in on that rotation. They are being slaughtered thus far. Well, this man is a huge part of it, this time patiently waiting to see if there's any aggression, but for now at least, it is just going to be that stack up into the B site. As said, they have had a huge reliance on Nukia's Cypher setup, but it definitely hasn't gone to plan thus far. He is going to be able to spot if anybody is deep within a main, though. However, once again, it's going to be this mid-presence, and Vitinho looking like the first point of contact.
Yeah, they've stuck around. You know, that Tiger went in deep on B main. Once EDG heard it, they thought maybe B would be lighter, that the rotations had come through. That's not the case. Nade, that's certainly tickled up a few players. They'll be healed, though. Right back up to 100, just a bit of shields that are lost. And already you can see Giants are expecting to rotate back after what they've shown, but no. EDG are very much looking to commit here, as Hoodie just found out the hard way, caught after his paranoia. But Giants are able to drop the spike and slow the EDG push. Can, a shining light for this squad, very nearly finds another. He's down to the rifle. 2 versus 3. And 2 players on site. Can's found another. That's the showstopper. Online, fired out and found. He'll die to the fall damage, leaving them with a chance. Nukia has to find Chichu. The plant coming in. He's going to have the info. It all comes down to this fight, and Chichu wins. EDG round after round. 8 now on the board, and the lead is looking indomitable.
It looked like that was another grand opportunity, but Kankan just, the only thing that takes him out is the ground. That's what it is. It's the world defeating
Takes a force
Kankan.
of nature to deal with this man.
And then Chichu's there to close things out, 8-1. We've been mentioning the fact that even a few rounds on this defensive side could be enough for Giants, but now their pockets have run dry as well. You've got yourselves a couple of rifles, a few pistols, Seekers. On the other side of things, well, Ballers. They've got everything they could ever desire and some in their pockets. It does seem like as well, Giants, their attempt is to almost adapt to what happened in the last round. Okay, they pressured middle, let's pressure middle, and there always seems to be another side to the coin. The fight though, the flash is fantastic, but the shots aren't connected. They get nothing.
And then somehow it's EDG who come out on top. Nobody from far away picking up that double. Okay, they do end up losing Can, a big player for their squad. But considering what they're up against and the space retrieved on the other side, they might not be too worried. That is Chichu. You might be confused. You might be thinking, why does that look like it's an attacker? He's quite clearly in a defender position. He's found his reward for his trouble with Hoodie falling. And Haodong's got his lurk up through mid. It's worth looking like late into the round here, you have 2 active flanks in play for EDG. And the amount of control that they're able to take out of Giants' hands is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about this. Like, you're looking at a composition that has the Sky looking for information and then a Cypher, which basically just has cams and trips everywhere. And somehow every single round, EDG are the ones catching Giants off guard. Yep. They have looked lost throughout the entirety of this map so far. Needing these last 2 rounds as almost a bare minimum, as a lifeline. And especially after we saw them in some of the videos earlier saying that they think EDG are overrated. This is not the look that they wanted to come out with.
I think it's hard to argue this is the optimal start for the EMEA number 4, but still potential for a recovery. Oh, look, he's out of here. Immediate reactions, and if he is a second slower, a fraction of a second slower, in fact, he would have lost his life there. But immediately down and out of that B-main. He's going to go back through. He's going to fight through the smoke. This guy's crazy. I mean, he's not going to get a reward. They just about left, but if that was a second earlier, I think Cloud loses his life.
Yeah, it's almost a ruse, though, as again, he's on one side of the map, and they're on the other. Taking that control. Rhyme already with him, but he's somewhat alone. The flash is good, but it also catches Nukia. And now, Rhyme's the only one fighting there. Watching for this. Cloud has managed one. Starting to look a little bit better, but Kankan's still standing, still fighting. The nade into the back of sight is going to force Rhyme into more awkward position. He's just going to tank it. He's going to try and hold on in that back corner, now hiding within the smoke. His teammate placed just moments ago. Hoodie from above, but it's nobody. And Kankan within that sight, just waiting for the moment that that flash comes back online. He's managed to sneak forward. Hoodie's found one. But look who they're up against once again. He's read things perfectly, but the shot is missed, and he goes right back into Rhyme. Finally, Giants managed to get their second round on the board, but boy, was it close.
They can push up to 3, the bare minimum, maybe. There's still hope for Giants on their map pick. After all, EDG did choose to start on the attack side, but with 2 rounds on the board, this is a pretty clear-cut outcome in my mind right now. Big mistakes, big fumbles needed on the side of EDG. Yeah, and that just hasn't been the case so far. Can, round after round, this guy is successful. I think he probably had one of his quieter ones in the last.
Well, 9-2. Still the Giants' chance go out. We'll see if they can pull off that third round. As said, last time it was 9-3, 9-3, but I think you'd have to be pretty optimistic to expect a repeat after the manner in which these rounds have gone. Good start, though. Vitinho finally taking down his Rays counterpart.
Go get him.
Already getting them that man advantage. That has been a rarity in the early rounds.
Yeah, it very much has, because Kan's won those fights every single time. EDG now have to go to a second game plan, and oh no, they were going to move towards this position. It was the judge in play for Cloud, but he's given it up. He's fallen off to put some util into B main and check that it's clear, but there you go. Players spotted up top. Now they realize what they've given up, and they've got to fight from the low ground. The stun in. That has delayed them, but with the spike outside of A, this is almost what EDG want. Confirmation that those rotations are coming through. What in the world is that? A rolling thunder put into heaven. They hadn't spotted anyone there. They gambled on it, and instead they've lost Nukia's life. The Giants seem lost.
They know where he is. Oh. Hoodie playing a risky game. He was spotted by the Tiger on the way in. Has managed to find that opener though. Spike dropped to the deck. He has no support once again, just stuck in this corner. And now the showstopper put through. Nobody to be found, just going to be pushing straight through. It's actually the trade. Chichu though left. 15 HP, has the spike, has to stick it just to get it through onto the round, and Cloud going to make sure that he will not. It is that identical scoreline, 9-3 at the half, but this time, Giants are the one that have to fight back.
Oh, it's certainly going to be an uphill battle for this squad. 3 rounds on the board, it's not the easiest to make happen. And for the side of EDG, they've got to be feeling incredible right now. A squad that underestimated them sitting across the stage. They talked their smack, and now they pay the price. Let's hear from Smoggy, who we actually spoke to a little bit earlier about this.
他后面我们拿到11分的时候，他们就是一直在打我们的 B 点嘛，然后我们5个人就一起在想办法怎么接那个 B 点，或者是怎么守那个 B 点，就各种方法都想过了，但是还是有点接不住。我们心态其实还是挺平稳的，因为确实我们之前打这张地图就总是打加时嘛，就是其实也打惯了，然后我们心态也挺平静的吧，就是我们就是一直在想 怎么去防住他们，我们只能专注于比赛。如果我们去想了其他事情的话，感觉就会打不好。其实我状态算比昨天好一些了吧，但是还是他们给了机会，我还是自己没有抓住，我觉得一般吧。
He's going to prod, but he's going to get pushed. I mean, Forsaken's round the corner with a flash from something. Both of them being used. No way! What is that from Audon? 3 straight down. How have they all lined up?
就是我觉得在来到了 LA， 我觉得有这么多观众会支持我们，然后氛围也那么好，我们真的很开心很高兴，然后也有那么多人支持我们。只是来了 LA 以后的状态不是很好，就是可能观赛感比较差一点吧。我们打败者组，不管是我们是第一天打的那个小组赛第一把，或者是第二把，或者是第3把，我们其实心态都是一样的，因为我们都是抱着来赢比赛的心态。就算是最后一把，我们也不会有什么压力啊，或者是就是不敢去操作，我们该操作该去打，照样也会去打。
Well, it's time for the battle to begin for half number 2 of Split. Giants map pick, the next up, the one that they don't play. It's certainly looking a little shaky with 3 rounds on the board, but now Giants will mount their attack side. This is the side that EDG wanted to start on. Yeah, maybe setting their own pace will give them some benefit. I mean, if you think about what EDG were doing to them last half, a lot of it was them getting behind them. That shouldn't be as easy now.
Yeah. As we mentioned, Giants have done this before, but last time it was at the beginning of the map, and now they desperately need themselves the pistol. An instant stun straight through, and it's going to be the trades back. Cloud's done incredible work, but Chichu matches him pound for pound. Straight through, it's an awkward fight, and actually Smoggy's there to save the day. Hoodie left in the corner. I don't know if that comeback will ever be happening, because EDG are hightailing their way straight to a 1-map advantage.
Unbelievable. Double digits found within the first 13 rounds played. And the side of EDG showing no signs of stopping or slowing down. I wonder if we'll even see Giants come through with a force buy, try to roll the dice right here and now. It's not easy on the attack though. They might just have to tank this to 11-3 and fight from there. No good options realistically. And as we come back into the game, we can see, yeah, it's a few sheriffs, but for the most part, they're competing for the 11-3 scoreline.
Well, T1 learnt at Masters Tokyo that you don't want to play EDG a second time. First time, a close series, a battle. T1 ended up winning. The second time, they got blasted, and that's exactly what's happening here. Rhyme will at least manage to get one, but Karkan is styling. His 3rd kill of the round, 11-3 in the lead. And if it doesn't start now for Giants, it doesn't start at all.
Yeah, this will be the beginning of the end if it's not the beginning of the comeback. Although I'd say the beginning of the end might have been a while ago.
Yeah. This is the end of the end.
Exactly, the conclusion. And now, no matter what you think about that next map up, whether it was a trap placed by Giants a year of...
Trap. If it's not a trap, this might be the most dominant series of the tournament.
Even if it is a trap, even if this was their whole plan, realistically, how much can you believe? This is the one they wanted to play. This is the one they've been playing in. Oh. It hasn't started out even in the second half the way they wanted. Time for a final stand on the side of Giants. Howdong already on the site. Spectre in hand, close range fight, but Vitinho wins it. Giants with a much needed opening and a plan secured.
Yeah, this is a round that should be utterly impossible to lose. I know that the majority of players are in towards heaven. They're the ones with the rifles, but Nuke, well, just like the first half, he's getting caught off. That gives nobody a gun, and that's not what you want to be doing on this map. The judge jumping in. They are tagged up as well. They're very tagged up. There's a very real chance of this round falling apart. Oh! They can do no wrong with Karkan at the helm.
That's got to be it for the side of Giants. Mentally boomed at this point. 12-3 down, 9 in a row needed, and plays like that being pulled out.
Next. Go next.
Go next is the only solution.
They were in a 5v4 after plant. They had all the rifles. Their opponents were coming in with a Judge, a Stinger, like
everyone was
just
low
been
as well.
Obliterated.
Everybody on the side of EDG, bar Can was low. It's just absolutely ridiculous, and you can see it. The body language says it all on the side of Giants. They're already thinking about Fracture, and to be honest, I don't imagine they're thinking about that with a smile on their face.
Yeah, I hope they've got one hell of a pep talk coming, because this is it's been fun for the crowd, the EDG fans, but I'm sure for Giants this has been one of the worst experiences of their lives so far. 12-3. You just, at any second, you just feel like you could just pop ahead. They have been making their way through. Again, going for this A-site dive. They've sectioned off nobody. And actually, he's just going to pop the showstopper. He's going to track it through. I thought for a second he was going to land and hit that shot, but Hoodie has thankfully put him down.
Yeah, it was damn close as well. Run that back 10 more times. With it being him, I believe he'll hit it.
I think running back
10 out of 10. Oh, here's the drop. Shot good to start with, but nobody's only able for one. Nukia can't catch them off guard, though. He's lost his life. They've lost the sight of B. Giants are taking it all the way around the world and looking to plant this, leaving Rhyme to cut off those rotations.
They're not rotating that way.
That's mad, actually. They're going through the attacker spawn.
All 3 players are going to be going through the spawn. You just don't see teams doing this. The Seekers, though invested, will give that away. So they should know, with all of them going in the other direction, they could have still been rotating through mid, but just look at the setup. Stun ready, Cloud on the corner. This should at least be one for him. Then the stun in response, Cloud taking over, giving them that lifeline. It's left on to Chichu, and he won't be able to do it. Cloud gets his 4th kill of the round, and a 4th round for Giants as well.
Another lease at life. Only 8 in a row needed. That's not too much on the attack side, is it?
Yeah, especially with just some of the players going missing. Nuke on 2 kills right now. He's normally someone that is reliable for this squad. Yep. Has been throughout the majority of the season, but what a time to go missing.
The reality is, you know, even thinking about how dominant of a first half the side of EDG had, they did not manage 8 in a row. There was still that interruption of a round, and you have to think that'll come through eventually, that this defensive side, between ultis and opportunities, between Concon just destroying people.
Yeah,
he's going to have a multi-kill to close the game within the next 8. I'd put money on it.
He apologized for his smack talk the other day, but I hope he's got a little bit more in him after this one, I'll be honest with you. I want to hear some fighting words, because right now, well, Giants are definitely going to be regretting calling their opponents overrated, because I don't know what that says about everybody else. It is going to be that after plant again, but look at the response. Everybody from EDG is here.
Yeah, they're ready. Their utilities prime. Tiger already through. Oh, just a dry peek at a Concon. He's already down. Smoggy follows through, much of the same.
Nice.
And it's Cloud in back-to-back rounds, breathing life into this Giants squad. Great damage done. He'll fall. Nobody starts to have an answer. But look at the damage on Hao Dong from earlier on. He should be easily dropped on the way through, with Chichu having to do it all, and indeed a blind shot in the smoke. Chichu, 2 opponents, no reload though. Goes out with a classic in hand. A brave move, but they have plenty more chances to try and close this one out. That's 12-5, 7 more for the side of Giants.
Yeah, a couple of big rounds back-to-back from Cloud. Even though this has been a very dominant game so far individually, he's up there, 17 and 13. Been having a decent game, but he's going to have to, again, probably break a 30 bomb for them to even be remotely close, unless we can start to see some of the other Giants players come alive in this match. For now, though, I'm looking at a split Odin. Now, that is a rarity.
There.
How you feeling, Vanity? Guy's got a smile on his face. You're damn right you should. This is a very interesting play from Nobody, especially initiating on the A site. He's on his way around to B. Everybody is. And that's where the push is coming in. Giants again with that control. Rolling Thunder pushes. Well, doesn't fully push Smoggy out the side. He's going to have to shimmy his way around. And actually, Nobody goes down. Smoggy has retrieved it and is now looking to utilize it, swapped over to a Bulldog Trader. And he'll get a kill for his trouble with Chichu. And himself still standing strong, no spike planted. Giants could even take this in the other direction. Rotation time would take quite a while. Maybe they just pump the brakes and wait.
Yeah, they've got a minute on the clock. And the fact is, if they wait long enough, they can pick up the orb, Seekers for Cloud. It would likely give things away. Smoggy is going to go swinging into a firing squad. Somehow comes out of that the better. They were patiently waiting.
It's buying time. They're healing. They're focused forward on this madman who's making noise, but up behind them, here he comes. It's Chichu cutting down the numbers of Giants further, and that advantage now sits neck and neck with Cloud on 10 HP. We could be just moments away from the first map falling into EDG's pocket. Chichu's caught on the box, but they're not chasing him, thankfully. That could have been a bit awkward. Instead, he's actually got a quicker rotation than he would have. Up behind them in the vents, Rhyme's heard it. Rhyme is the only guy that's even close to full HP. 99, no shields, and they're coming together looking to trade. Wall up will block him out initially, but he's not really able to help out. That's why Cloud just abandons the site, and they'll run this crossfire late into the round. Rhyme does have to check his back, though, and that timing, they might have even seen him. They might have an idea where he is. He'll get the first, but not the second, and now 10 HP. One knife from Smoggy will close it, but Cloud saves them yet again.
This man has been flying. Genuinely, game would have been over a few rounds ago if it wasn't for Cloud. The fact is, it's even got to the point where EDG are going to take a pause. 3 rounds in a row, yeah, they need to do quite a bit more than that. Double it, in fact. Because they need 6 in a row to even level things up once again. But I like the fact that EDG, they're going to take that moment. They're going to go, okay, well, we know what happened last time. We know that this was an incredibly attack-sided map when both these teams played it. Obviously, you'd have that expectation that somebody on that defender side would be able to get it over the line, but they don't want to let it get that far. They don't want to allow their opponents even any sort of space or wiggle room to get back into this map.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely no shame in taking a pause like this. You got 6 rounds in a row for your opponents. Better make sure that you come in with the best game plan possible for all 6 of those. Plenty opportunities to close it out, but we've seen teams slip up in those positions before. EDG want to get ahead of that curve, and you want to respect them for it. Maybe discussing how many Odins they want in the next round.
I'm hoping 0.
Oh, what was that, Vandy? 3, he said, across the stage. So, well, I'm not sure. But yeah, Giants have something decent to work with as well. Showstopper, 2 low-impact ults as well, backing it up. Hoodie and Nuke, you probably won't be changing the game with those. But we've already seen the impact that a well-placed Showstopper from Fatinho can have.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, no ults for the other side. You'd have to put this round in the favor of Giants, which, again, we haven't said that much throughout this map so far. Again, we're going to see this early stack up, and I would almost expect a potential rotation. Nobody, yeah, he's already pushing up deep, even after getting the information off his guiding light, the flash. But it is very patient at the moment from Giants. They're expecting some sort of play, especially after a pause. You kind of look towards your opponent to see what they're going to be doing in this round. The fact is, though, other than the slight bait play over on the B site, it's somewhat the same.
They've been, as you said, incredibly patient on this defensive side, starting out this round. Now, wow, maybe they'll get the reward for it if they can dodge. No, that flash has caught one. Fatinho knows where he is. Chichu down, nobody still to be dealt with. They know the flash went off earlier, that it should be around here somewhere. They weren't ready for Concon to go through, and now nobody strikes, but it's a little bit of a whiff. It's not quite lining up, and it looks like the side of EDG might have to do it in the next, because they're not really in a position here.
He's still going for it. He believes in himself, and I can see why. Already managing to clear out Cloud. Smoggy up top is going to put it into a 1v2. And this is the man you'd want in that scenario, but both players up above. A flash ready. Dodges it! What? Truly unbelievable!
With 11 HP left as well.
13-6 EDG.
It was a Rebel clutch, by the way, just in case you were wondering. That was a Rebel clutch. I don't know if you saw it.
Was it? Was it a 1vx?
It was a Rebel clutch. I've said it 3 times. There you go, sponsors, if you needed it. But that... oh, my God. There is a reason why we talk about this man in such high regard. Why he is not only the present and future of VALORANT. You just don't get players like this. You just don't. Once in a lifetime clutch, and he seems to do it every single game, blinded or dodging it, and every single time you'll watch that today. Incredible stuff. EDG, after an overtime loss on this map last time out, have just butchered Giants, obliterated them, and well, we're done for map number 1. We're going to be going off to a break.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With AimLabs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. For the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With AimLabs' new one-to-one VALORANT maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading the AimLabs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
So slick, speeding through the surface, like a Formula One driver that's reversing. Downtown through streets that from my exes.
Thank you so much, Chibi. Yeah, I'm standing by with the coach of EDG after a massive win, and then Iris is going to be helping us with the translation as well. After one win away from playoffs, are there any adjustments you feel like you need to make heading into the second map?
现在距离季后赛只有1步之遥了，只需要拿下这张地图就可以了。所以你觉得说，针对图2还有什么需要做的调整吗？
我们已经准备好迎接胜利。
We are ready for the victory.
Best of luck to you in the second map. Back to you, Judy.
Wow, they are ready for the victory. And here, of course, is just absolute shenanigans. I guess you are ready for the victory when Kankan's hitting shots like that. Look at this. I can't even...
That first shot was ridiculous.
I can't even shoot the Vandal straight.
Ram should definitely get that kill, but that first shot was ridiculous. I don't think you're really expecting to need to. It was like a fighting game character at that point, bro.
Sneaky vaudevillain. Oh my. So EDG walks away with Giants map pick of Split, and they do so in nearly dominant fashion. There was a moment there the Giants were trying to will their way back into the game, but let's be honest, the long crawl was going to take a long time for them to accomplish that. I'm Golden Boy, of course, with Vanity and Bala as we look to break everything down. And let's just jump right into it and give some love, though, to Giants, because it's our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. And it's Vitinho with the 3K, which we did talk about this, Vanity, in the pre-show. We said that the way that they get these rounds, I don't even know how that rocket hit the guy.
How does that kill the third guy?
It must have been like 10 HP.
Yeah, 100%.
It had to have been. It had to have been like a mouse fart would have killed that guy. That's the only way that would have gone around that.
I don't get the radius there, but okay, sure. Vitinho, you got it.
Because didn't we also see a Raze rocket that landed in front of someone's feet and they didn't die? I'm pretty sure.
Every day.
Probably multiple times per day, actually.
Every single one of my ranked games, ever.
It's actually happening to someone right now as we speak.
It probably is.
What are the chances?
Somebody's got their laptop out.
Just playing. It's actually me out in the crowd just playing over on the side. But wow, what a game that was for EDG. They walk away with that first win, and you heard Coach after say, Vanity, they're just going to try and win the whole damn thing. They are very confident here. Do you think they have a reason to be?
I mean, they look significantly better than Giants in that map, and that was Giants' like bread and butter pick in the first series.
Yeah.
So I think that logically this should be a 2-0, but you know, anything can happen. Maybe Giants. Nuki also usually doesn't have that bad of games, so I'm looking at him to step up.
What was his? It was like what, 4 and something,
I think he ended 4-17. It wouldn't surprise me if that's like the worst map he's ever played, and I don't think that's gonna happen again.
Yeah, we were watching him like consistently have 2 targets in front of him who was stunned, and he wasn't able to finish him off, and that's not characteristic with Nuki at all. And he also wasn't having the same impact that he would have with his utility as Cypher, where he gets a lot of information. EDG, anytime they ask for something from Giants, they got it. They got it. Can I get a rep? Yeah, sure, you can have it. Like, no worries.
I got you, bro. Come on in. Here we go. Water's warm. Oh, boy. Well, let's go ahead, though, and go to our aim lab shoot around here. Check in on Nobody, the player, by the way, just, you know, in case you're watching for the first time. Well, it gives us more opportunity to talk about EDG, obviously, as they get ready for this next one. And we're going to Fracture for map 2, which is going to be quite perplexing to see how this pans out. And honestly, if Nobody and the rest of EDG are hitting the way that they're hitting Bala, it is going to be a Herculean effort for Giants to come back.
And for reference, I said this before we got into map 1, but the map veto for this one, Giants last time they banned Fracture. Last time they played this series, they banned Fracture. So EDG instantly pounces on this, and sure, they didn't win against Paper X, but that's a map that EDG, we've seen before how explosive they can be on that map.
I definitely think that this is never like a map Giants has leaned on. The only reason they didn't ban it against Crew as well is because Crew is perma Fracture as well. So they took the coin flip. I think this could be a potential fast 2-0. I hope it's not, but I don't think this is a map that Giants has a lot of practice on, at least on a big stage.
Yeah, and when I was expecting the beginning of this series, I was like, okay, it's going to be overtime again. We're going to have Vitinho crazy rounds. I started eating my lunch. They didn't even let me finish my lunch, man.
Yeah, they said, screw your lunch, Bala. Get back to work. Yeah, I totally get it, man. It's wild how EDG just kind of came out of the gate all gun swinging, all fist swinging, arm swinging, guns shooting. Everything was working out for them. But here we go. As we see the composition the Giants are going to bring out over here, really just
the Sova comp.
Yeah, it's the Sova comp, and really just hoping as well that Vitinho is just going to be that door opener for them as well.
Yeah, this one relies on a lot of ult coordination. We've seen it from EG, we've seen it from Fnatic at this point, we've seen it from teams like NRG. There's a lot of material out there to copy, but it is really hard to execute. You have to have really good Sova util from Cloud here, and also in combination with Rhyme too. And I wasn't exactly impressed, even though I said he was underrated at the beginning of this.
I mean, if you look at the map stats, right, they play this once, not this comp. But I do think this comp is really strong, and I think that Giants is a team that does get a lot out of their ultimates, so that this is a comp that should lean into their strengths.
Yeah, we have seen the coordination from Giants in the past, so that's why this should technically work out for them. But technically sometimes doesn't work too well when you have players on EDG just taking wild shots like what we saw at the end of that game. So honestly, for all we know, this could very well be a 2-0, but for Giants, they're gonna have to do everything in their power to force this to map 3. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call. Gentlemen, have fun.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our analyst desk. This map has a lot of question marks around it. You know what? We might even have undersold it. This is a map that Giants have never played. We've said it before on the cast, but the fact that we have Vitinho on Giants a long, long time ago up against Koi, it was a different roster. It had a Turkish player, Russ, in there so long ago. And now they come in, just Vitinho with a memory of this map. I am very curious. I thought we'd get some like super spicy comp, Tom, but it looks like they're going with something pretty acceptable.
Yeah, the funny thing as well is they're coming in with this literally as the last ditch effort. If they lose this map, they are out of the tournament. They head out in groups, and if EDG make it as the first Chinese team to make it to playoffs of champions, it would be a storyline in itself. Now they are sat very, very passively, maybe expecting a Sky Flash to come through at the beginning of the round. Now, one of the main things that PaperX were able to pressure onto was dish control. They constantly went to dish. So Giants have gone, let's go dish. And look where the majority of players are watching. They have a stun and Khan ready. They're already taking contact, but he's had to fall off.
Not terrible, though. They've stalled them. They've got the information. This will send Giants scrambling. As to where they want to take it, we don't know, but they've given up control all across the map. And I think EDG were aware of their weakness being dish. The fact that they send a Tiger south side, clear it out, and now late in the round, they send nobody to clear out this same space. So he's got this on lockdown, and Giants are very much put in a box. The problem is, EDG think that it's the B side that they're moving towards, that they'll go to arcade. That's not the case, and we're about to see Khan with all the pressure on him.
Even when you don't go dish, you actually end up going dish. Like they have waited out the time. The smoke, though, to delay, the counters on the other side, and Khan ready and waiting to receive. Well, I say that, Haodong might actually be the first point again! And it's just a mow-down! Even attempting to go for a knife. Rhyme somehow manages to get a multi-frag, but the adaptations from EDG already showing on the map of Fracture from their last time out, and Giants, well, I hope they had more of a plan than that.
Well, that's it. I think EDG just got ahead of it yet again. You see the drone go out, clearing space, but then by the time they actually make it out of dish, all of the space that drone has cleared is now occupied. There's players there, and they're not ready for it. Jumping head first into a meat grinder. Giants have not found success. And with another pistol going the way of EDG, that's a strong start to the map, potentially ahead of them. Giants, you can see, are not investing anything. They're playing this as a super light buy.
Yeah, Nuke is just going to have the Sheriff. They like to do this. This seems to be their eco purchase, one Sheriff, and then they just go with classics on the rest of the players, gives them a chance to maybe win a long-range fight if it comes, and, well, there you go. Sheriff at least getting one. The classics also overwhelming. Nobody. Haodong, well, again, putting these smokes up close, but it's just going to be the trades. Giants doing an incredible job here. Chichu, this is risky. He's going to go through the smoke and only manages to get one. Seemed a little bit of an overpace and overplay, but I guess when you got this man around, you can take a risk.
It's the thing, though, he's going to have to do this with the Marshall now. Listen, he just needs a body shot on each of these players, and they're going down. No shields to work with. There's the first! That was a headshot as well. But Hoodie's still alive at the end of the round. They might lose the pistol. They might invest nothing in the second, but Giants still walk away with it neck and neck.
Yeah, that's about as much of a MasterCard thrifty as you can get. Like, just investing into one Sheriff and then managing to almost just death ball over their opponents. As said, like, this defensive side for EDG last time out was rough. And Giants managing to break back this early, trade so effectively, and okay, sure, it still came close in the end, but they're now going to come in with a huge boost in economy. Rifles across the board, and on the other side of things, well, they have a few Sheriffs of their own.
Such a wonderful Sheriff. A little Viper sitting inside of it. Bought it by accident. I thought it was a classic. It's kind of ruined my day. There's 2 minutes left in this store, so, you know, these things happen. But yeah, it's mostly pistols for EDG, and although Giants had a lot of success with them, you have to think that that won't be all too common in this map. So already Howdong's found one, but it's just one, Tom. Just one kill is okay. Anything else I would be certainly surprised with. Howdong, though, has now got a rifle, and Smoggy's picking up a headshot. This could get seriously costly. He's going to go in for the reload despite his low HP. He definitely wants another fight.
Yeah, much safer plant this time. A position where he really can't find anything from, and Cloud continuing his form from the last map. They're going to give Giants the lead. It's been a while. Well, actually, I say it's been a while. I haven't said that this series.
Yeah, exactly. It has been a few days since they've experienced that. And
versus Crew.
You said about Cloud, right? He was the only player winning clutches on the side of Giants. He kept them alive for at least 3 of those rounds that we saw won over on Split. That's 3 out of 6, so you definitely want to see him popping off if Giants are to have a chance.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of his Sova as well, even dating back to when he was on Na'Vi. He was very good at playing this agent, and Bala talking about the combination of ults. I think that's something that, even you look at one of the rounds they won in the last map, Giants are very good at that. You'd hope that, as said, I don't think they're coming into this map blind. Clearly a lot of prep has gone in. And for now, at least, with the buy now on the board for EDG, they're going to contact in onto this B site. A lurk, of course, in the north side, and just clearing some of that utility as they go. But after baiting out the Brimmy smokes, probably just going to pause for the moment.
I've always been a big fan of Cloud, even though he might be one of those Sovas that doesn't run the Odin. We can look past it in his case. Maybe I've just had to from all those EMEA matches, but see how they get on, how they fare up against the rifles of EDG. Southside control, as we said, you know, Dish was definitely the weakness. Main control was not. EDG are able to repel a lot of these pushes in previous games. And it's Concon who's going to have to do it to begin. Flash up, not caught him. He's already ahead of them. They're clearing the corner, but a little late. He'll still get a double for his trouble, and now come more. The teammates flooding the site. And EDG fighting strong in this round. It's only Nukia left in a 1v4.
Yeah, and the thing is, obviously taking the orb is vital for him getting close to his ult in the next round. But they know exactly where he is, completely surrounded as well, locked in with Tichu behind him. For him, any damage would be nice. Taking out any of these players remaining, first goes his way, making things more costly, but as said, escaping this one. I don't think he's going to be expecting the player behind, and EDG are going to keep this one relatively clean as they break back onto the board.
And it might not have been the round where Giants put everything, but they had a good full buy. It wasn't too many weaknesses really to report back on. I think in the next round you might see someone going a little lighter, but for the most part, this is just well handled by EDG. Good point of contact, and Concon up in the corner, able to catch him off guard, pick up a double. And that's the thing about this guy. There's a lot of players who would get everything right up until that fight goes down. And then the first kill is found, maybe, but the follow through, not often. And it was Cloud that was taken down as well, a man that's already shown his individual prowess.
Oh, a Judge and a Blade Storm for Concon in this round. It's one of the deadliest combinations. Nobody just runs straight out. I love the confidence on this man, but that's a little bit ridiculous. Maybe expecting off the flash, he didn't quite get the information that he wanted and just goes sprinting in. Maybe it's a sacrifice so that Concon can thrive, but whatever it is, it's ended up in a bit of a weird scenario. Ults as well. Just look across that board right now for Giants. Lockdown Rolling Thunder. And actually, it's not going to be them popping any of them first. It's the orbital strike. to clear and buy time for this man.
That's what it's all about, and he spotted one as well. The information good. Someone's got to check it eventually, but not in time. He's got 2 already, and now causing havoc up behind. They don't know he's going to judge the dash in. It's ambitious, and it won't work out this time, but I think he might have done enough. He spotted most of the players, only Killjoy left in the unknown. And the Rolling Thunder avoided by most of the squad. 2 players still close by. The stun, though, that's going to stop them from helping out, but the pressure isn't applied. It's a little delayed on the side of Giants. When they make it out, all these players are able to fight again. The stuns have subsided, and now the 2v1. Cloud having to find both, and he'll find none.
It just feels like right now EDG have their number. These flanks coming through every single time. You have Nuke basically holding on to one entire side of the map, and every single time it does feel like EDG are managing to find that gap. But I mentioned it sort of jokingly that maybe nobody made a sacrifice so that Kankan could make that push, but it actually did work because he could clear the fact that there wasn't the Killjoy utility on that side of the map, and he was able to walk up behind. It's a ridiculous way for that to work, but it did work.
Go check if I can flank.
Yeah.
You want me to flash?
Yeah,
No,
you
that's
go
not what I
dive,
said.
so I can see if I can flank, but that is, yeah, one hell of a round. And again, you're going to have those ultimates still available. Orbital Strike. They threw in an ult just to buy time as well. That was all that Orbital Strike was used for. And when you bear in mind, there was a lockdown.
Hey, happy birthday.
There was a lockdown on the other side of the map. So they could have just used the lockdown instead. There wouldn't have been anything to counter it anymore. It truly is just EDG getting the reads. Absolutely perfect. Now 3-2 in the lead. Operator going to be on the board as well for Kankan, but the fact is, it's back to pistols for Giants once again.
That's it. The struggles will start to show. The side of Giants needing this timeout. They're coming in, sure some ultis, but it's sheriffs across the board. Now look, they've already had quite a resounding success when it came to classics and one sheriff. A bit more firepower to back it up this time, and even Cloud toying with the idea of taking a Marshall. I'm a big fan of, like, if you're going to take 5 sheriffs, that little bit extra being put into a Marshall can help your buddies out a lot. They're not going to do it by the looks of things.
Look at the supportive utility that's about to go down to set this man up for an opener. And he ain't going to miss it. Through the wall, Hoodie's lost his head. Well, now they just fall back. Happy with what they've managed to start with. That operator did take quite a bit of damage. Kankan having to be healed up, but well, that's why he had the support to begin with.
That's an awkward fight. Nukia will just about get out of there. 11 health left. Giving him another shot. It'll have to be a headshot that he finds. And for Giants, they're playing it nice and passive, but they're they're not going to be spotted. The Tasmanian Tiger not put out just yet. So they'll be playing blind on info later into the round. Edward starting a bit of a shift. You can see Haodong moving towards the A site. But they have it all locked down with Killjoy utility. So the second contact is spotted over here, the rotations are back through. And the Tiger, no, the Flash, in fact, about to come in. Fatinho almost caught him with the blast pack over, but he missed his way up top, and now the rest of the squad will crumble. Rhyme on for 1, but he needs, yeah, there's so much more to even do damage to this squad. That is a solid 4th round.
Yeah, only 1 player dropped in the form of nobody, and other than that, they keep things nice and clean once again. Finance is really starting to build with Chichu hitting around that 7,000 credits mark. And on the other side of things, Giants are now going to be able to get that purchase. Still, those ultimates for the prior rounds are sat online, and Fatinho, he's almost got his up, but he has been deadly quiet so far. He was an absolute thrill to watch in that first match. Incredible when he faced versus EDG and crew for that matter. You do have to start to wonder if the pressure is getting to the star duelist, because right now he is not in the form they would be hoping for.
Nobody is insane. This guy's aggression in the early rounds is scary. And with them already pushing up Dish together, EDG have a lot of control. The problem is that lockdown, it gives away what they already know. This squad is on south side and looking to move into the B side.
They've got one of their own. Chichu. Yeah, he's going to be within it. I think just wanting to almost place the lockdown the second he is able to. Not going to find anything as well, and that start is not good. Nuke down. Now the counter lockdown in play, and Vitinho even being forced off by utility, desperately trying to find a counter, and the orbital strike will be just that. They're going to hold on to their control at least.
Rolling Thunder's used up, though. EDG are not giving up just yet. They want a few more fights, and Giants will give it to them. Cloud on the first and the second. This man has shown up for Giants all series long. He's been one of the main points to look at, but now down. The round is lost. Edward Gaming giving them next to no space, no quarter, and no rounds. 5-2. And this is starting to get reminiscent of that previous map, Tom, if we see Edward run away with it.
Yeah, they seem just so ready for everything that Giants are going to throw at them. They're with the lockdown, they collect the orb, they even get one player detained just because they know they have the cover of it and that he'll be in a position to place his lockdown immediately. They're ready for anything to be used on the other side, any peek, any aggression, and because of that, it means that it comes down to just individuals, basically. Can Cloud get a multi-frag?
Yeah.
It's just not what you want to be seeing from Giants.
Yeah, he did, but that's all they got.
That's true. Showstopper is the only ult remaining. Everything else has been expended over the last couple of rounds for Giants, and oh, they haven't got any rounds for it. Now, maybe looking to pick up the pace.
Well, they most certainly are, but it's not helping them, at least not to start. Again, the knight in shining armor for the Giants squad has been taken down. And look at the damage on the back of it. Vitinho and Ryan both solo! And Hoodie being taken down in, frankly, unbelievable fashion. They've got nothing so far on the side of Giants, and they put everything into this round. What a devastating result for this squad, a map that they never play. And they might wish they never played it.
Yeah, they might have wanted to keep it that way. The map they banned of Pearl, I honestly think after their game just the other day, maybe looking like a much brighter chance. I also think that genuinely, Kankan is teaching the devs about their own weapons at this point, because I don't think the operator is supposed to work like that.
No, this guy is cold. Unbelievable. I think he was just mimicking his actions on the stage in one of our first days.
30 seconds left.
Ain't no scope to be used sometimes. 83 HP on these remaining attackers, and they have been patient. You give them that. They've been very patient.
Yeah, they're just saving. They just want to hold on to the weapons for the next round, but like if you're on the EDG side, why would you allow them to? You have got the finances to throw players into the wind. If you manage to take out a gun or two, it is wholeheartedly worth it.
Rhymes already
you have to hope that, yeah, Vitinho's not getting anything. They make it look easy. A Prime Gaming flawless in round number 8 as they take the lead 6-2, taking big strides towards that playoff stage where, as said, no Chinese roster has ever been before. And at this point, you almost have to believe they're going to be doing it. Giants yet to show up on the stage today.
It's funny to see him hit a shot like that and then just act so calm. Just the fist bumps. Oh, good job,
He
guys.
does it on the daily.
Everything went according to plan. Well done.
Hey,
well
after the clutch at the end of the last map, that was mid.
That was nothing. Yeah. What a series from this guy. What a series from Edward Gaming so far. We're in the same boat. It's starting to feel like deja vu. Giants had that little spark in round 2 where they fought back with one Sheriff in Classics. They won their 3rd round, as they should. But now they're in the same spot, trailing their opponents. Just that one memory of a decent round or 2, and they're out of timeouts with this one here. It's almost the same.
Yeah, just having to almost burn through them. Give that opportunity for Pipson to even just try and, I think, level the nerves a bit. It doesn't look like the Giants of old, and sure, EDG have been playing a fantastic game, but it has to be said that some of the stars on that side have gone missing. Nuke not been there yet, Vitinho quiet as well. To get them online, to get them into a position to do some damage is something that has to be on the cards, but again, finances are not going to allow for it. It's pistols once more and back to pressuring that A site, but wow, there's a Jet main on the other side who's waiting for them.
The drone is heard. It's avoided. And the space taken afterwards.
They're trying to clear where he was before. That's how you know. That's how you know he's in their heads. And he is actually moving back to exactly where he was moments ago. maybe a little bit lucky to be alive.
Oh,
he's
what?
actually going back through the smoke. I don't know how he's come out relatively unscathed, and actually Hoodie has managed to find the opener on Haodong instead. A lot of their utility now dissipating. For Giants, after a successful initial fight, they're going to fall back.
Yeah, they've left Nuki the whole time waiting, and I imagine they thought that just seconds away was nobody rounding the corner so that Nuki could take him down, but that aggression hasn't come out from the side of EDG, maybe in part because of the pistols that they're up against. They're not on the B side either. It's going to be spams through the smoke that have actually caught Fitinho. Chichu doing well to equalize the numbers. Will they allow the plant? No, they won't. Through the box and the smoke. Now it's getting a little bit silly. They planted it safe, at the very least. The man advantage taken out of their hands. The weaponry disadvantage is glaring. And very quickly, that one is closed out by your defenders. Look, Giants do okay to get a plant down, but at this stage, all eyes are on the next round. They have to turn up when they get the rifles in hand, or this series could slip away.
Yeah, and well, I have to say, everybody seems to be performing on EDG, but the highlight for me so far this map, Chichu. Like, just the way he used his utility, he basically placed his nano swarms in the safe plant, so that when Fitinho goes to run there, and the second he pops it, he starts spamming where he'll run back to. He's so aware of every piece of utility that he has placed to just get him free kills. Such an intelligent player, and also 11-2, which, hey, with the way things have been going, it's insane.
Like, the guy has 11 kills and he's died 2 times so far. It speaks for itself. This is a little bit more aggressive than what we'd seen in the past, but he has support, of course.
Oh, it's a
Breach stood here, and he's going to go back, hold that with the operator, cause problems for them on the way through, and allow somebody else to find that damage. Instead, it's Smoggy up behind this box, and they're so focused on him. Will they see him? He got pushed up in the air, the stun goes in, but that is a great rolling thunder from the side of Giants. The rewards being reaped as we
still got one.
Just one. It leaves it in a 1v3 that Haodong surely cannot win. And he's caught running through the smoke. Another round for Giants, a much needed one.
Yeah.
To be honest, they need some more.
Yeah, no, a big round from them. The Rolling Thunder definitely playing a huge part. Other than that, the bait and switch was a nice idea from EDG, but maybe not the right call in a round with that sort of ultimate online. I also just like the fact that it's a little bit more direct, and in the meantime, you just had Nuki. I said, he's been very quiet, but starting to wake up, starting to step up. Even just that individual ability of his could make all the difference. But as we saw in the last map, a lot of the rounds are few and far between. Can they start to build this into a streak? Well, straight away, they're gonna lose Hoodie. And he's gonna escape relatively unscathed.
Oh, what? He's going! He's running it down! After the opening pick, that's the least expected thing. Even knowing that it's nobody, this guy is insane. He will run it no matter what, but hold on, Giants are back competing. 30 HP on Cloud, 58 on Nukia. It's certainly not looking pretty. No smokes to play with either, but they see, even then, they're gonna put this lockdown into play. They still have to do so much more to actually grab that value because of the smokes. Chichu goes spawn, especially with the brim down. There's no need to stay aggressive.
Getting caught, right? In fact, two of them are just going to take the hit. I wonder if anybody's actually going to push off the back of this. I guess probably expecting that there must be that third player there for them to not even risk it. Nuki's in a great position. He's going to, well, almost give it up by the fact that the alarm bot goes down, just trying to buy as much time as possible, and Chichu has already dropped another. It's whiffy from Fitinho. That was their chance. Both players facing the other way, but he really has not shown up today.
That was the fear in a high-pressure matchup with everything on the line. New heights for Giants to reach, and it seems to be getting to them. Out of timeouts within the first couple of rounds. And they wish they could find some more answers. Oh, this is just tragic. Absolutely tragic. Chichu almost ducking under those bullets with the lockdown placement.
Why he's not rocketing?
Yeah, and I think you see it. Earlier on, we saw Pipson had a smile even when they were trailing. Now, though, reality setting in.
Yeah.
And EDG are knocking on victory's door before this half even ends.
Oh, the combo is nasty! Hoodie for the second round in the row is immediately dead. And Giants just ult spam. Everybody trying to find something. Good work from Cloud to put this back into an advantageous spot. Last round of the half, so everything being thrown in. The fact is, though, they've got that man advantage, but let's be real, even that hasn't meant a lot so far in this game.
What?
No shot.
No!
No, Timmy, the turret's gonna give it away! I feel like he played against PaperX and went, I understand now. I've learned how to play. It's ridiculous.
This guy's just insane, honestly. I'd love to just see every round from his perspective. Like 15 seconds in, no contact, I'm running it down, boys. I'll take north side.
He's joined W Gaming. He's
W Gaming.
This is his application for W Gaming.
Spreading, my goodness. Well, Smoggy, look, it's possible, 50 and 75 HP on some players, but he has to go nuclear as they come around this corner. Stun through, seems decent, can't peek with the nade. He's forced back into the corner. Good shot, but that's all it amounts to. And his teammate miles away.
Yeah, but it's the man who closed the last game with an impossible clutch.
Spike planted.
You never doubt Kong until the moment his body hits the floor. A 1 versus 3 to find a new kid is going to make sure he doesn't even get a moment's notice. Giants have at least managed to garner themselves a couple of extra rounds, but it is still a tough way back into this game.
It's just so silly watching it back. Nobody down below. But the thing is, again, he finds the reward for those kind of plays time and time again. They're having fun up on this stage in the biggest game of their lives. They're able to crack a smile. What does that tell you, our analyst desk?
What that says to me is them boys playing with a lot of confidence up there. EDG is up 8-4, and it's all smiles. Vanity, let me ask you a genuine question. You're a pro player. You look across the stage, you see a bunch of players from EDG smiling as they're honestly just ruining your hopes and dreams of getting out of the groups. What do you even do at that point?
You gotta laugh back, right? You gotta be like, man, we gotta do something about this because this is embarrassing.
Bro, gotta laugh through the pain.
He's walking by himself, arcade every round, taking the rope.
He takes the rope into 4 people, just dies, and just starts laughing. Like,
yeah.
I feel like I think EDG is just in like a lot better mental space right now.
He hopped on the rope and then was like, let me slow it down for a little bit, and then still died. It was just so great.
And when I talked about pre-map, about the ult combinations coming through, it's actually working in the other favor. EDG is dominating when it comes to that. This Brimble is perfectly positioned to counter Cloud and the entire drop position, and it buys time for Kong to just do this flank and eventually just basically wrap up the round, which, by the way, nobody still walked by himself arcade and somehow found space for Kong to do that.
Yeah, it was absurd. But also, too, there were a lot of layers to that as well, right? From the orbital strike landing to the nano swarm also being there. Like, they're just doing such a great job of, like, shutting them down. And when we talk about shutting down, Vitinho, a guy, Vanity, who has been immaculate this tournament, has been just neutered in this game.
I think the lights might be a little bright, you know? He's been one of the best performing players, I think, in the first couple of matches. I think he's been probably 280 ACS probably, and hasn't shown up in either map here so far.
Yeah, he's struggling to find entries. He's taking quite a few, but not as much as he normally is, so you're seeing confidence be lost from them. How many times did we see Hoodie get ult comboed or peeking first for some reason dying? I think he had 4 first deaths. That's the sort of thing that they can't continue doing.
And with the score being 8-4, Giants need these next 2 rounds to even have a chance to get back into this one, or else it's going to be a 2-0. Let's send it back to the casters.
Well, Edward is most certainly gaming at 8-4 in the lead, and Giants on their defense of a map that, again, they do not play. This is going to be a tough uphill battle for them. Contranent. And, well, Tom, I have to ask.
You really want to use that word, don't you?
I need to learn how to say it. I'll have some classes with GB after. But the thing is, for Giants right now on the defense, Tom, where are you at? Is there any hope?
They need a pistol. They definitely need a pistol. I don't think there's any question about that one. The thing is, it's definitely not going to get any easier because now you have to face off against that entry force, and there's a lot of utility to be used. I'm looking at Nuke here. He needs to have a great half. And already, well, it's going to be an aggressive start for this defensive side. Well, if you can't beat them, join them, it seems. EDG have gone straight through Dish.
Well, look, it was their weakness. Why not try and exploit it on the other side? A few toe taps on the way across, but it comes at the cost of a plant. EDG locked in. The A site now theirs, and they've got even the actual spawn on lockdown. They're seeing that it's clear, And good idea that most players, if not all, are coming from this angle. Still, that doesn't help them in the initial fight. Cloud is able to pick up one return that makes it a little bit more difficult. And it's Nuki of all players to go down. They still have a lot of that initiating utility, but a player up top after the stun. Chichu only good for one. Giants keeping it close, but they have to get boots on the ground, get into that site, and start the defuse as time ticks ever further away. Another player comes up and around. But hold on. Now the last man standing, it's Chichu. The defuse already halfway. The smoke blinding him, and he might not get a chance. Never mind. They've lined up. And even the body block was not enough. A Red Bull clutch for Chichu. And Giants' hope seems to be going down the drain.
This has to be one of the best performances we've ever seen from an individual. He can do no wrong in these matches so far. The first map, he was fantastic. But every single time it was stopping them from planting.
So close.
Or in the after plant. Chichu has been phenomenal. And again, we started off not long ago with this roster, looking at EDG and talking about Kankan, but with nobody last time out in the series, Chichu performing in this one. This is a real deal team. And while for Giants, they need to try and do what they did in the last. Can they do something with these pistols once again? It's once more a solo Sheriff and Classics. Well, the Sheriff's at least got one.
Yeah, Cloud was actually hightailing it through Dish at that point, so fair play. Being able to adjust in time. Damage is also being done onto this man here who's looking the wrong way. They walked right past him. Ah, somehow Nukia wins it. That's a justified spam. He had no chance in that fight, yet still he comes out on top. Surely not. After all of the rounds we've witnessed, when it comes down to next to nothing but a few pistols, this squad reaches a new level. But with Hoodie down, pressure's now on Cloud to find another, and he won't land the shot this time. Now EDG are getting back on the horse.
Yeah, this is kind of where we expected this round to be, but the shaky start made it look like Giants were going to do it again with the pistols. It seems to be where they've been best, if anything. And while Smoggy is going to put Nuke in the grave, it's left all onto Rhyme. I don't even think he managed to get the Spectre back, so now it really does just come down to, can he drop another player? Can he make things that little bit more costly? And I think the answer is probably no.
Smoggy gets this kill too, that's huge. One away from Rolling Thunder in a very crucial round. And Rhyme's making the call. What I think the call might be is to make them die to Spike. And certainly lose his life to it. And yeah, just denying them access to another orb, which is a good call. As I said, Smoggy picking up that kill. Wouldn't really do much for Rhyme or the side of Giants, but it would help EDG a lot. He'll go down, getting his cash up for the next round, but they are 6 rounds behind on the side of Giants. And keep in mind, they had the side choice. They got to choose attack or defensive start. That shot, truly ridiculous.
Oh.
Look how calm he is.
In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much. 10-4. Just like the last map, if Giants are going to fight back into this one, it really does have to be now. Kankan only going to be on an SMG, and how is Fatinho already dead? That just seems absurd. Like, he's gone pushing all the way into Dish and has just hand-delivered them a rifle.
Yeah, Fatinho's really been having a tough time. He's going in, straight into the site, dodging the bullets, 35 HP. Kankan just about alive. The swing through from nobody, not getting them much either. The dropout, Smoggy's gone. That flash didn't delay, and now the Spike's down in the open. Giants might have a chance, but with Rhyme gone, everyone else is caught behind smokes. Nukia's flank might be their best chance. And with any luck, EDG will be focused on that Spike that's now down on the ground. They might not have the time or the space to really worry about Nukia. Never mind! The man might not play a role.
Careful.
It's just Chinchu left alive. He has the Spike, though, and he has had a lights-out game. 4 deaths on the board so far. Will we add his 5th to the tally? 55 HP, barely holding on. But he's found another kill, and now it's just the 1v1, but Cloud comes out on top this time.
I think that might be the only man in the server who could have actually stopped him. Cloud again has still been just fragging along. He's got 19 kills. Just bear that in mind with the scoreline once again. He's still been able to put up numbers individually, but he's at least managed to take that one over. But again, that was a bonus round. That was the round you kind of expect Giants to take cleanly. Instead, they're going to have to come back in with a couple of Guardians themselves, and on the other side of things, an early Rolling Thunder, 2 ults, 1 orb away, which...
Oh, wow, they didn't like that. I didn't like that. Let me tell you, Cloud out here like a villain. But you know what? He might have earned it. Top fragging this server right now, despite the scoreline. Somehow more is required. And I have to say, you know, we've seen the grandfather over in EMEA. We've seen the father of Valorant. I call him the kings as well over in Spain. Well, Fatinho's the prince, and it looks like he's a while before he gets that crown. Thunder's Fury, good tag, no follow-up. But yeah, Fatinho, you hate to say it, but he's got 2 kills so far in this map, and that's just, you need more than that.
Yeah, the prince has been turned into a frog, it seems.
Very much so.
Execution, nice shot from Hoodie. Can't gone out of the mix, and the spam has done a lot of damage. Lockdown even going to be committed here. Even after the damage, it will force the players from Giants actually very far back. They need to start running right about now, and with Nuclear being lost, this is a problem. They've even put the orbital strike. In fact, they're going to get the tape because of it. If they get this kill, it could all be over. I love the idea from EDG. So smart to try and catch them as they rotate out. But this time, Fatinho lands the most crucial shot.
Yeah, if he goes down there, if he stays on 2 kills, that round is done, and Giants might as well start packing their bags, but he's bought them some time, some space, some opportunities. How Dong, good timing. He's got 2 somehow! His 3rd in the round, but his 4th evades him. Giants again winning the 1v1.
No, I need to see that from Rhyme's point of view. The Red Bull clutch for him, he had to kill the player one way and then swing back around the other way. So I think that was actually ridiculous from him as well. Howdong, I think if he's healthier, probably takes that over the line, but Giants, they're clinging to life. And these are the sort of rounds that get you pumped up as well. You can see it from Cloud, from Hoodie. Like, they are getting into the zone a little bit. The difference still 4 rounds, and don't get me wrong, EDG still have this map firmly in their favor. But the fact that we're starting to see some of those players come alive gives at least that little bit of extra hope. This round, again, it's not going to be the best weaponry-wise for EDG, but they do have a Rolling Thunder. Smoggy's even bought up a rifle.
Rolling Thunder in each direction, though. They can be traded out. Orbital Strike for Hoodie. Here it goes, right away. Rolling Thunder's put out. Fatinho able to catch nobody. That's a big kill. Flashes taken out of play. Chichu trying to sneak up. They're checking it. They're not winning the fight, but the trade is there. Giants maintaining their advantage, and with weaker weapons, well, a close-range fight is ideal. That's exactly what's going to be offered up on a plate. With Rhyme falling, that's a weapon to be retrieved. An Orbital Strike to dodge, but oh, it won't be dodged. Never mind.
They're hightailing it back, though. The rifle still in hand. Okay, the Orbital Strike, very unlikely for this round, but something that they can save up for in the next. And while all of this is going to be heard by Cloud, he'll at least garner the information. The thing that's worrying is just if they can get to the right point to use that Rolling Thunder, EDG still have a chance in this round.
Well, the plant is through. That will draw Giants into their crosshairs at least. The hope being that they can either buy enough time for that Rolling Thunder to be crucial in denying the defuse, or How Dong can draw their eyes on the site, which he most certainly will now. And the off angle being held by Smoggy can do damage. Now that is a bit of an anomaly. The kill found the stun out, but Smoggy's got a player on his right. He wasn't ready for Cloud. Giants cling on to life. With a 7th round now on the board, the gap is down to 3.
Yeah, they're starting to grind this one back. It's still a rough road to get through, but it's actually quite good that we're seeing some of those ultimates being burnt out for the Giants side. Orbital Strike, they did build that one up. That was the plan for the round of EDG, but they had to expend the Rolling Thunder in the same way. And actually, EDG are going to take a pause. Now, this started to happen on the last map. Very early, taking a pause to make sure that they still have time to make sure they get back into this one. And even with the fact that they've won 3 rounds in a row, the finances are not particularly good for the side of Giants. Chances are you're going to have to see a weapon juggled over to Fitinho, who is one off the showstopper. Same for the lockdown as well. They might not be available instantly, but with this map having so many orbs, a definite possibility that that could come through.
As much as EDG need this time out to make sure they're on level footing moving through, Giants will no doubt be thankful to have a moment to consult their coaching staff. They obviously valued it in both maps so far, burning up both timeouts very quickly. And now, at least this time, they found a way back in. It's time for EDG to mount that attack once more. As we said, a lot very, very close to being online for this squad. And all eyes on players like Chichu. We haven't seen Concon find that much space in the last couple rounds. They've been able to shut him down on the way through. Will that be a consistent factor, though, for this Giants defensive side?
Dart just being sent over. Oh, that's actually going to pick up nobody. He was ready with a flash. And it's going to spot the aggression. I think there's only one player being caught by that. Going to start spotting in the other direction. Fitinho waiting and actually ends up killing the player behind.
Yeah, it was Cloud on top. Good angle. You know, both of these players on that one, it's difficult to deal with, even as they just tried to jiggle Fitinho. Orbital strike on the site, catching them crossing back out. Chichu's picked up another. This is starting to look very, very good for the side of EDG. With nobody's spot not being seen, they now have everything to work with. The information with the Seekers shows them exactly where their opponents are. And with just Nukia standing, 1 versus 3, another nail in the coffin of Giants. EDG inching ever closer to the finish line here on Fracture.
Yeah, their utility execution was just sublime. The fact that they put the orbital strike in and then the aftershock close, it meant that Cloud basically just had to run across no man's land to try and escape. And on the other side, you still just had Concon and nobody just thriving within the chaos. They seem to be the masters of it. 11-7. And just look at the damage, by the way. 3 rounds in a row for Giants. And they come into this one with a Stinger and a Sheriff. They will be completely reset for what could be their last round of the tournament.
Terrifying prospect for this defensive side. And now, as well, they sit and wait while EDG sets pace. Nobody on the same old tactics along the rope. This time, though, luckily, it's his teammates that he's on his way towards. Now, there's 4 players stacked up. Giants have made the right call. They've gambled correctly, and they've got the reward already. The opening found, the space denied, and EDG back out immediately. They've realized what they're up against.
That might be a gun to be had as well. Something to be picked up. In fact, the entirety of Giants, bar Hoodie, have completely rotated. They are playing a game of risk at this stage. But it looks like they might have got it spot on once again. The peek through, the stun is just perfect. Completely caught. And now the lockdown from the defender is going to be coming out. They can't really pressure onto the site at this stage, so they're going to have to start running back in towards that B site once again. But they faked it. They faked it completely. They've realized what Giants are doing. It is such a perfect play from EDG. There is a completely open site. Giants have fallen for the trickery.
Look at the smoke where it's used as well. You know, EDG are aware there might be a lurker somewhere around here, a site anchor. But no,
10 seconds
the
left.
space was given, and it was taken. EDG, 4 versus 4. Nukia coming in with just a Sheriff. And the spike has to be defused time against the defensive side. They have to flood in and find space quickly. And there's already a response being teed up for the side of EDG. Right into the fray, picking up everyone in sand. All 3 kills in this round have been there. And Giants, I don't know what they want to consider, but there's not really a decision left to make. Ryman a 1v3, he'll find the first, has to dart to sight if he wants to even have a chance at this, and Chichu has closed out any opportunity. 5 in a row needed for Giants, deja vu of the previous map. never even made it this close there. And EDG have everything they need to close out this series.
Yeah, you have to feel at this point that this one is done. Like, Giants just haven't showed any real lease of life. Every round they've had has come down to clutches. They've not managed to build up any economy, and because of that, you look at what's on their side. A showstopper is something at least. And seeing this operator in the hands of Concon.
What? It's just absurd. Even continues the push. Nobody is taking over. 3 kills. He was alone. Nobody alongside him, and somehow they now sit in a huge advantage.
Should be done. Giants are locked into spawn. Nukia and Hoodie, the ones that have to clutch it, and the weaponry is at a disadvantage. The lockdown comes in, insult to injury. The clock now a major enemy for the side of Giants, and they're running it down. But look, Nukia's in trouble. I don't think he can even get out of there at this point. Barely. So close to the line, but they're detained. This is done. The clock alone would win it. Smoggy's up close to finish him off. An execution. And that's what this series has been. The side of Giants are out of time, out of luck, and out of champions. EDG making history for the region. The melee to finish it off. His team has deserved every accolade earned along the way, and now, by far, the most successful Chinese roster we've ever seen. What a devastating loss for Giants. They'll be going home proud of the heights they've reached. But knowing they were so close, it's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, this roster has gone from strength to strength, improving every tournament they've attended. EDG now look like a real contender to fight in towards that trophy. The Chinese roster doing themselves proud, and unfortunately for Giants, this will be the end of the journey. They did well to make it to champions. They did well to take themselves a dub here. Unfortunately, today just was not their day as they faced off against that full force EDG.
Well, the crowd certainly has love for Giants, but I think we know who they're here to cheer for. EDG, the fist bumps of victory, the respect palpable on that stage. But they were the better team here today. Let's hear it for EDG.
They have been fantastic thus far. And the thing is, they are a team that I love watching in the rematches, because every single time, even if they manage to win out the last game, they learn from their mistakes. The map pool can swap. Like, bear in mind, Split, they lost in overtime last time, and it only was close because of all of the ridiculous clutches. We watched the exact same map again, and they managed to dominate, Mitch.
An incredible display from this squad, and no doubt a lot to be broken down. One more time, Tom, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, fellas. Edward gamed his way all the way to the bracket play as they managed to take out Giants 2-0. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy alongside Paula, as well as Vanity. We're going to break everything down, and it feels like a rock concert in here right now. Genuinely.
The chants are insane.
Yeah, it is nutty. But I guess that's what happens, Vanity, when you have a team that is as widely loved as this EDG roster. I mean, just look at the carnage out there. It's so awesome.
I mean, this is a team that has just captured everybody at this point. This is their second time in the playoffs, the first Chinese team to have made it into playoffs back at Tokyo. Now they do it again, following up on those same increased expectations twice in a row is super important, and you're going to continue to see this. I mean, you're going to continue to see them become the crowd favorites here in LA, in North America, and it was already that from the beginning. They dominated this group, and I think it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it genuinely is, and if anything, it just sets up an even more exciting bracket play when that inevitably happens and when we see where the chips land on that. But here's some of the big moments for EDG. And in this series across the board, Vanity, a few things stuck out to me. One, EDG was just having the time of their lives out there. I don't think that there was a single frown on any of those faces. Even in situations where they should have been frustrated, still look happy. And two, there are very few teams in this tournament who can stop them if they're playing like that. What do you think?
I can't disagree with you. I think that their team morale seems really good, obviously, like you said. But I think in this match, there wasn't much to be upset with. I think they were in control all 4 halves of the 2 maps. I think there was never a point where Giants even the only potential round was the eco round on Fracture, the second round of the game. Other than that, I feel like they were in complete control the entire time.
Yeah, and really just a dominant showing. And then also they managed to take players on Giants who are incredible players in their own right and just managed to make them have little to no impact in the game. And unfortunately, that means we have to say goodbye to the Giants as they'll begin their rebuild, or who knows, maybe what can come. Because I really like this team. Yeah. I feel like they have grown so much over the season, Ball.
Yeah, and I think, heading into offseason, you watch what they did at this tournament. You watch them on their LCQ run. You watch them almost make it to Tokyo and have a relatively decent season. They just weren't really able to improve better than that 4th best team in the MEA type of area, and I think that's what we're looking at right now. But we do see at this tournament, in my mind, some improvement. And at LCQ, you see a bunch of combinations of ults. You see some players step up. You see Fatinho step on a global stage and have a massive game. It's stuff that we've seen before, but stuff that we're going to see over and over as time goes on, and not necessarily what we just saw, which is him getting this experience of a loss, a really hard loss, dying almost the entire time.
Yeah, I tell you what, a fascinating matchup through and through, but really, let's just go to our Verizon post-match interview because we have Doug standing by with nobody.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm standing by with nobody and translator Iris to get us through this conversation. A massive win against a team you've already beaten once. I gotta start there. Rematches can be so difficult in the Valorant landscape. What was preparation like when you were gonna meet this team one more time?
首先，这是一场非常漂亮的一个胜利。面对过已经打败过的一支队伍，你们今天展现出了一个无可比拟的一个竞技实力。想问一下，面对他们这一次的一个准备过程有什么不同，让你们如此干净利落拿下了比赛呢？
其实跟我们上一次打 T1 一样吧，就是我们已经赢过，就是我们第2次打他们的时候，就首先我们已经知道了对面是怎么玩的，已经知道了对面的战术和习惯，然后所以在这种情况下，我们心理负担就会小很多。
It's pretty similar to what we faced off against T1 before, because it's the second time we're facing off against them, so we already know how they're gonna coming after us. So we had a lot of research, and we already know their habits. So that's why we play a lot with a lot more patience today and more comfortable.
I had a conversation with Pipson in between map 1 and map 2, and he said he felt like they maybe were respecting you guys too much. There was not enough confidence. They were scared to give you guys fights. Did it feel that way in that series?
Sorry.
Yeah, that Pipson said in between map 1 and map 2 that it felt like they were scared to fight EDG. They weren't feeling confident in their fights. They were expecting them too much. Did he feel that way in the map?
其实对方的教练在中场的一个采访的时候提到说，他们好像有一点点惧怕去跟 EDG 去打，然后他们有一点不够那么的自信。你们有在实际的对战当中感受到这一点吗？
有的，比如说他们尤其是在我们进攻的时候，他们防守的时候，他们基本上不会打个人能力的东西，就是没有队员去给队伍创造优势，就主动出击。对他们如果前压的话，基本上都是已经讲好的那种团队性的前压。
Definitely, we felt like that way because especially when they're on defense, it feels like they're not playing around their individual mechanics. They're more reliant on their team, but they're not a specific player to stand out to create advantage for their team, especially when they're pushed forward. So I feel like definitely what he said was correct. I felt it that way in the match.
Last question for you, and then I'll let you go celebrate with your team. I heard a rumor that you've come up that people have found a nickname for you. That nickname is Superman. Can you explain the why? Can you explain the how?
他其实之前听到了一个小小的，就是这种小留言啊，说好像你有一个外号，就是你是他们的超人，可以跟大家解释一下为什么吗？然后有没有觉得今天自己发挥很好？
今天发挥其实一般般吧，就正常发挥，然后就比较轻松的赢了，就我的队友比较厉害。然后超人的话，其实我觉得就不要过度的吹嘘嘛，就是选手有状态好有状态差的时候。 对，就是一个团队里面，有的人状态好的时候就站出来，然后状态差的时候就划水，然后跟着队友打。
As for my individual performance, I would say just decent. But yeah, I heard about that nickname as Superman before. But I would definitely say everyone can stand out in my team. So just don't brag out about one player. Everyone can stand out, and someone can be a little bit down at that time, especially on his performance or his form. So I feel like just everyone can stand out. Everyone has its moment at that time.
EDG continues to shock the world and everyone continues to fall in love. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck to you in the rest of the tournament. I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
EDG have become the princes that were promised, but in their way are some European giants who want to continue to prove the doubters wrong. This matchup has all the makings to be a banger.
Rolling Thunder and Showstopper committed. They're searching for them. And Matthias found them all. That's ridiculous.
They are tagged up as well. They're very tagged up. There's a very real chance of this round falling apart. They can do no wrong with Concan at the helm.
Smoggy up top is going to put it into a 1v2, and this is the man you'd want in that scenario, but both players up above, a flash ready, dodges it! What? Truly unbelievable!
With 11 HP left as well, 13-6 EDG. Chichu, the defuse already halfway, the smoke blinding him and he might not get a chance, never mind! They've lined up! 55 HP, barely holding on, but he's found another kill, and now it's just the 1v1, but Cloud comes out on top this time. They now have everything to work with. The information with the Seekers shows them exactly where their opponents are. EDG making history for the region. His team has deserved every accolade earned along the way, and now by far the most successful Chinese roster we've ever seen.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
I like living fast, going 100 miles. Labels wanna sign, I need a big amount. I don't show my face, I like to hide out. If you got a problem, share your whereabouts. I used to spend nights on the fucking couch. Yeah, yeah.
Nah, a whole lot done changed. A couple hoes know my name. They all some bozos I can't entertain. Stuck in my ways, you won't hear me complain.
When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. You be lying on the trap, and we both know. I ain't riding with a ride, that's a no-no. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. ain't no place that I can't go. Look at me, ho, I've been working on my free throws. On the West Coast, I've been thinking about laying low. I said fuck the judge, now that my case closed. I got ex-hoes taking pics in my clothes. When I count my check, please, please don't spend too close. Foot on they neck, man, I had to do the most. They ain't let me in, so I had to break the door. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. You be lying on the trap, and we both know. I ain't riding with a fraud, that's a no-no. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode.
Where's the duelist?
He's a super strong duelist, and like,
what is his name?
He's a strong duelist. Like,
question is not to you, Nuki. Eh?
Yeah, Nuki, bro.
I mean, I'm trying to get educated too. Who?
Like the duelist of the team of Billy Gaming, bro.
Yeah.
Knight is a strong player, bro.
然后我还注意到对面的决斗者阿丽丝在赛前采访嘛，他说他不知道 BLG 的决斗者是谁。然后我现在打完这场比赛，我想问他，你现在记住我没有
I think it's Jose, mate. No. Yeah, I know it's Weezy. though. Yeah, we knew we were gonna win. We Well, listen, we ain't losing to Zeta, you know what I mean? We ain't losing to Zeta. We ain't losing to Billy again. Trust me right now. We'll be in playoffs, and we're guaranteed. I promise you that.
Oh, some strong words there from both Ardis and YZ, and as you guys can see on the desk, we've been swan, we've been influenced by the Chinese team. Now even Vanity is holding a Billy banner. Let's go! I mean, I feel like after that EDG game, you got to be on the train, right? You have to be on it.
100%. I think watching YZ and Bianca is really fun, so I'm with it.
What's their mascot called? I need to know the name. It's adorable. I don't know if you can see this on the camera.
Maybe get
it's the cutest thing in the world. Can I get the full outfit? I want to be dressed, by the end of today, I want to be dressed in the entire outfit.
I'm with it. Welcome, by the way, Tom, to the desk. And also, I'm joined by Vanity here, of course. But let's talk about YZ versus Ardis. Of course, Ardis is a well-established duelist. We've seen him achieve greats. Tom, he's lifted a trophy, but tell me...
with the MEA.
Tell me why YZ is a formidable opponent for him, though.
Might be one of the best judge players ever to exist. No offense, Vanity. And I know you're a big fan, but like this guy kind of takes the biscuit a little bit, but
it's not fair. He gets to play Raze.
That is true. So you're saying on the Raze, you reckon you could go toe to toe?
No, absolutely not. I couldn't satchel like that, but I'd probably look more impressive, you know.
Okay. Yeah. No, he's just been pulling off some of the most ridiculous plays, and him versus Ardis, it's going to be an exciting matchup. I do think maybe on the Raze he pips him to the post, but on the Jet, I'm not so sure.
Actually, how do you rate YZ's judge as a judging
connoisseur? As a connoisseur.
Yeah. From one to Vanity, where does he fit?
I watched him go up and down the rope on split like 5 times and kill people, and it's 10 out of 10.
Oh, a
Wait,
10 out of 10.
Is 1 good?
Tom, you... Oh, before we derail this, let's just send over to Doug, who's standing by with FNS.
Hey, very quick question for you before you go in. You played so well against NRG last time, but they're known to watch film. They are known to learn from their losses. How do you make sure you win again today?
所以说也想问一下我们小编的是，其实你们上一次面对 NRG 是打得非常的漂亮，也获得了胜利。但是 NRG 这支队伍一直以来他们都非常善于可能说回顾过去的比赛录像，然后从失败当中学习，怎么样能够确保在这一次再次的击败他们呢？
我觉得每个队伍都会这方面做得很好吧。我觉得这问题还是要留给 NRG， 就 NRG 你们准备好了？
I believe all the teams were all really good at started films, learn from the losses, and also this is the lesson that we should left to NRG, that what they should do more preparation. So we'll see on the stage. So get ready, NRG.
Good luck to you today.
That was, in fact, Bianca, the IGL, the finesse has to go up against and try and take down the second time around. And let's talk about this revenge rematch situation, because we have seen NRG, Optic, Envy, however you want to call them, go through these situations quite a few times. And Tom, the records dictate they're pretty good at it. The second time they face the team that have beaten them before, they're well prepared.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. They always go deep in tournaments. Even though they seem to suck in that first match, every single time they've struggled against the likes of Xerxia. That was, we were calling that their bogey team. I think it's actually more just the fact that they're just not that good in the early matches. It takes some time to wake up, I guess.
I think like the heat up to the LAN environment, I think EEG is another team that benefits from that a lot. I think like the longer they're in tournaments, like the better form the players are in, like the more they are used to the environment. I think that's, I don't know, it just works for them.
Yeah, and Chet, finesse, they've overcome situations like this so many times before. But also, I want to talk about a potential record that could be broken today, because Victor on the side of NRG is just 31 kills away from overtaking his former teammate Ye as the global leader or kills ridiculous. Of all time, Vanity. And in this best of 3, I feel like Victor probably can do it. 31 kills, he's done that before easily.
I think Vic can do that, for sure. But that KPR from Ye is so insane.
He just needs to play more events than him, and then he's able to finally get past him. Like, it does just show how ridiculously good Ye was, that he can just not even be in the contention of Tokyo and still be #1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, earlier I teased you guys with the fact that we have Finesse in the building. We do have him. He is standing by with Doug.
Finesse, very quickly before you go in, it's very well known NRG don't lose rematches, but BLG pushed you in ways that nobody expected. How do you deal with Bianca? How do you deal with YZ today?
Just focus on our game. I think if we're the better team, we should be able to come out on top, and if we focus on our game, we should be fine.
Best of luck to you today, bro.
I expected a little more smack talk than that. What did you make of that, Vanity?
I don't think FNS is like a big talker
Yeah.
a lot of the time. Like he talks on Twitter and stuff, but I think like during tournaments and stuff, he's kind of keeps to himself.
Yeah.
They've got artists for that. You don't need 2 guys to smack talk. You just give artists the reins if you want some smack talk, and if you want a rational answer, you give it to Finesse.
I mean, this Finesse Bianca head-to-head is quite interesting, of course. Bianca, he's a fragging IGL.
Hell yeah.
Vanity, I know you're a big fan of him as well.
I mean, I think he's incredible. Obviously, I haven't watched a ton of him. I watched a few of the games in the qualifying thing, but I think here he's really shown up on LAN. I think typically I feel like IGLs tend to play pretty well on LAN. I don't know why, but it's something in the water.
I like the fact they put international matches 1 on there. That's very toxic. The fact that the BLG are just getting here, it's not fair.
Hey, 100% win rate against NRG,
True,
all right?
true.
So we'll see what's going to happen. This is a rematch, and I can't wait to see if we're going to get the same maps as last time. So let's send it down to Coach Chet and Jackson and find out where we're going to be heading to today.
So, BLG, you come from the upper bracket, so you'll be the higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So, NRG, you'll be Team A, and we'll start with your first ban.
Band split.
Ban split. Your ban?
Haven.
Haven. And then map number 1 from NRG.
Bind.
Bind. Side on bind.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2.
Ascent.
Ascent. Side on ascent.
Defense. Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans starting with NRG. You have Fracture, Lotus, and Pearl.
Ban Pearl.
They ban Pearl. Your ban, you have Fracture and Lotus.
Fracture.
Fracture. So map number 3 will be Lotus, NRG, side on Lotus.
We take attack.
Okay, so I'm going to run through this. First set of bans, we have NRG with Split, BLG with Haven. Map number 1 is Bind with BLG on defense. Map number 2 is Ascend with NRG on defense. Next set of bans are Pearl and Fracture. Map 3 Decider is Lotus with NRG on attack. All right, good luck to you both.
NRG.
It's the fight for the final spot at playoffs, and it comes down to NRG and Bilibili. On paper, it looks simple. NRG should be the clear favorites, but let's not forget, Tom, the only reason that they are in this spot right now is because they lost to Bilibili.
Well, that's the fact of the matter is they banned Split, which almost shows that there's that little bit of extra fear of the judge, but I think it's a good call. Like, move away from a map that they clearly were very comfortable on, and we're going to be kicking things off, I believe, on Bind, which is a very good map for NRG.
Best thing is, I think Bind is actually the best judge map, so I'm excited for this.
Yeah, well, that's all you care about.
You live in Hooker on that map.
Average like gunfight distance, it's the shortest, so the judge is the best.
He knows, he's brought out the receipts, but this is the thing though, right? Who would have thought that this is going to be the two teams out for the last spot? I think the crowd is almost 50-50. We're hearing loads of cheers for NRG, as you would expect, but also a lot of cheers for Bilibili too. So shout out to all the Bilibili and NRG
The crowd's
fans
just
in the
go
crowd.
in. That's what you're saying. They cheer for everybody. That's what we like to see.
It's a great atmosphere here. But let's talk about that Bind, you know, outside of potentially the judge and how great NRG are historically on this map. It is going to be a rematch. Bilibili, they also will be able to do their own preparations as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that even coming in with that preparation, a lot of the time this is a map that's quite freeing for artists, especially on that defensive side. He's going to be able to get quite aggressive. I think on the other side of things, they're playing the Cypher Viper, so looking for a lot of different trap plays around the back of the orb. So I think it's going to be interesting, the differences in the styles of play.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is that Artis like kind of just took over when he was on Chamber on Bind.
Yeah.
I think the worrying thing for NRG is they didn't look as convincing on Bind as they typically do in their last matchup. I don't think that's going to happen again, but
they're probably not against a Neon this time.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the other thing.
I'm just looking at Artis. I think he's going to take over again.
Yeah, you say this, but we'll never know what changes these teams could be bringing us. Bilibili, some of the other maps, they also play some crazy comps as well, so not out of the question, let's put it that way.
If they pull out the FPX comp, I'm leaving the desk. I'm just saying that. I don't want to see that come over again.
You just go here. We are going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select very, very shortly, but yes, we will have a chamber on one side, something that actually we do see quite often these days, especially on a map like Bind. It's not a niche pick.
I think Chamber is coming back into meta on a few maps. I think he's a really strong agent. I don't think he gets enough like love. Even though the agent's like really annoying, I think it has a lot of value on a lot of maps, and I think it's something teams are going to start leaning into going forward.
Yeah, as you guys can see here is the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Nothing too crazy. I think it's all in all what we expected, Tom.
No, I think one of the other battles that's going to be very exciting is going to be that Raze battle. I don't think it's crazy to say it, but I think that, again, the roles are slightly different. A lot of the time, Victor is more of a sacrificial lamb a lot of the time when it comes to this team, whereas on the other side of things, I'm expecting judge plays soon. Yeah. I'm expecting hyper-aggression, levels of insanity, and it worked last time, so I'm a bit worried for NRG in that regard.
I mean, they do have utility to be able to flush him out, though, Vanity. You know, crashies in there, finesse mollies, some mollies, nades, and so on. So they should be just dumping that at YZ, surely.
He can also use a rifle and an op, so it's not like he's only a judge player, right? I think he's really explosive, and I think that this map realistically probably will come down to like a YZ versus Victor duel.
Yeah, and a reminder, Victor, 31 kills away from overtaking. Yay, our players are set and ready to kick off. We are ready to kick off map 1. Let's send it over to your casters. It's Pansy and Baller.
Yeah, so I have stolen Doug's man for a moment here, but you know, what can I say? We had NRG coming out, had to get that NA representation,
Oh yeah.
right?
100%.
Absolutely, but talk to me about them percentages here, right? Because on paper we've got a repeat matchup, we've got a lower bracket run. Baller, none of this is looking good for Billy. Let's be honest here. What are the win conditions?
Yeah.
Give me something. Give me one strand to look at. If I see that in game, maybe I think, okay, they got a chance.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a revenge match, not just a repeat match, so it's even tougher. But I mean, you're looking at that first matchup and you're thinking, whoa, Wisey just took it to him with the judge.
Yep.
And now that's all they need to do. That's all they need to do.
Okay.
But I'll be real, it's going to be tough to do that against NRG, who's now prepped for that. Now Victor knows what it tastes like to feel the judge in his face. Artist as well, he knows his name now. So you're going to have to come up with a little bit more to it too. So starting on this defense on Bind, you see them playing that Fnatic comp. You see them already setting up only one player just with the Cypher util on this side of the map. Whereas the Cypher's actually playing K-Knight on the A site, looking to get some mollies down with Yosemite. Dang, I'm turning British already.
Yeah, I've been panicking the whole time about that, and you did it first. Fantastic.
That's crazy.
But again, I'm liking this. I like that NRG are being a little cautious. They're taking their time. They kind of implied that attention towards B early on with a touch of utility, but they haven't overly responded to this yet.
Yeah, I like how they feint that they're taking hookah control. That's to bait out some utility from Billy. And nothing comes out, so Yosemite is going to have a tough time doing anything. Look at them continue to walk, find the trips. Everything is really slow, like you said. And Billy's still expecting them to rotate.
Okay, Yosemite does find some.
Two through the TP right now.
It looks like they were intending for this retake from the start. If it came towards the side, and what a shot! Couldn't quite claim the third, and now NRG dig in on the site. Trying to pry these players apart will be difficult, but they're doing it, leaving it all to Crashies. 2 flashes and now mollied off. A 1v3 ain't easy. Finds the first, but the trade. Billy off to a belting start, picking up the pistol.
And you see NRG being so cautious. We respect that at the beginning, but then you see Billy just completely disrespecting everything, and NRG fall into their trap. Yosemite can't get pushed out of elbow. That was their one. When you talk about win conditions on that round, that's all he needs to do is stay alive.
Played his life so well. That is wild.
And they just have this triple on all sides of the map, all sides of this site, controlled, elbow, spawn, hookah. They could have even taken more time and gone long. That's a beautiful pistol there.
And just kind of pausing for thought, roll your minds back to the Fnatic game and what a different look Billy had in that. They look petrified out of the server, stun locked near on.
Yep.
Coming in, they've picked back up in that almost post-timeout form they had against NRG, that confidence there, the composure's there. And Artist, that's enough for him. Takes down Bianc, IGL removed.
I mean, talk about a difference as well for Billy against Fnatic. For NRG against Zeta, it was Artist who was the man who stepped up. Had almost 50 kills in 2 maps.
Oh.
And what are these trips, Lauren? I mean, what am I looking at?
What?
Re-clear. This is, remember, they're anti-eco, so down a man.
Clean enough. Equalizing up to a 4-4. Gotta be careful on the fallback as there is presence towards shower.
Yeah, the perfect hit.
Oh, Som!
Is there a gap there? How come he got through with no noise?
It must have been a mistake, but now Finesse, can he exploit it again? K-Knight's on the case.
Oh, he saw his
elbow.
elbow.
That's a pixel, and that's a body. K-Knight gonna claim it, and look at this position from Rin. Lovely work.
That's bingo.
3 standing. Bulldog still there. Billy happy to get past that second.
Absolutely a success there. They maintained the bonus despite losing that first kill from Artist, which was a great shot.
Yeah.
But then that re-clear, that's not something you're expecting from the underdog team in the second round here when you already lose something on the eco. You think, oh gosh, when I'm looking at that, I'm thinking they don't want to get eco. No, they should start barreling up, turtling down. And it doesn't happen. Wow. Billy on the aggressive. Is there a double satchel here from Victor? He loves to do that, but usually he does it from way farther back. So again, slow here.
NRG going to take their time, having to get a read of this game, and the challenge already from Rin. He's just walked along. It looks like Artist might have a concept of what's going on here, considering how he's approaching this.
Yeah, maybe expecting a flash through, something like that, but not a just solo Brim.
Re-smokes himself and just sits, holding so much map space, so much map control for them. Surprised they haven't let Bianc rotate away from this, but maybe feeling there's that flash we were looking for, but contact on the other side. It's Crashies to go down first.
And Finesse is way past, so they can't recover the spike. They have to fall back. Rin through the TP.
Oh my word, this is getting so messy here. Artist could bail them out.
Yeah.
If he can isolate one, if he can get Bianc down, but look at Bianc's timing on this. Slipping away again to elbow, just playing his life. He doesn't need to overextend. He needs to wait for the support from Yosemite to come in. He's fallen. The gates are open. Yosemite's got a chance to try and climb onto this, but with a smoke to CT, the plant should be coming in. NRG could claw this back. Okay, maybe not with that. Artist wanted all that space, all that security, and it gets taken away. Som called upon, down at 8 HP though. He's low. And look at what's remaining. Still the rifle with YZ, still the Bulldog with K-Knight. They still have so much damage to be done here. The post plant setup dependent on Long.
Yeah, Som still has that molly, so if they buy a little bit of time and then get that to actually start ticking, Victor doing what he can.
Time to go, though, on towards the defuse. That's halfway. Where is that
molly?
molly?
Didn't come. It didn't
Where
come.
is the molly? This is right in front of their faces! NRG made to look sloppy here.
What's going on there by Som? He had it in his inventory. Did he not have the lineup in his head? That's my question, because he just walks all the way into hookah, way too slow to be there for Victor. Definitely a miscommunication on what was going on in that instance.
And I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but I'll run you through the stats of how unlikely Billy is to do this to NRG at this point in the tournament. I'll tell you that when we get there. But for now, they have done so well. Yeah, Chet, happy as ever. I mean, I wouldn't be smiling after this start. This is echoes of that first appearance, all the goodness that we saw with Billy coming back through here. NRG on, look at this buy.
Yeah, and right at the beginning of the game, too. On Lotus, remember, it was a couple rounds for Billy to get started here right away. They put NRG's feet to the flame.
This is a lot of pressure coming in, though. 3-2 split. Simplistic, yes, but K-Knight going to try and fill the space towards Shower. Still has the support on the site. That's Yosemite there. So Victor noted again. Creep up towards the site beginning. Artist starting to try and get a grip on this, but K-Knight's still not checked on, and the nades work. Victor's gone down. Yes, Artist trades. He gets himself towards the site, but they're just winning the brawl. They just want to fight this out. And now we're 2v2. There's upgrades everywhere. They've got the rifles, and they're going to have the plant. This can't happen to NRG again. Oh, beautiful from FNS. And the Seeker reveals Rin's position. What are you meant to do in a 1v2 like this? Tap on the spike. He wants a 1v1. It's not going to be fair. Looks towards FNS and crashes to the side. There's still a shot at the... Oh! Timing a little off there, and Crashy's not going to drop the ball. NRG finally getting one on that board.
And like we mentioned, that was a light buy from NRG. Not exactly one that they should be favored in. And it seems like we might have finally an NA team as the hometown heroes in the audience so far. But like I said, that one, Billy is diving through smokes one by one. It's not exactly the same coordination we saw in those first three, so maybe feeling those first 3 rounds a little bit, getting the energy too far ahead of themselves.
You want to play,
again, we saw that being punished by Fnatic when they walked those smokes, when they got in their faces. Fnatic were very well prepared for that. NRG looking to shift gear into being prepared, and the ults, as you just heard coming through, the tour de force is there for Ardis.
It kind of feels like the way that NRG playing so far is against a team who's going to WQ you at all costs, right? So slow, so careful, constantly trying to do the most with as little util spent. Now, you're not seeing early boom bot, nothing like that. Lots of ults here, though.
Yeah. Both sides to boot. 4-to-1 stack as well. Billy putting all the eggs in what looks like the right basket. Ardis closing in slowly, played in Bianc here. Flash gonna force them away, but no big swing. But Ardis is taking chip damage, but he takes down YZ. Spray not gonna do as much as they'd want with just that stinger. They've got the opening pick.
All that damage getting healed up instantly too. Very nicely done from Ardis with pressure on all sides too. The flash, the spam. Looks like he's in good form today. Looking to see Victor. He's trying to get the timings right now, trying to listen for what the rotate is, and it's actually come. There's only one player from 4 a moment ago.
Oh, but Bianc was filthy with it before, and he still is. Isolates Victor comfortably, and yes, Ardis is drawing their attention, but it is still going to be towards this B site. So it all falls towards the IGL. Bianc has to be absolutely paramount. Biang's taking down Artist, they can all turn attention, and he looks towards Long, takes down another. 1v1s, he's winning, but NRG takes the site. Just about to get the plant, but look at Rin flying out of the smoke. Som's ready for it, catches one out a second. NRG clutching onto the game. This is on a nice edge though.
And you can tell how that pressure's affecting both sides. In those final moments, again, Billy diving through the smoke out of hookah, trying to pop out super fast, and Som as well, so good to actually maintain that. They were really trying to force that 2v1 when the spike's being planted, but that smoke makes it really unfavorable. Good thing there, NRG used a lot of those ults. Meanwhile, Billy used almost nothing, and they've got even more of a stack now. 4 up above. Here's that double satchel I was referencing. Just with the flashes, there's something to push this back.
K-Knight's still standing on this, so does give away the position. This is a dead
is.
man. Yeah, absolutely. K-Knight gone, flash through the TP, and a response. They're trying to dig in on this. Oh, crashes. So clean with it. Keeps composure, keeps the round. It's looking great for NRG. As Billy tried to get proactive again, investing the ults into some of this.
Yep.
And that should be picked up. Yeah, FNS not falling for it now.
That push through from Billy, well considered, but NRG already ready for it. Som instantly smokes the teleporter, so those two players get stuck. They can't do anything to help out. Wisey, who's satcheling and throwing out his ult, trying to get a little bit more. He only gets Victor, that's it. Look at this smoke. How do you clear this? You're stuck in the TP when you need to get out. Otherwise, there's reinforcements coming in from NRG.
And it has forced the hand of Billy now. They've hit the brakes a little, want to slow it down. And we have been seeing these early timeouts. We saw it on the first time these two met as well. I think it was 0-5. Pumped the brakes, checked in with the coach, came back in, and actually started to run the game. Now, this is much more competitive at a 3-3, but it looks like NRG are starting to read what was really working for Billy in that earlier series.
Yeah, and I think now that they've gotten a couple rounds under their belt, NRG is thinking back to some of the things they were saying in all the interviews. You heard from Finesse, just play our own game against Billy here.
Yep.
Artist saying, there's no way we lose to this team. Those are the sorts of things that they're starting to revitalize within the team atmosphere right now. Whereas for Billy, I want to see, I want to see that judge a little bit. I want to see them take it to him, which really hurt NRG last time. Mentally, it's so tough to deal with a player like Wisey. He's got the op online, so
okay.
Long range judge.
Yes. I wonder if that's a bit of a key back into this. Still a couple of ults to invest as well. They have 3 in their pockets. It was Wisey who invested it in just that round gone. But looking at the cycle of things, I mean, you've got Crashy's one off his, 2 away from FNS's, a couple of key components coming online for NRG very soon. But again, I feel like NRG have somewhat dealt with their demons facing Billy here, and those just couple of rounds dealt with some key factors. Yosemite, though, off the rip, going invest here. And look at YZ going walkabouts. There are 2 players just around the corner. Victor could be the first. He wants to stand for this. He's got support. He's seen the player. Pain Shell posted. He's in danger. He's taking the TP and left Bianc all alone. Oh dear, that's messy. Perfect work from NRG, herding them around and even expecting the swing. Artist punishing this confidence, this aggression, and K-Knight is on the run, and there's nowhere to hide.
Calling the herd. Everything perfect here out of NRG. A team that really knows exactly what's going to happen out of timeouts. Chet's so good with that. So good with understanding where the ults can be used. I'm surprised as well. Yosemite puts down his pit instantly on that round. That's something that NRG would absolutely destroy. Instead, they target Wisey. That's beautiful stuff. Artist literally just holding the door in front of him. That's just ridiculous.
Seemed so aware of it. Good to see Artist now starting to kick up a little bit. Had a fabulous game previously. This could be another notch on the bedpost here. Yosemite slowly but surely getting close. He's actually got him. All right, well, that's Artist gone, but anything else would be surprising. I doubt NRG want to lose much more here.
I mean, that's kind of surprising that Yosemite is
hunting?
Yeah, he's hunting. He's the one saving. I'm a little confused there. Artist is just chilling.
Yep. Well, they've recovered the operator too, so that's in the hands of Som. So that'll be gifted over to Artist. So he's not too fussed about it. Money's looking very healthy for NRG too.
I mean, remember, they won previously. That first round that they got was off a light buy. That, what it does to your economy is massive. So we'll have to see how Artis chooses to use it. Does he go down back towards Long now that that op is not in Wisey's hands?
I see a judge though.
And it's Bianc. It's not even Wisey. So he's playing up in hookah. That's a good spot for it. Saw in that Loud Na'Vi game how impactful it still was on this map.
Again, NRG erring on the side of caution, but slowly making progress, kind of leaving Artis as that counterweight on the other side of the map. It was a 4-1 stack here. K-Knight, the only one present on the A site.
Yeah. In these 4 rounds that we saw NRG now streak these together, you saw a lot of Billy just sending it. And I think in the timeout, Billy needed to calm that down a little bit, play with a more controlled pace. Where this slow style from NRG actually would be counterproductive.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
FNS just slipping that a little bit deeper, double checking on the drop. As we noted, K-Knight was still here, but he was the only player here, so this retake is a long way off. And the only rifle is on Yosemite, so again, that pause here, just taking a second or two, making sure the ult goes down. And look at this, it's so secure here. Very, very difficult to even just close that gap, to bring those stingers in, to bring that judge in. Victor doesn't want to be corralled or left in the corner, dips back through to the Viper's pit, and the pressure starts coming in. Seeker's trying to be the instigating factor. Victor overwhelmed!
Oh, up on top!
Yeah, Bianc's trying this one, but they're finding them. Artis goes down, it's all on Yosemite. A 1v3 is so much to ask for. The time starting to tick away here. FNS and Som still on the site. He's not going to let it slip here. FNS, beautiful start, beautiful close. NRG really getting a grip on Billy now.
This is exactly why playing NRG in revenge matches is so difficult. This isn't even a map they played, but you can see masterclass from Finesse there, using a little different wall, one that we haven't really seen for quite a long time. This is one of the Viper walls that we saw right at the beginning of it. We saw a little bit of it yesterday by Na'Vi. And he allows himself to get into a weird lurk angle, right in front of that truck. That's not where you're expecting from Lamps. And against a team like Billy, who's inexperienced at playing on the international stage, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to adapt to that fast.
I love this little set piece here. Clearing through basically secures you showers from the very offset, either forces them to fight or to fall. And you can see that Billy opted to fall away towards site. 3 players posted on this. They do have a full purchase. They do have the ult in Rin's pocket. But NRG, hold on.
Nice.
I mean, stalls them out, but it draws out the ult. They'll take that.
It's important, though, from Crashes. He's using his dog there to try to get a stun for Som to ult him. So neutering that gives them a lot more room, but they still have layers to deal with, still have that Brim ult. And they've swapped the Cypher off of this A site, who had a lot of anti-Victor double satchel trips that we saw earlier, scratching our head about them.
You can see them working in almost tandem here. Over towards Long. That's a pinch. Artis should be dead. He is. Took a second to get there, but it gets the job done. But this wasn't where the bulk of NRG is. They're still looking towards that A side, but losing out on Artis does take away from this. They get to pull that 4th player over. You can see the fight, but NRG just claimed 2 kills out of nowhere.
What just happened? Spotted the elbow. Ults as well to try to confirm, but he gets a second still.
They're on the run. They're trying to get towards B spots. They can! Coin the hills! K-Knight on the punish! NRG couldn't escape it! And the mayhem of that round just got caught up in favor to Billy.
I mean, how did he make it there that fast? That guy was playing on B. He's the guy chasing them to do the TP? Okay.
Again, NRG even finding those 2 felt, oh, wow, watching that back. Finest of margins for K-Knight, the timing on this. And finding the play with the spike of all things too is just icing on the cake. They do break the run, right? That was 5 rounds back to back, so the money's not really an issue for NRG here. Plenty left to play with, but no ults online here. 2 away for Artis, 3 off from Victor, the rest all utilized.
And with 3 rounds left now, all the conditioning aspects that we've been seeing in Bathroom from NRG on Long as well start to take effect. So Billy playing fully off of Long. No flash peek, nothing like that. In fact, the Sky, Bianc is playing all the way on A instead. Just got early info outside of Bathrooms with 1 flash. So you can kind of identify the default that's coming here from NRG.
But can they control it? Confirmation of Crashy's attendance. They are in the right place if they're willing to stick around. It's testing their nerve, right? You've got Artis creeping away. A bit of a jump spot, but Nothing to be noted.
Higher elevation on that too, so if there is an op, something like that, he's not going to lose his life. And we're looking at a BX that can to 3 players here from Billy. Molly to clear Cubby or top tube.
Yep.
This execute's going to be fierce. Victor still has double satchels to get out.
But YZ and Rin's crossfire is very nice. They know they're there, but again, these 2 players could make this really problematic because they're stalling out the time. 25 seconds, a quick TP taken. It all falls down to Bianc. The IGL, YZ catches Crashies, but still look at this pressure. Oh, he's punished Artis. Bianc, how much more? No more. Can't do any more. Stall, 12 seconds. Som just about slips ahead. He's got the spike. Yosemite catches Victor. And now Sommy has to block. He knows he has to, and he can't do it in time. Yosemite catching FNS, punishing Som. They are matching them step for step now.
All it took was a little bit of a slowed pace, and we get a tie game. And we're getting down to this, the end of the half coming up. 2 rounds left. We had a definitely unexpected start from Billy, but then we also end the half with them clawing their way back when NRG seemed to have an understanding, but to me it looks like NRG's starting to run a little bit out of ideas now, especially when Billy doesn't have the tools to really do anything special.
Which is ridiculous in my mind. You know, when we talk about experience, you know, stage presence, international experience, you look at NRG of having depth, right? When they hit these timeouts, they should come out swinging.
Yep.
The fact they've been forced into a timeout here is huge.
Yeah.
At 5-5, they pumped the brakes. You can see Chet wants a hard grip on this game. He's not letting this one slip at all, but the fact that Billy were able to adjust mid-game ball is actually blowing my mind a little bit here.
It absolutely should, because this is a team, to me, when I was watching the Chinese qualifiers, was not adaptable. They were set in their ways, punishing the rest of the field, sure. But here against NRG, to talk about the depth of experience, this is their comp that they played last year right now. So in terms of strategy, that strat book should be, I mean, miles long, stacked up to the moon.
So it's like, if you want to talk about the comeback kids of NRG, right? They never lose twice. Well, one team managed it, and that was Loud at Champions, right? So that is the one name you can sit with that. Can you imagine
one of the
adding
best teams
Billy
of all time?
Absolutely. During their run of sheer and utter dominance.
Yeah, just ridiculous.
And then the lower bracket, the one that's dominated by NRG, 2 losses. 1 to PaperX at Tokyo, 1 to FPX at Copenhagen, the eventual winner there. It is unbelievable how good they are in these scenarios. The fact that Billy is keeping them at a 5-5 is incredibly impressive, and they deserve their flowers for it. But we ain't done yet. It was a timeout. It's 5-5. We're diving back in. NRG having a little bit of that momentum and that confidence ripped away.
Early Trip actually gets a lot of information there. Now that it activates, that hookah's clear. So Artis has some space to work, but he can't just break the trip. There we go.
Got there eventually. It's all right. Just took his sweet time.
Double clear down short, could catch Finesse too.
Oh, the late exploration from Billy.
The high-low is so perfect. Is there a flash from Crashies around this corner?
They haven't done this often, but they have done it. But doing it at this point, you can see NRG are considering it, but I don't see a flash. I see a player. I see a pixel, and so does Yosemite. But oh, YZ just dives forward on it. Yosemite's in trouble. He's having to back pivot away. He does have K-Knight.
Yeah, that information that Artis spotted of Rin falling off this site is huge. NRG's going to instantly use that to their advantage and maybe even find a pick.
But no one's long. I'm still looking at Bianc. He can punish this cross. I'm waiting to see when he pulls towards maybe watching this. If they split towards long, then he's under pressure, but they've got to clear this
Once
NRG.
again, they drive people.
30 seconds left.
God, oh God, Bianc! A second fall was too much to ask for, but he does catch FNS. Down to 20 seconds now, they're running out of time and they're running out of players. Down to the 3 standing. 2 flashes for Crashies, a molly with Som, but that's it. It's gonna be dry all the way, and Artis! And Crashies in unison, doing wonders. TP taken, they know where he's at. Artis turns on a dime, waiting for it, spots it. Molly comes in. Wait, K-Knight gets him. But to find the last 2, come on. There's 2 flashes for Crashies, he can buy time.
He still has a cage to get out of this.
He doesn't even consider it. Doesn't consider it. NRG gonna punish that, catch him on the cross out, but again, how close are these rounds?
Last round
Just
in the
ridiculous. That one's on a knife's edge. Artis spotting the rotate back is so impactful, and NRG doing the best job possible at making sure they're re-clearing everything. Som on that instant trade for Finesse is perfect down long. And the fact that they're also You won the round.
Well, he's doing a mini impression. Yeah. You asked for perfection from these players. Couple of ults here, though. Victor with his Artis as well. YZ and Bianc with theirs. You can hear it off the rip. Artis wants to lead the way. Got a punishing pick towards YZ early on, but I think they've learnt their lesson here. Don't particularly want to go walkabouts again. And we start the game. NRG showing they're willing to play slow. They're willing to play fast. Those pace changes have been shown.
I like this. What the last 2 rounds have been for Artis has been taking the space that they've been giving and putting a trip in it. It's not as advanced this time. And YZ's a weird box to stand on. That could definitely catch Artis, who's been great with his crosshair placement, clearing every little thing.
Yeah, very unorthodox. But maybe NRG trying to test out that late round aggression we have been seeing from Billy, but this time sticking in a little deeper.
Just remember the last round, it was multiple strange setups from Billy that NRG just worked through really well after not having, you know, the Trailblazer still the boombot.
Okay, Yosemite going to be checked on. Oh, the timing on the Seekers and the swing! Bianc punishing Artis. They've got to get over towards the side, though. You can see Victor does take down Yosemite. I thought he might have missed that for a moment, but no. It is a 3v3, and they've won on the side, but YZ coming flying in.
He bumped his head.
Oh, he's made a meal of it. Denied. Victor keeps him safe. FNS the same. And now just Bianc in a 1v3. This is a lot to ask. Spike's now down. They know where he's at. The singular Seeker going to make its way through. And yeah, the flash is your one. You got 3 to find, and Bianc's got the first to clear. Not clean enough to find FNS on the first try. 4 bullets, 3 targets. It's too many. NRG stamping their authority on the end of this half.
We all thought that Billy clawing that lead back to make it a tie game was a sign that NRG was slipping, and all of a sudden, last 2 rounds of the half in really nice fashion, ripping apart everything, but you can tell some nerves here on the stage still for Billy that they're working through match after match.
The potential of that squad is off the charts, so to keep it at a 5-7 is highly impressive, but can they do it on that secondary half? That's the question we're going to find out, but before we do, let's hear from Artis for a second.
I think Zeta was strong today, to be honest, and to be honest, we should have won bind a bit more comfortably, but we lost both pistols, and a few key rounds just didn't go our way. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think that the Haven, I just couldn't do a foot wrong. I think we 13-1'd them, and the 1 round they won was just literally a hero round from like one of the players. In a normal game, they should have got 13-0, but you know what? They got 1 round, so they should be happy.
Up already, they want to seek to punish this. Good shot to connect. Artis still with another one. A 1-2 punch. 1-man army. The smoke probe making another go of the play as well. There's the connection. But it's all Artis once more.
When we played BLG last, I think we fell for the gimmicks a lot. We were trying to overcomplicate, fall for traps, falling for like little mini plays they play. So I think we just overcomplicate the game. And going into the next game, I think we're just going to focus on ourselves a lot more and just think about our play and just forget about them. We're better as a team, we have more team play, we're individually better, and I really expect us to win. I mean, I might be overconfident, but I don't think there's any planet that we don't win this game and go through to playoffs.
That is some confident words from a man sitting at 5-7 on a scoreline, and Billy coming out swinging. But again, you have to back yourself, right? You got to be favoring yourself in this. And again, a little bit of a reminder of who they are to themselves here. They are strong favorites, but for Billy, claiming 5 rounds is so respectable.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, we already know that they can beat this team. They've done it before. It's not like out of the realm of possibility. It's for sure something that everybody's considering at this point. Not expecting, but still considering.
Couple more seconds now. Does NRG just run away with it now in that second half? Or does Billy still have a little fire in the belly here? Big game in front of them.
Gotta say, Artis tempting fate with those words, though, consistently, man.
Why has he done that to us?
There's no way, over and over. That's just crazy. How many players have we seen fall to that sort of bravado?
I do love it when Artis does that, though. It's still, he's one of the best villains you could ever have. Victor, actually noted early here. Got gifted away out by the flash.
That flash from Crashes was going to come regardless, so like to see Victor not use a satchel to get through. Does lose a little bit of HP, though, because of it.
Look at this 4-1. Just Ardis on that A site. Very reminiscent of what we saw in the first half almost.
And it doesn't look like Bilibili want to push all the way through here. With Rin's position holding sand still, and with K-Knight all the way back behind A watching bathroom. Just want to take some control of space. Bianc, okay.
Yeah, Bianc's in danger. Luckily gets away. 3 seconds for the flash, but you can see the readjustment, right? Slowly creeping towards A.
I mean, spotting the sky is actually pretty crucial here. For NRG, they think that they're going to commit to this at this point, but re-clearing, making sure, doubling down on that information.
That's nice. It's going to be fed back to Ardis, and for the man who said there's no chance he can lose, he better be able to hold on to this one, being crept on slowly but surely. K-Knight's so close by, TP forced away. Sight's theirs, it's going to be a 5v5 post plant. Yes, the Rap's en route, but again, keep in mind they still have K-Knight's utility, littering the back lines. Those two will find it harder to find value.
There is a path that they're walking correctly into, but there's still a camera as well for K-Knight.
Still Yosemite too.
Yosemite could get caught off guard if they don't check that cam though. He looks like he's lining up for something. He doesn't have any mollies though. He's just waiting for that trip to get broken, and he's just blind.
Yeah, a little, oh dear, out of kilter and punished NRG. You can't play sloppy against this team. YZ not gonna have a chance at it as NRG cleaning house. That's gonna be 8 for them, kicking off the second half with a pistol. And a couple of little errors here and there, maybe mistaking some moments. Yosemite really could have had so much impact from that.
Yeah, he's got to be aware. I mean, he has the trip to even have a reflex towards the left there and mark it. Instead, he's not watching anything. And I think that is NRG prep here from Bilibili, or against Bilibili. The two trips, I mean, it's like they walked perfectly where they expected them. Full intention the entire time as well. So they'll take the pistol this time. See how solid this anti-eco can be.
Okay, I see a Marshall coming out. I see a light shield for Bianc, a flash, Sheriff for Rin, and a ghost for Yosemite. So it's got a little something to it, but the spam alone.
That's beautiful.
Really punishing Yosemite on that slip up towards short. Trying to draw the attention towards K-Knight, but I mean, Yosemite is bleeding at 11. Close quarters, crashes. He's going to get bailed out by Victor if he needs it, but right now he's holding the line perfectly until then. Overwhelmed. They find an angle that works, and Bianc's going to get that.
And Victor not using his nade there, too. As soon as Crashes dies, he actually holds on to it, knowing that they can always get out. But if Crashes was still up, that combination could have been deadly. 1 for 1 on the round so far, and Ardis is again playing solo, and again we're seeing this re-clear down long. Might find a little bit more, though, here.
That's nice from Victor. YZ's gone. They can't make mistakes though, and they're not clean.
Down B.
Yeah, this is much nicer from NRG, keeping control. Good part. Oh, come off here! What a shot! 30 HP. You don't expect the player in the corner. You do not expect young FNS sat in the corner waiting. Yeah, so eventually keeping control, but again, couple of key moments here. Bilibili making it a little costly. Yes, they keep 2 up, but still keeping this competitive.
No, that's massive. That's huge damage from the Bilibili side. And I think it's actually a full canceled bonus. We'll see. As it looks like a timeout coming in for Bilibili. But they're walking back up to the space that they kind of know NRG, because of how late that flank came. You kind of know that they walked down on that pistol round. Here, Bilibili just continuously bring it back up after the initial spat between Crashies and them. They run away and come back up when NRG's refacing. That's the danger. And sure, NRG come out of that initial tussle, but they lose some of the space, right? They can't walk back into B because they don't have hookah control anymore. Those are the considerations that are happening in the NRG's player's mind and why it becomes difficult.
I've got to give credit here to, again, Bilibili for pushing NRG to these places, because, again, when watching Bilibili against Fnatic, it felt very, very one-sided. They almost too much respect, but here, I'm loving the amount of reclears, willingness to challenge, to get in the face, take a brawl, take a fight, because actually, you've got to say, NRG mechanically are still one of the best. I mean, some of the records could be broken today for these players of being literally one of the top fraggers in the entire international sort of scene. So it's very much impressive to see them pick themselves up. But again, this half has started perfectly until this round, right? This is the one that Bilibili will have an upper hand in.
I mean, you saw the stats in the pre-show between Bianc and Finesse.
It's
2 global matches played for the Bilibili players and like 70 or something like that for NRG. Just ridiculous, the amount. And Victor's actually 2 kills off of breaking A's record right now for most kills
I miss you.
Where's he gone?
Bring him back. For now, though, NRG going to try and cobble together a purchase here that could be up to scratch. Guardians out, but the main one, the one to watch towards, would be Victor, potentially Som with the Bulldog. Judge, yes, there for FNS. Timing. Didn't quite get the corner swing with the dog, but forcing Victor away slightly. And then falling away again. Playing with timing here. Billy, not particularly willing to commit just yet.
Just grabbing that orb. Rotating away. Again, it's been 3 rounds of a lot of B presence here. Yosemite got punished last time by walking up. Ooh, there's been a satchel play up here for some. Way up high, the Brimstone player. And if you see the nade from Victor, you see him jump spotting anywhere else, all of a sudden you're not looking at anything. And remember, what we saw from a player up here on truck before, you see Som is actually tucking his gun into the wall.
But it's going to be Ardis. Oh dear, the timing. Getting super close. Was giving him a haircut, but he's giving up the sight. A little awkward on the way out, but it's fine. Plant's going to come in, but it is a 5v5 post plant.
Yeah, and nade is
that paint shell. Oh, Victor's got him. Bianc goes down. They've given themselves the early advantage here.
Cage to play in. K-Knight with 3, though, to deal with.
That's so many, and FNS. Wait! Icy! Eviscerating 3 on elbow. Breaking him, and look at the flag. Yosemite stabs him in the back. Billy cleaning up here. Making light work of NRG. That was a lighter purchase, but still a 5v5 post plant. That was a lot to work through.
Absolutely, and to stay up with 3 in the anti-bonus, that's something that we don't really mention a lot here while we're casting, but that's huge because they're able to actually contend with what comes out of NRG next. And it comes up to the bank economically, still staying in this game.
They've given themselves a potential 7th. Oh, Jet. Sweet summer child, Jet.
I mean, that's one that you can't even really be mad at. They're coming 3 together.
Yep.
And Billy just has more. They all lined up.
Som working towards his ult. He's 1 off now, but you can see the buy. It's Sheriff Sting, a judge for Ardis.
Yeah, remember the anti-eco damage that was done.
Billy playing so deep. Look how passive this default is. Yeah.
Notes of what we saw in the first half from NRG at the beginning of the game. But here, no space taken at all. They're just looking for where they're pushing, really expecting something like that to come out. It's not coming, though.
Also potentially trying to feel out a stack. We saw a 4-1 stack before, maybe just trying to get the lay of the land. Drawing out a little bit of that utility early on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them throw out the Trailblazer. See, is there a reaction? Is there multiple pieces of util, something like that? Any trap to find.
The pain shell. And Victor found, but there is plenty of bodies here. Som is one of them. The timing on this could be terrible for him, but he comes out perfectly, punishing 1 Victor on the follow-up. But Billy trading out very well. Give himself a little bit of safety for the plant, but we know the last 2 players are pretty far away. They're over on the B side, FNS and Ardis. This is very difficult. Sheriff in hand for FNS. Ardis jump spotting, trying to get a little bit closer with that. Judge could clear through very well here. A domain that it could work. Oh my god. Oh my god, Yosemite's just around the corner. Are they going to try and walk this Ardis? The timing! He gets neither of them! Not even that much damage. Yes, Yosemite a little lower, but it doesn't particularly play in FNS, who couldn't find anyone in shower. They're all congregating around this, and I know he's wishing they'd peek him, and they're giving him nothing. Billy, 3 standing. Make it through another round. And I'm waiting for that buy to come back here for NRG. I'm looking at the ults as well.
Yeah, plenty of key ones coming up. 2 instances where this could have got really nasty. Yep. This first one where they're jumping through the smoke, spacing phenomenal in that case. And then here with Ardis, that could have been 2 players dead with 1 shot. That's the sort of thing that you're looking at, but maybe Ardis should be picking up the Judge a little bit more, get some more experience, and then he could have got both. That's all I'm saying.
You should tell him that after the game. Depending how it goes. 7-9 now, this is where it gets so contested. Big round for NRG, back on the bye, couple of ults. Som with his, Victor as well. 2 off from Crashies. Finesse not a million miles away, but it looks pacey.
And look, like only the Cypher. Yeah. Only the Cypher's walking up long there. And that's important because Victor has his ult. Usually the trap play is going to come out of long. If there's a target from Crashy spotted, anybody from range, he pops that, goes fast.
Well, they don't like something they've seen. They're backing away from this. Maybe wanting to re-explore towards A. Maybe they could catch Artist on walkabouts, but he does have the operator, so...
They should know that he has that up, that he has money for it, so how do they choose to deal with it? Because he's got an advanced position that he could absolutely get punished at.
But speaking of punish, look at this late walkout. Catching Crashies, Som not able to swing either, and the Boombot's going to confirm that someone is there. Now Artist has to come back. He has to be paranoid about this. But do they stick in this 2-2? I guess they have to. Going to go in, and Artist desperate for an angle. You can see him trying to work for one. Billy getting close though, keeping it quiet. The ult's going to go through, deny so much of this space.
30 seconds
This is before the plant though, and this makes it a little difficult to actually get it down. Either way, nobody on site except for Artist, but the Brim ult
forces them running.
Buys some time.
Yosemite trying to control towards CT, disallow anyone to come back through, but Artist can't really escape from this. You're gonna hear the ult. 13 seconds, it's getting so close, so down to the wire, but they found Artist. We know that Victor was around as well. Bian's looking for him, can't find him in time. A secondary ask for that plant, and it's on the other side of the map. Som's read it though. He's got here early. They're scrambling towards B.
Coming through spawn, Victor and Finesse walking, making it uncertain where they're coming from.
K-Knight watching this though, should have the favorable fight, and he does with YZ! Catching off both and leaving Som, who's only got 30 HP alive. And K-Knight, he's feeling confident, and rightly so. Billy switching it up on a dime. I didn't even see him take the TP. I didn't even see him get to the other side.
That's beautiful. When Victor's ult is coming out was when they double TP'd there. And the important part, K-Knight was there ahead of the play, so he's holding the space, fighting Som, making sure that plant goes down. And this is what I love the most out of what I'm seeing from Billy. The double peek up on top, knowing there's no more tools. They don't have flashes, they don't have a Trailblazer. There's nothing left for the NRG players to rely on there. We saw it a lot in that first half, and here again, it's working out. The fundamentals are looking fantastic out of this Chinese squad.
Damn, that's a brave sign to be holding up. I like it though, good artwork. But a timeout, because I think we've been seeing Chet's cam getting worse and worse and worse, right? Even in their wins, it was still like downhill.
I think that sign was Chet after the game, actually. Growing old.
Man, this is...
That's crazy.
I just can't believe the caliber we're seeing out of Billy against NRG. Because, again, we highlighted at the start, and there's only so many times I can say it, but this isn't a scenario that NRG ever look out of sorts in. And this is their map choice.
Yep.
This is the one they decided was probably their safest point to come into.
It's the most legendary NRG core map, right?
Absolutely.
The spine is where Finesse works magic so often. And that round, it felt like there was some magic coming through. The reads were really nice. The Brim ult was perfect against the Viper's Pit, but it felt like Billy was actually a step ahead. For them, usually dropping a pit before you get that plant down is a big red flag for me, but all they're doing is actually trying to get that util out. Both ults used, nothing found out of NRG.
That's going to be a round to watch back, and it could potentially be heartbreaking for NRG, but for now, we look at this buy. Take a second. It's pistols, it's light shields, it's not much. So this should be, and more than likely could be, 9-9, unless we get some heroics from one of the NRG players, because Billy have been playing a great game so far. Big opportunity. Patient beginnings. Can't get ahead of themselves here. Give a little bit of a moment for NRG, they will absolutely take this game back.
It feels like they're playing slow, but in fact, 3 players going to try to punish here. And Victor's left completely on an island now that he falls out, and the Molly's perfect. Not quite. The satchel to try to push him in.
Just about, and they still clear it. They still clear, so diligent. Crashies, hold up. You're gonna need more though. You brought it back to an even playing field, but you still need more. Has a flash, invests, one more up in 5. Maybe another single fight, and he's looking for it. Trying to buy time, trying to draw attention. Artist is en route. They're getting out of there once again. They are running. They are scrambling to the other side of the map.
And look, they're holding on to market, holding on to the TP as well.
Upgrades though, they've got 2 rifles here. Yosemite, this position might work wonders, and it does. Gets to fall away, notes Artist, forces him further back, doesn't need to take another fight. He's buying time. He's keeping 2 of them in this position. They can't cross here.
Both players outside of Yosemite are coming back down market in a weird spot too, no matter what happens here.
Oh, Artist clears the first, but again, look at these positions. You might give it a glance, but you don't put all faith that both players are here, and they don't at all! Billy Getting past NRG, tying up the scoreline at 9 apiece. Do they actually take the lead?
This is the tough one. The gun round now, but have to commend them again, Lauren. These fundamentals, how do 3 players make the perfect decision? Both these players come off of site through bathroom while Yosemite's delaying all of that space, and that is completely impossible to conceive.
I wish I knew. I wish I could answer any of this. You can watch this back time and time again, and it still feels like you wouldn't end on the right answer.
Artist in trouble, op down short, 5 players gonna try to face him. Insta-boom bot! What is that?
I feel like they're aware, they're reading this so well, understanding the intentions, and keeping Artist quiet is genuinely a hard feat. But they're still gonna pressure the issue. Still want to swarm towards the site.
Up top with the flash!
He's going for it, one leg, shot lands, but it's not enough, YZ! And look at this aggression! They play behind it! K-Knight catches FNS, they get the spike down, they have the man advantage.
Trailblazer to clear bathroom is pretty important, but look at Rin, he's playing post plant, Molly and Brimmel, and they're still not clearing lamps.
You gotta get a move on NRG, you don't have the time for this, and right now Victor is desperate for it. Gets him as much as he can, but calling in the ult, they do not want to let this slip, and Victor left with a chance, and it's a thin one. He wishes he had a half on it. You can already see it, isolates him, but there's the molly. Time is his biggest opponent, and Yosemite still denies. Billy taking the lead. I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Just ridiculous.
Look at the money. Look at NRG's
It's broken.
money.
Yeah, they've got Artist's tour de force. Yeah, they've got Victor Showstopper, so this is definitely not a done deal on this round, but my goodness. Billy showing up.
Somehow, Billy, the absolute kryptonite for NRG, in what is their strongest area in these pressure situations. They're best in them. And back to business, though. Early investment on the ult. Now, we saw earlier on that immediate boombot that came down, checking on this sort of thing, but you can see Artist wants to disrespect this further.
I'm wondering, that Stinger breaking the trip. They tripped even close, by the way. That's even an odd position right there.
Uh-oh. What? How is he alive? That looked on the money.
I mean, the 2 things I pointed out as key factors here from NRG, gone. That ult needs to be looked at.
Yeah, give us a replay on that one. The rest of this, I mean, NRG are in pieces. They invested everything in towards short. It looked good for it. It looked like they had potentially 2 big kills.
But I think the important part, that crossfire there, Yosemite's the one making the noise, so Victor goes to ult him, he gets tunnel visioned, and K-Knight able to capitalize still.
I thought he could have had a second there.
Yeah, just couple more seconds to aim, and he would have gotten a second for sure.
Okay, FNS. A frenzy in FNS.
And there's not really much for him to do here, right? He has his ult. Damage to the economy is almost non-existent.
Now you already got K-Knight on 5K. Hello. Oh, you saw him! You saw him thinking about it. I was waiting for the axe to come out. 11. What world are we living in here? Look at the streak around.
That's crazy. NRG just the pistol and the anti-eco in this game, in this half. Oh! Wait, what?
How?
Oh, it's the block up top. Wait, no, I don't even. It's just farther away, I guess. Damn. That's not even one I can say anything about. I think that's just too far. I think that's just a missed ult.
I think so.
Has chat talked for the last 2 hours?
If one man can change it, it would be Artist, but right now he is not getting any respite. There is no rest here for him. They've kept him checked, kept him outside of the game pretty much. Early ult invested from FNS. He feels the pressure.
He's getting pinched already right now.
And look at YZ, he's coming in for it. Oh, of course he gets that one.
Why is his magnetic?
Crashies though, perfect placement on the smoke. We know they love to walk these smokes. They get disrespected. Crashies stands tall, but only for a moment. Falls down, the site becomes available, but a 2v3. Surely, this is the answer back. Surely, plants in. You got Yosemite, you got YZ. Not much to play. They're going for a walk, and Tom has no idea. He's still got him. Yosemite falls. Does he expect YZ? He absolutely does, but uses the second. Not a chance. Victor gets him on double digits, breaks the trend. But that still felt close.
There was a moment there where it looked like the dagger was about to be put into the back of the North Americans. Especially once this ult hits, once that pit falls. I think overcommitting though, overextending into the site before really getting much more.
Yeah.
And you can see Crashy's taking full advantage of that with the plant going down, the nade coming in at the same time.
But again, moments like that for me are why Crashies are one of the best in the game.
Yep.
Like he will get you two that are gateways back into a round. And maybe not as flashy as some, but I mean Crashies is truly a workhorse for NRG right now. The only one to break the trend truly. At 11-10 though, we go back through. Exchange, oh, I see, he got Artis! He's punished him! Artis has been slippery to deal with and potentially spotted both. Not sure if he noted Crashies there, but he's certainly gonna know those presence.
I mean, that's huge. Artis has such impact on defense, no matter where he is, no matter what he's doing in terms of killing people. He's been the pinpoint
where you are.
for NRG, the guy who's leading the charges in most of these aggressive plays. So not having that tool allows Billy to spend their time freely. Interesting person to pick up the orb there. K-Knight is the Cypher, he just used his, and
Okay, stall towards long. 48 seconds. TP on the run. Who's over here? It's going to be Victor. Can he hold them back?
he's got a nade.
Could be essential 35 seconds. Seekers. Oh, just a shot in the dark and it works. Seekers going to come on through, but still.
30 seconds.
It's Yosemite. It's Yosemite! No respect! And the ult! Hold on. Does he dare? He's thinking about it, because look at the position the K-Knight's got, but Yosemite's still working!
They're coming back. They're leaving the pit. 20 seconds. They've got to make a decision here.
But they're going towards Crashies. This guy can be so clutch for them. As I said, the workhorse for NRG. A chance for him. 10 seconds. Forced off the angle. Yosemite's so diligent in this. FNS on the way over. The double investment. They don't want any more threats from this. Billy with 3 standing. This could be 12. FNS.
Toxins going up.
Next couple of steps critical to this. Crashy's trying to play through first. Gets to the site. He's got the one. FNS with another. But Yosemite has been monstrous.
There's no way. He has no room to work in front of that wall. Just none. You're talking inches. He has no vision whatsoever.
And a side like this. He's the one who broke this round back in their favor. Look at what he's doing to him. Doesn't matter the site.
Can't see. He's blinded by the wall.
It's 12. It's 12 for Billy. 12-10.
It's match point. How in the world?
How are we here?
Still huge tools for NRG, but the buy is not great. Crashy's Victor, the 2 guys who have been key for this team on Stingers.
The crowd are trying to will it into existence, but Billy have been near on faultless on this half. Artis again.
I like
Challenge
this.
up.
Playing
Good
in front
spam.
of the lurk. This is beautiful from Artis. In combination with Finesse taking contact first, it could really do some work.
They already chipped him down, already invested the heal. They know there's bodies here, they know there's presence, but they force the first away. Now they take towards the site. Traditional smokes in place. Plant could be coming, but we know they're slippery. You can't rotate early players over. FNS now on the chopping block. The double swing. They've taken him over. Odds there denies the plant, but they wait, they pause. For just a second. Artis still here, 39 HP. Ain't much to play with. Keep in mind the Stingers. They've still got Crashies with the ult as well. And now this is just getting uncomfortable, so close to each other. 5 standing for Billy.
Teleport's ready.
And Artis has a little bit of an angle, not much. 30 seconds left. And the TP's taken. Crashies. Oh God, K-Knight punished them on the way
There's
back
another.
through. Big trade. They get upgrades, but they didn't expect Yosemite to be here. They are running them
Crashy's
ragged.
still though.
Crashies, you've got to go. Absolute god tier mode. He's taken him down, denied the plant. 10 seconds now. Seeker's coming in. Stops falling. It's all on Crashies. Or truly the unthinkable begins. The high flash, the swing. He's blind and he's dead. Billy, upsetting on map 1. The cornerstone of NRG's map pool has crumbled.
A ridiculous start, one that nobody expected, even though nobody believed after what we saw in that first matchup. And NRG, all of a sudden, things are coming back to that Champions 2021.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Say the words when there's no one around. And say no words when I'm calling you out. If we move in both directions, dark or sad ways, say the word and I'll leave you alone.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions. I'm standing by with Wendy, our translator and head coach of Bilibili Gaming. Jackson coming off of a 1-0 win on Bind against NRG. I've got to ask you, given what you just saw, what would you say was the biggest difference in that map relative to your previous matchup against them?
那其实你们刚才在员工中真也是获得了这一场赌的胜利嘛，所以说想问一下我们的 Jackson 教练，你觉得这一次你们的表现和可能上一次和他们交手，你觉得最大的不同点是什么呢？
这次的话，就是大家也都是2番战嘛，也就更了解彼此嘛。然后我们图一的话上来前半场确实有一些失误导致了丢分，但是下半场的话，小伙子们在自信心这一块明显看出来，不会像第一场那样波动起伏很大，可以继续保持交流，继续保持自己的专注，打好自己的东西。然后就是我们也不想和强队交手的话复杂化，把比赛复杂化，因为会越搞越复杂嘛。然后这也是我们这次参加冠军赛一直会统一思路，贯彻到底的。
So this is a second chance we face against each other. I must say we're quite familiar with each other's styles, and also it feels like this time maybe we made some mistakes in the first half of the map. It's not a smooth game for us, but coming into the second half, it feels like our biggest improvements is all my boys. They just keep communicating, like they have a very positive attitude coming into the second half, and they were able to just play around their own strategies. And also in facing against a strong team like NRG, we don't like to have so many complicated strategies. We just keep it simple and focus on our own performance. That's all. That's my thoughts, and also this is our goal that we would like to focus through the whole Champions journey.
Well, the simplicity is working. Best of luck to you in the second map. Back to you guys.
A fantastic answer there from Coach Jackson. And as he said, they didn't want to overcook anything in the second half. Come on, join us, join us. You want to, yeah,
wave your banner.
Yeah, as he said, they didn't want to overcook things. They didn't want to overcomplicate things. And I think we saw a lot of that vanity. Some of the strats they ran 2 or 3 times, and it just looked so, so good.
I mean, I think the biggest thing they did was like they played like as a unit, I guess, and I think that's the difference NRG had. Like they were playing more like spread out on their attack side and like going the rounds super late. I think Bilibili was ending rounds kind of late, but they were always together. Like there was always like a distinct plan, and they knew kind of what they were doing. That's what it looks like, at least. And I mean, they were hitting their shots. They were winning the important rounds.
Yeah, and even when they won together, they were able to do things like this. As we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment from Yosemite, my favorite Viper player right now, Tom. He's just such a rat, but also he just gets the kills as well.
The crazy thing about it is a lot of the time they were leaving him behind just as the thorn in the side. Like he was just an irritation. But in this round, they left him behind on one side. He late rotates and then clutches out the round with a crazy couple of headshots. Like individually, he was unbelievable throughout the entirety of this map. And honestly, I think the NRG are going to be waking up tonight just sweating, thinking about where he might be, hiding in their cupboards. Like he is a problem.
What are you supposed to do against that?
Judge.
He's like, no, there's nothing you can do against that.
I like how animated these guys are. I feel like the EDG and BLG both just have so much fun. They look like they're having so much fun on stage, and I think that it's something that a lot of the Western teams necessarily don't look like they enjoy it as much, and I think it just makes the game more enjoyable as a viewer. I'm sure it's also more enjoyable to play when you're having fun.
And also, they've been on the receiving end of so much criticism, right? For them, it means a lot to be able to prove people wrong. One of those players, of course, Artist. If we take a look at the Artist versus YZ head-to-head of this match as well, Tom, I think there's one winner here.
It's pretty close. just double, you know, in the ACS. No, YZ again just seemed to have an absolute field day, especially going onto that attacker side. It's like he's leading the charge most of the time, but he was winning a lot of those sort of opening blood fights. Even when we saw an Ortville battle when it was him versus Artist, and he just smoked him right at the beginning of the round.
Of course. I can't wait to see what both of these players are going to do on the next map as well. Of course, Artist said, I think it was that he didn't think that Bilibili were going to get a single map off of them. Unfortunately, he's wrong about that. They might get more than just one map. But I do have some news for you guys at home as well. Be sure to stick around after this match, because following NRG versus Bilibili's conclusion, we on the desk here will be revealing our knockout bracket. We're going to know who all these teams are going to be playing against the playoffs. I am so excited to share that with you guys. But of course, we still have a game on our hand as well. And let's talk about map 2 as we move on to Ascent. Some of the chaos I felt like that was created, NRG didn't respond to it too much. But Ascent as a map, Vanity, is there any places you can cause chaos and how easy it is to respond to it if Bilibili bring the chaos?
I think Ascent's one of the harder maps to cause a lot of chaos on, because it's like so simple, right? Like you can't really take these like super weird timings as you can the other maps, or you can, but it feels a lot less safe. I think on Bind, like you can get yourself into these spots that like you feel pretty safe getting into and they're very impactful. And I think Ascent isn't really that way, but you never know. Maybe they've got something cooked up for us.
I think the one thing that they can do similarly is sort of those like death ball, very aggressive sort of strats around YZ. Like he's going to be that man taking the sort of pacing, the aggressive pushes into the site again, and they can leave those lurks behind. So I think, although I agree, like you're not going to have the surprises in compositions and what you're running, the way that they play is still going to be really tough to face off against.
Okay, then for NRG, as we head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select, how do they bring this back? How do they win on Ascent, Vanity, against a team like Bilibili?
I mean, we got a mirror matchup here, right? I think that the biggest thing, I think NRG's like, they're not playing like themselves. I feel like they're like disjointed. I feel like they usually have really, really solid team play. And I think that's something that's been lacking this tournament. I mean, the other match they won, they looked pretty convincing team-wise, but even then, like Artis was just like 20-6 in one half.
He is
so
back on Jet though.
So he is back on Jet.
I think that's the big thing here is that he gets his agent of choice, and this is what we've been calling for a long time. Like, please stop putting him on Killjoy, put him on down Jet. So I think this is the best opportunity for him to take over the map.
Well, and if he doesn't take over the map, then
they're in trouble.
Yeah? How much trouble are we talking? Is this all on Artis? That's what I'm hearing?
You know, Victor might be about to break the kill record, but hopefully he's not going to do it while losing.
I mean, we will see. We will see, because NRG, they have to win here if they want a chance at their playoffs. We are getting ready to get back into action. Let's send it back to your casters. Here's Pansy and Baller.
Thank you, Sue, and the desk there. And I think, once again, we have to highlight how unprecedented this scenario is. Not often do you get to put NRG in this position, let alone go a map up against them. Baller, what the hell has just happened to this series?
This is, I mean, NRG's known for some slow starts, but usually it's so easy to clap back for them. I mean, we've mentioned their lower bracket record, mentioned their group stage record. This is a team that's been top 4 in every event last year, and in this year, they made it at Tokyo, and lock-in, they got top 8, lost to only Loud. I mean, we're talking a really storied success record for NRG. All I can think about is 2021 group stage champs against X10, where they went out in a ball of fire.
Oh, speaking of fire, a heater of a shot from Crashies to begin. YZ out of this round, but they do get a sight. And they get aggressive towards Tree. 2 players slipping ahead, and they spring the trap, and the punishment of the frenzy.
They didn't.
NRG so unaware.
Oh my goodness. They didn't know they didn't close the door.
And the flash, I don't know what it's going to do here. Victor tries to make the most of it, but there's 4 players to find. He's taking down the first. K9 was on for the ace. There's 3 standing, and they've recovered.
What is that round? I mean, thinking back to it, YZ off of the first kill, Crashes takes him down mid. His idea is to run down Catwalk solo as Jet while they run out A. And I think that's to set up what actually happened for them to push through the door, because they're expecting a little bit more from Cat. They're backing off, not really paying attention to A. And this is the result. Crashes caught out with a dart, getting ready to throw it out. Double peeking into 2 people who aren't even ready. What a round from K9.
And you can see how much this means to the team that no one thought. Their initial line of coming into this was, we're here to learn. We're just going to see who we face, get some cool takeaways, see how it feels to play against this level of team. And they've come out and they've won the pistol in the second map. They won the first. But can they keep this clean? We haven't really seen Bilibili here on this map. Hadn't been part of that veto process particularly. So we have to see how this fares against NRG. And yes, I think the desk was alluding, this does fall a little bit more on Artis' shoulders as well. Back in a role that we've noted him for. First contact made towards Cat. It looks like they're backing away from this.
Yeah, there is a stack over towards B. Already getting some information on the 1A player, but nothing more than that might push them towards the site that is unfavorable. Still with the weapon advantage, shouldn't be the worst deal, but there is a flash from some. There's plenty of flashes from Victor too.
Knife should have highlighted 3 players, potentially. They should know they're walking into a stack, and you can see them maybe second-guessing here, but they might just power on through. Som, paranoia there. YZ! Oh, I thought he had a third! K-Knight caught Som, so CT's clear, but Victor! Okay, well, still dangerous from Victor there, but again, this bit of chip damage, nice shot from Crashes at the start. These sort of moments aren't enough. It's the second round for Billy.
And I like that as well. Realizing the stack is there. You called out the util that was getting thrown from the back of sight. You saw the dart, you saw the knife from Victor and Crashes. You know there's more. But instead of falling off with the 35 seconds into space that they've lost, YZ just clears with the Marshall. Very nice idea. What a shot from Victor, but clearly not enough. He's getting up there on that kill record, but once again, it would be so sad to see it coming during a loss, during an elimination from this year's champions.
And a pacey beginning, but noted in middle. An almost brazen in approach. They aren't respecting NRG at all. A fast mid piece here, 120 on the board, and already FNS gonna be noting this. And it looks like they're not particularly stopping. YZ's got Artist. That was deep in CT. This is, again, funneling through towards that B side. Crashes. And FNS reveal all this info, but he doesn't get what he wants. Yes, chip damage on K-Knight, but that's not enough to secure the kill.
The freeze here is beautiful from Billy. They're even getting ult orbs up. I mean, they took the front of sight and then just back up, but
2 top mid?
Yeah, this is, how do you expect this?
You surely don't.
Is there a drone, something? No.
They didn't hear the drop. They definitely didn't hear. Wait. Somebody's checking. He still looked, but they've got a perfect follow-up. NRG dominating middle. Predictive flash towards CT. Victor in control of this. Tries to get away. Leave K-Knight.
30 seconds.
Walking wounded. He's taking down 1.
Finesse is staying. He should hear him when he gets closer.
Steps.
But he's not looking.
There we go. Turn.
Goodness. Was there a gun barrel? No.
He's got this. Yeah, he's got this. Nice.
And look at the difference there on that anti-eco. The freeze led to them continuing into that site with the 30 seconds. Here, it leads to a scramble back away where they have no control of the space, no idea that Crashes and Victor could do what they did. Walking all the way top mid. And that nets NRG the anti-bonus. Crazy to see Crashes invest in that Odin instantly too. That's what really ultimately scared them away from that B site. But now you gotta see, is there anti-KO setups? Because K-Knight, with that early pistol around 4K, he's got his ult online. And look, there is actually. Finesse with a turret top mid, an alarm bot and Cat, and his nanos on the A site where he's not gonna get suppressed unless K-Knight goes up mid or he just dies.
Zero respect, pure confidence. YZ is willing to challenge, but you could see the ult coming out as well.
That's from Victor. And you can tell that means they're really scared about what's going on, and there's no serious attempt at a reclear here by Artis or Victor.
These stalls are just playing against NRG's mental so badly. They want to check this again. Artis, got to be careful. He's got to be on red alert here. He takes down 1. Doesn't fully fall away, still holds towards position. You look towards Cat. K-Knight's creeping.
He just got B-main too.
Okay, if you're going to have a game like that from Artis, it's game back on from NRG.
And Victor too.
A little bit of stall towards short, slowing them down off the back of the paranoia too. Bianca and Rin not getting the access they want now. Artis, ever present. 37 seconds, he's got the angle, he's got the kill. This man is out for blood. Victor finds the final 1, but NRG getting back into this series now.
What a response from Artis. The moment there too, when he's trying to fall away after this first kill. He realized the B-main is open. That's why he doesn't dive out of that position. And then he goes for the full peek after he smokes it. Beautiful stuff. Victor with the final kill there. Now 1 away from tying that record of 1654 kills at global events.
A little bit of a pace change here though. Still trying to show presence in middle, but not the same approach. Look at Artis though, speaking about aggression and confidence, he wants to at least show a little something. I like he's still in the game, and with him noted potentially. What do they do off the back of this? Oh dear. Rin could be it. Oh, wow, the timing on that. Rin just backed off.
It's like he's ready for it, but not exactly sure of when it's going to come.
God, and look at this.
They're in
this
the
position.
open right here.
This is perfect.
Wisey's looking, but not on an angle that really you can do much. Never mind.
He's so clean with it.
What?
He's just flying in. Oh, he almost had another. I thought he might have had a finesse. Not the case. But they're still going to power on forward. Still looking towards the A site. It's on the captain himself, the IGL. Does he dare? He absolutely does.
Oh my goodness.
Looking to get behind him. He knows where one is. He's got the first. Gonna get the punish. No!
That's
he tried to
resible.
stick around. And now the res, absolutely. The reveal off the dot is perfect though. Artist can't land it. They expected the swing. And it's all on Crash. He's pretty far off from this. Plant down.
Planted.
Crashies ahead of the smoke. But this gun ain't ideal. He exploded the first. He's now been revealed. He's noted. They know he's here. But he's made his presence known with that. Kill confirms. He looks for a follow-up. One towards Hell, one towards Gen. Divide and conquer. Crashies can be so good at this. Forces the hand from the player from Hell. Throne waits patiently on the drop down. Nothing more left to play with. Can he find him? Goes for it. He does! Oh! That could have been everything. K-Knight, though, the final destination, he can't quite get past.
That situation there on the Gen player is just crazy for him to even come out on top of that fight. Great push from Wisey, expecting it. That's why Rin falls off. He's got somebody to cover. But then the final moments on the clutch, too. By the way, Crashes couldn't rotate because of how often they're freezing here. He was on A site for so long. And then both of them wide swinging each other off the fall off is just crazy too. And there's just more layers here for Finesse to have to deal with. Now they have this lockdown from Yosemite. This start's always finding value, but not quite enough to find kills.
I'm trying to read into this like it's gonna be the go-up. The ults come in. 3 players for NRG already called over, a 4th sat towards CT, leaving Artist the one towards middle. Make the most of the lockdown here.
Billy has already used their nade, their molly, so there's a flood coming in from NRG.
Yeah, but the weaponry, it's so weak! And it's just a slaughter. Artist does not have enough to do the damage. I can't believe it. They're taking back this game, Baller.
Lauren, this is already 4 rounds on attack side. This is the first part of this half.
Yep.
How has this happened?
Chet wants to have a chat about it apparently as well. NRG struggling to get a bigger grip on this game, right? Like keeping control of this.
Yeah, I mean, we can say it. This is already too many rounds. They need a flawless run at the rest of this half. We can say that. The NRG players cannot let that creep into their mind at all for the rest of this game, but dire straits.
I don't want to say panic stations yet, but you know you got to stop it now, right? And I still feel the way that Billy's playing that they can get another 2, another 3. That mid-round stalling.
Yeah.
The way they've been just dragging NRG around this map, punishing rotations, perfectly reading out the kind of almost bullish approach towards middle, getting some of those punishes going. They have been so slippery to pin down here. I don't think NRG have that full read yet.
And I think adaptable too. I was talking about how I didn't really feel that way about them watching the Chinese qualifiers, but in this game, you already see them receiving the push from Victor, receiving the push from Sam up at the top of middle. Those are the sorts of things that are happening without a timeout, which just goes to speak to what happens when you have a player like K-Knight stomping the leaderboards and everybody having a good understanding of the flow with these pauses that are coming in, with these freezes that they're throwing in to this. Artist finally with the op though. See if he can find anything.
And he's probably gonna have a challenger in middle. It's not like they're afraid. They're not showing respect to him in that way. Let's see, a couple more seconds and we kick this one off here. Victor wants to get the notes on players towards tiles. First challenger appears, shot does not land. Artist now needs to look towards a secondary angle because look at the pacing from Billy. Billy, fast, the flash not gonna quite crest. Victor there, operator noted, and Victor's where it stops. 2 critical kills, he can fall off this, he does now need to outstay his welcome.
And Artist too getting it as well. Now there's time for Billy to recoup, figure out how it's gone, but Victor has broken Ye's record. 1,654 kills on the global stage. And he has the highest amount. Still a way to play into this. Not much anymore, though. If Knight gets the second one, then all of a sudden, Bianc can follow up.
Bianc, though, it was great when we saw them on their initial matchup. This is a very tall task. Let's get a chance and takes it. And now maybe a fair 1v1. Where's FNS in this? Playing safe? Yes, absolutely.
That turret won't ping. Surprised he doesn't just walk by it.
He's got 30 seconds still. He's got room to play.
30 seconds left.
Psalm's not moving at all. He had space to take, but he wants to be still close to Victor. Meanwhile, Victor's just watching the cross back. They're allowing this plant to go down. And it's maybe because Finesse has his lockdown to just solidify this in a sense, but very curious how the rest of this plays out because it could be expensive for the NRG side.
Right, so with that
10 seconds
audio
left.
cue there, start to work.
planted.
FNS creeps forward, but he should not give up a kill here. So Bianc now knows one has slipped forward. That's going to be FNS. He can isolate that in his mind, but he's only got 8 bullets. He needs his kill, and he needs it clean. He doesn't have the angle, and he doesn't have the kill. FNS, full composure, full control.
Okay, I thought for a second they forgot where the op was.
Nope.
Either way, they have plenty of time to defuse, but absolutely well done from Victor.
God, what a start from him.
I think on this map, he's playing fantastic. The other one, he played pretty good, and that was not really the same case. A lot of people analyzing the Billy NRG first matchup between these two teams thought firepower was the issue for NRG.
Can I get this?
And yet here, Victor leading the charge. But again, they need to have a flawless half from here on. And that, even that round, when it looked clean, it still went down to where there was questions. Maybe a shark attack here, dive through mid. Artis still with an op though, so I'm not sure exactly how this is going to go. Just a flash to threaten.
They're just trying to bait the top mid player in, but the dart's going to do enough to dissuade that. They don't need to check behind it. Bianc's done his job without putting his life on the line by any means.
And look at the dart that he's actually thrown as well. That's actually clearing to make sure there isn't pressure from Artis all the way through. Normally that one's going to the bottom of middle. Let's see anybody playing close. Arm.
Oh!
My ult's ready.
Snapping his wrist for that one, but Artis trying to feel it. Holds on. Do you dare? Surely you don't go back into this. Look on the other side of the map. They're still considering this A site.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing NRG is not really doing outside of those A pushes is controlling the extremities and taking these orbs away from Billy. At least denying them early here. Billy has full reign to continue farming up.
Som's got a fair bit of kit though, still can stall out with the smoke, but they might try and just get in front of it, and a preemptive lockdown on B just to ensure it. Allow for those rotations to come in. They note Som, but they don't note Crashies, but they need to clear the site. Crashies gonna punish towards K-Knight. Look at Som, gets the reveal, gets the punish. Beautiful synergy between the two on the site. YZ though trying to thread the needle, does punish Som, 25 seconds now. Spike in hand, Rin's got Artis, but they still don't clear Crashies. He's still here. He can still be a problem. YZ is watching this. Eagle eyes, he's dead! Crashies!
They got
Clean.
a pop.
Oh, and just somebody's found FNS. Crashies is just left in his cage. How do you get out of here? What are you meant to do? Spam him, try and draw him out? What's the plan here for Crashies? He's being just cornered, kept back.
Second one to do more damage from the top.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, Crashies, this is brutality from Billy. Just leaving him there to watch as they take away the round.
He was there for the entire hit. The entire time. He even got super value with Som, the combinations of the smokes and the darts.
Spike down A.
But once again, the right call and also the right amount of kills here coming in. Just perfect. Rin catching Artis, jumping into the smoke. Ill-advised there, I would say. And then jumping up top too, leaving him to play there is just such a big brain play.
It's a little unorthodox, but it's so logical when you watch it in action. And they're keeping the money humble from NRG down to a low-end purchase. A couple of ults, yes, you got Victor's, Crashies there, and Som's, but
No damage, but they kind of know that Finesse wants to play close. Given the money, given it's a light buy, they know what's going on.
yeah, I mean, if you see a judge, I'm sure YZ's reading it real well.
Cross-map knife there from Victor. Does get information as they pick up the orbs, but that's more ults online now. They're really going to walk into the judge of Finesse.
Can he do it to him, though? They seem so heads up about this. He's still got a chance, right? It's like Bianc could force him off this. And they know he's here. It's basically on FNS and Crashies. FNS just goes in, he wants it, and he doesn't get it. Chip damage ain't enough. Is now forced away from CT. Billy should have the safety of the cross here.
This post plant's going to be difficult to get through with the weapon disadvantage, plus the ults that you can start to play with. YZ playing still in there with the Yosemite flank, with Rain of Flash as well. They're ready for it, and Som does get it. Still so many layers, though.
How'd you break this? Trying to toy with him, trying to tease him. Victor draws out the first shot, but it's not like YZ's falling away. The follow-up flash was stunning, but Rin bails him out. Keeps them safe so he can readjust towards the position. They still haven't forced him away. NRG struggling to take those next big steps. I don't know how they're going to find it. They might need to pull the plug.
There's a gun in mid maybe to pick up. Or are they going to just look for exits here?
I mean, Billy already out of there. It's Artis who could maybe catch one, unless they hunt them through. Okay, at least Artis going to catch that. That's an upgrade that he can gather.
Crashes wants to die there. Yeah, he has the Guardian.
Okay, so they get out with what, a Phantom and a Vandal. So best of a bad scenario, I guess.
I mean,
both timeouts burnt.
They need both. I mean, they need all these rounds. We've said it already. This is way too many attack-sided rounds here for Billy. If NRG wants to stay in this game. Billy are in absolutely full control to best these North Americans.
It's just been bizarre to watch in my mind, because I haven't seen NRG look like this in what feels like years.
There's cognitive dissonance in our minds, like just crazy what's going on right now. It's hard to fathom. But here we are in Los Angeles, a place that NRG's been playing all year round.
No jet lag, no nothing. It's their home turf, right? This is home territory. I'm stun-locked by this, because it's not just like cheesy plays from Billy. It's not like a...
Yeah, it's not that split game. We can't just say it's Wisey with a judge. He's playing solid on all the weapons. And for those who don't know, I mean, Wisey's been in that Chinese scene for so long. He was the guy before Kong Kong. It was the guy that everybody said, oh, he's coming. But no, Kong Kong takes the stage first, and this is the ultimate first star out of China.
It's just amazing, because as I said, YZ was the player we were told to look towards, but even in their opening games, Bianc was the one truly claiming our attention. Yosemite in just that previous map was one of the pivotal players. We've seen stars out of all of them.
Are we going to see it dive down? It doesn't look like flash out for Victor. They just want to take these challenges. You've noted a lot how often Billy is just taking the fights in mid, but that's shifted over time. No dart this time, though, and might get an early kill for free.
They're trying to prop up Artis to be that instigator. Does well on the first, but careful now in no man's land, because you can see Billy leaning away from this.
This angle from Som is really good, but how do you get out? Can you get more than one?
Oh, yes he can. Just about 43 HP, but he will have to go up the site, but that's fine, he'll take that. Middle's being patrolled and claimed by Artis. The map feels small for Billy. They can't fall away safely towards short. CT gets smoked off, and YZ he's going to hear that. He's absolutely going to hear that. He doesn't catch the timing, though. Artis is already gone. This is on the site. Yosemite, K-Knight. Full util for K-Knight, but what can you do with it, though? You're not even able to use it at this point. A tap on the spike draws the fire, draws the attention.
What?
He's got FNS, but they've both fallen. Oh, come off it. Look at the damage. Victor also took damage there. It's still dangerous even in the rounds they win.
You just have to think, though, if that choice of strategy was slightly different for Billy, if they go for the normal mid presence that they like to do, Artis has to come up big. Here, he gets kind of lucky given the strat that Billy chose. YZ's just trying to pressure as hard as possible towards B. While Yosemite watches the backline, everybody else controlling A main. All of a sudden, this round is different. But it does buy time for Artis to now get this op up, for this money to come through, for NRG to maybe make a final stand in this half.
It's uphill, but it could be possible, right? It's like they've slowed it down enough. Billy back to what looks like basics. Still got presence towards top middle, but it does seem destined towards B for now, at least for the start. Get that ult on the verge here. Okay, no, it's still quite far off, but Bianc, Yosemite, and Rin with theirs. And Ardis lets him pass.
Billy just super calm here. NRG's rotating all over the map, trying to find something.
Should be big info off that knife too, at least a player too. And they just drift in towards the eyesight of Ardis. Potentially got a glimpse as well. Follow up here, predicting it. Didn't quite land that one. Now he's in danger. Does he get out with his life? Tries to have the smooth moves, but it's just somebody to find him. Does that open the floodgates? They're forced already towards CT. They have an option towards the site.
This is crazy from YZ too. Pushing way in front of the lockdown. There's gonna be a flash. It doesn't connect.
He's back in. Couldn't get the follow-up, but still does damage, taking away Victor. Plant now goes down 3v3 post. Rin plays ahead, plays outside of this, tries to avoid, tries to evade. Finesse got to be cautious now. So on the next one,
you don't
try and
expect
step up. Yosemite's watching it. And look at this. FNS, what a follow-up. A 1v1. IGL versus IGL. Bianc at the back of the site. FNS a step too close. As Bianc outdoes him, keeps Billy in the lead.
Last round before
And it's a 1-half. Officially, Billy win the half on this attack side of Ascent. Very defensive-sided map in the past. Yes, it's gotten a little closer since Tokyo, but there's no way you should be giving this up if you're NRG with these standard comps. Right now, they look outclassed.
That is not a sentence I expect to be saying, hearing, or even expecting at this point. But it's absolutely the case.
There's
it looks
finally.
straightforward.
Finally that shark attack, but they just react into A site.
Maybe expecting it, maybe feeling it, but the stall's fantastic. FNS is here early. You're going to hear Hunter's Fury in the backlines too. You know that normally Crash is good for it, but still look at the damage. It's FNS teed up by all of it. Crashes does get Bianc down as well. Still in play though. They're winning up the fights on the site. A 3v3 out of nowhere. It's Rin still posted here. Gets away, doesn't get noted. YZ catching him up. How is this happening?
They're all on site. Smokes are everywhere. It's pure chaos. And they lose track of Rin somehow, some way. What in the world? 8-4, Billy on this half. Again, this is not the way you want to start. This looks, we could really start to even say this might be all but done. NRG need to dig super deep.
It was an upset the first time. This would truly be history in the making for Billy. Unbelievable stuff as we take a break for just a second here.
Thank you so much, Pansy. I'm standing by with Klaus from Korea Esports, and I've got to ask you, as somebody who has played against NRG, who's seen how good they can be right off the bat, is this surprising to you?
I don't feel surprised about this. I think Billy is getting the momentum on this tournament, and they're just playing together, getting the trades, and getting the timing to pop off individually.
I mean, the crowd has been so heavily behind BLG, alongside with NRG too. It's been fun to listen to this the split crowd, but what is it that Billy are doing so well as someone who's played against NRG a number of times? What's working for them?
I think what I feel of them, like they're looking happy playing, you know, they're enjoying the game and they're having the momentum. They're like, they're having the pace of the game. So, you know, like, you look and they have like, maybe they're down by 1 or 2, but they're winning the run anyway. So they're getting the trades, they're getting the timings, and that's it.
Now, last question I have for you, and then I'll let you go. Let's pretend for a moment that you're Chet. You're NRG's head coach. You've got an opportunity to talk to the team right now, heading into the second half of Ascent. What are you saying?
I think they need to be more like confident on themselves. That's it. Like ensure the more the game. Like I said before, they Billy is looking like they're trying the game, and maybe NRG is having a bad time now. So yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. We're going to throw it back to the game.
Good to hear from Doug there. Do you miss your man? Go on, leave it there. No, I'll just leave it with a laugh. That's fine, just cut it there. But back to business. Let's kind of refocus here, because genuinely this is out of the realms of expectation, statistics, all of that fun stuff we can run through. At 4-8, you're already highlighting and alluding to the fact that this scoreline is incredibly hard now for NRG to work outside of.
Yep, absolutely. They had some rounds on bind where they were working the map really nicely, but Billy continued to shut them down, any momentum they gained. And I think the problem I'm having here, when we keep seeing expectations, such shifts in them, right now, we're looking at a 2-0 as well, possible here from Billy.
Things begin with this, the pistol on the second. NRG eyeing up that B site. They need it too. They lose this. I don't know if there's a way back. The middle's already flooded. They've got the full wrap on this site here for Billy as well. They are going to be everywhere at once.
Remember, the pistol retake that they had was all corners. This time they have no presence from spawn, but there is a flash to reclear. Turret just does the job instead, and they have those tools now to get into sight as well. This is going to be a full exchange of flashes, util, and NRG doesn't have much.
Welcome to the chaos. You got a paranoia, you got flashes, you also got bodies on the line. FNS and Victor don't care though. They're holding him back. K9, YZ, not again. It happens again and again, and now Crashies tries to keep cool, tries to wait, but he's been found, hunted down. Billy breaking NRG's hearts.
There's no way. That initial barrage, we were talking about it. NRG survived just fine, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, these pistols combined. What in the world? From K9 again.
Yep.
That guy is just a monster today. And they're fired up.
He's giving it now. That's what you want to be seeing. And that confidence building. I mean, even in the interview, discussing momentum, confidence, being able to do this sort of thing.
Jeez, that's cold.
That's so sick.
That's cold.
Absolutely love it.
The silent shot heard around the world here. Just beautiful from YZ.
So it begins potentially the downfall of NRG. They have to sit back in this round as YZ wants to just mow them down. Yosemite's there just spamming away, keeping them back. Look at the chip damage again. Nice from FNS taking down Game Night, but YZ goes unnoted. And what is he doing? He's just a phantom behind him. He's just ripping him apart. Victor finally puts him down, but they're just getting confident. They're getting a little out of their minds about this one. As FNS is trying to keep this normal in the realms of what he expects and knows. Victor's got a chance. 56 seconds. Rin's a problem, but Bianca's on 4 HP. There is a chance here.
Definitely. He's going to get way ahead of this, too. So he'll have plenty of time to reposition, which he'll need to try to find these 1v1s. For Billy, the protocol is going to be come back into the site together. Have Bianca get baited for Rin. And that seems like an easy prospect, but with all this time Victor has, very doable.
30 seconds left.
And remember, this is not... NRG didn't force into this. You think they might have needed to, but they didn't. Yet here they are. Already a successful eco.
How does he get both? Paranoia smoke. Victor needs to be the North American hero here. He's going to hear both. He's trying it. He is desperately trying it. The plant, going to get smoked though. That's an issue. He's got a fair fight. Oh, it's not clean. And he's not stopping. Bianca will hold this. Defuse. And a desperate attempt. But a slight fall short. And 20 HP being the difference.
And ultimately, two players stand alive here for Billy. Curious what they're going to decide in terms of the bonus, but I like this decision. I mean, it's the low HP player sticking in that case. Just ridiculous, but we'll take it. Knowing that that stinger goes out real quick, just putting the smoke on the spike, realizing he's not backside, all of a sudden you're very confident in that.
Look at this buy from Billy. What do they come back? I see a Bucky.
These are the rounds. I mean, we just saw the chaos that YZ put through. He did buy full, but that's because he's one off knife. So next round still, this is a full bonus. They're very happy to play this.
And they got the 4-play stack too. 4 of them posted on that B site. NRG trying to get a feel of this.
I like that too. The one way to indicate that they're trying to peek inside of B main there. That's some false information that could indicate that there's no stack on the B site, in fact.
Drone is gonna highlight there's at least someone, but what do they know? Not enough yet. Ardis waiting to pounce, door is shut. And I'm terrified of what waits around this corner, because it feels like Billy thrive in this mayhem. And it might just be that. And here we go. Ult invested, K-Knight will be spotted. And that's the big clear. Rin goes down and Ardis starts things off very well. Bianc should already be considered from the Al drone earlier, and YZ gets cleared. That is the diligence I expect from NRG.
30 seconds left.
Very well handled. But remember, this was a very weak bonus. Definitely room for shenanigans.
Yep.
But instead, the Prime Gaming flawless for NRG, and we're still looking at a dire lead here. 5 rounds for Billy. This is where you have that more even purchase for Billy. They've got the knives, 4 weapons up. That's why they call it a bonus in the first place. Great entries from Ardis. And Victor to close out. Remember how that started. Billy trying to bait the fact that it wasn't a B stack. In fact, NRG goes into it and still is able to deal with it.
There was going to be a round to close the gap. This would be it really for NRG. The first big challenge on an even enough purchase.
Whoa, he can get up on top of that box with the one.
Yeah.
Never seen that before.
Well, there could have been a bit of a window for timing there, but it wasn't. Evanes couldn't see
He's
it.
going to ping the turret. That will maybe get Finesse to peek. No.
You can see the idea, though.
It's so beautiful. 2 sides of the map. Things are going through their heads to try to get any advantage in the fights.
It's cost a lot of time. We're down to about the minute mark here. Trying to maybe feign a little pressure towards that A side. But I'm still looking at that spike. And FNS is still trying to find that player. Looking for Rin. So close by, though. We know they disrespect these smokes, and he's not quite there for it. Rin's found FNS, but where do they now turn?
Breaking all the KJ util. Entry on A. Should be where they end. There's still 1 molly, but 3 players coming through tree, and it's their turn to freeze.
Ardis. Oh, it's not clean. K-Knight outdoes him. And now they're being stalled out 30 seconds, and they're walking into 3 players, and K-Knight holds. Looks for a follow-up. YZ can't quite connect towards Som, but K-Knight is defending this site with his life. And Som is on 25 HP, and he knows that 11 is calling for Billy. It's 11 on the board. NRG faltering in the buy.
Crucial round. They don't get it. All of a sudden, you're looking at a must-win round for NRG. All of a sudden, you're looking at 6 to even. Think about tying the game. That starts to be insurmountable when you're on the attack side. What?
Jesus Christ.
Crashes gets that 9 out of 10 times, but you're seeing the pressure get to everybody. Ardis was definitely labored on that spray. Honestly, the fact that he even committed to that kind of scares me.
Get out of my way.
They might just get a little faster and a little more confident, and you don't know what Billy are gonna do. NRG left waiting and wondering. There is a challenge in middle. They're not letting this go for free by any means.
Oh, no info going to be garnered, though. I wonder where Crashies chooses to use his drone. Finesse is getting real close to these 3 players. Close mid, dodging the turret.
Drone's
Ever
gone
so
to a big name.
There's nothing else?
Just the turret, and now that's cleared. Does FNS want to try and play the time?
He might get baited by the footsteps here. Thinking that he's falling off, thinking that he can just walk into mid and Yosemite's still there. Meanwhile, the rest of the team going back. I mean, they're indecisive here.
Yeah.
Looks like they're coming in. There's the drone. So it's not indecision after all.
50 seconds. 2 players here. Bianc's one of them, YZ the other. NRG en route. Mid is going to be a loss for FNS because he didn't clear the corner. Yosemite waited. Bianc strikes as well. Overheats a little, swings in towards Victor, who's waiting. But YZ and Yosemite absolutely eviscerate NRG. They are on 12, and it's not just map point, it's match point and elimination points for NRG.
That case, too perfect. They swap the KJ onto the other side. There's not enough early presence, map control gain from NRG. absolutely losing the plot when it comes to calling on this game. And there's only been one round won on this attack. Comeback feels out of the cards. Billy on match point right now. Feel like they're about to do the impossible. The second Chinese team here at Champions 2023 to qualify for playoffs might happen right now.
The pressure starts as K-Knight, who has been superb, gets smoked off towards top middle. You can see the backfill from NRG. No more timeouts to be had, all burnt in the first. Only claiming 5 rounds and a broken bye to try and stay alive. YZ, an opportunity. First target spotted, but it was cautious from Som as he looks to address middle here, and NRG wait.
Broken bye makes this almost impossible. The KO ult as well makes this even more difficult to actually entry onto this.
K-Knight, he's so close by to this. He's got support from CT, but you can see the temptation. It's calling him forward. Biang's gonna be under pressure. Does he get away from this? He does. Steps forward, finds one big trade. K-Knight in the back, takes down Som. It's on 3, make it 2. Victor and Crashies. Oh, it's only Victor. The truly unthinkable might just be happening, and it has! It's been 614 days since NRG crashed out in a group stage, and we got to witness it here against Billy, 13-5.
The second team on the day from China has made it through, and this is not an experienced team. This is not a team that anybody put high up on the rankings. None of that. They've just shocked the world by doing it not once, but twice against the North American team that everybody always puts in the playoffs, no matter what. It feels like a guarantee, but not today.
It's a very short list of those who've been able to best NRG in these circumstances. PaperX, FPX, and Loud. And now, Billy's name gets added to that list. That is truly unbelievable. NRG, I mean, you don't get to beat them twice. That was the whole point, be it under Optic, be it under any other previous names. No one, very few managed it. And in a lower bracket, they're domain, right? And look at the team stepping to the stage. The ones who absolutely changed all of our minds. First time, call it a fluke. The second time, you cannot doubt the capability of this side.
Their first international LAN. And that's what they're capable of. This was a day of China, EDG earlier, Billy right now. And this is what they're bringing to the international stage.
Wow. Well, I didn't see this one coming, Baller. Truly did not. The man. And the best part is, it wasn't cheesy. It wasn't like these kind of like quirky looks. It was just good Valorant.
I mean, it was them being masterminds. I mean, in so many instances, they're out-calling Finesse. One of the best in the game, one of the best to ever do it in terms of IGL ability.
They got Chet to have to burn up both of their timeouts first half. They were then just left to their own devices for the second. And this is a team that preps so well, normally gets a great read. You had Artis giving it large, because it's Artis.
Yeah.
It's what he does, and I love that about him. But the fact they came out, a team who just said, we're just here to learn. Well, I think we're all here to learn from you nowadays. I mean, it's completely turned. All of us. I mean, EDG, fair enough, right? Ticking the box, we've kind of seen them before, saw those new moments coming from them, the possibility. But Billy was never on the radar.
No, not even close, and they're starting to have stars of their own right. YZ, obviously, we already knew him, but K-Knight's performance today is just ridiculous, man. In both maps. And the thing I also want to bring back here, they did it on Bind. That's an NRG masterpiece.
Yep.
And then Ascent too. That's not one that they're bad at by any means. In fact, in the past, it's been quite legendary as well. One of the few teams who could best Loud on Ascent.
And the only thing I go to is if they can get... They lost to Fnatic. That is the only other thing that we've seen from, which is completely respectable. And in that second map that they faced Fnatic, they actually put up a much better fight. Looked a little kind of starstruck in the first time they met. But if they could be that team,
What a beautiful
I wouldn't want to
moment.
face him. I wouldn't want to face him at all. Terrifying.
I mean, now we got Kong before. Now we have YZ. And showmanship too. Makes it difficult. And it makes it difficult when they're in front of this crowd who is absolutely rooting for these Chinese teams.
Yep.
The plucky underdogs have turned into, I mean, what a story it's turned into.
I don't think you can even call them underdogs now.
No.
They faced down what? NRG and Fnatic.
Yeah, and then NRG again.
Like, that is a brutal run to any other team,
Yes,
right?
yes, this group was tough. I mean, Fnatic, NRG, Zeta, we've all seen these teams before, over and over. This is a team coming in. Everybody always, underrates some of these teams that come in from regions we haven't watched so much. But at this point, this team, all this Chinese teams have been here for so long.
Yeah, outstanding stuff, but it's been a pleasure casting with you.
Yeah.
However, we do have to check back in your normal co-caster because he's probably worried about you, so we're going to hand it over.
I'm good, don't worry.
Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome BLG to the playoff stage. Listen, you and I were chatting a little bit beforehand. You said you had something prepared that you wanted to say to the fans, so the floor is all yours, my friend.
What's up, friends in LA? Did we surprise you?
You surprised me, you surprised everyone else at home, and I think the most impressive thing is that you surprised NRG again, right? Nobody expected you guys to beat them the first time, and even less people expected you guys to beat them the second time. They don't lose rematches. What was the key to success today?
其实你刚才说我们有没有震惊到你们，没有惊讶到你们？我觉得你不仅震惊到了大家，其实也是震惊到了 NRG。因为其实可能在第一次面对到他们之前，很多人就觉得他们不看好你们，甚至在你们击败了 NRG 一次之后，他们很多人依旧会觉得 NRG 他们每一次在复仇之战都没有输过，依旧对你们没有那么的看好。所以说，你觉得来到这一次的对决，获胜的关键是什么？
我觉得在我们上次打比赛回去之后，首先是我们没有小看对手吧，我们从来没有小看过 NRG， 因为 NRG 呢是我们认为它是一支真的很强的队伍，他们有3个冠军选手来自 Optic， 然后还有明星选手 Som， 还有那个很强的决斗者，虽然我不记得他的名字，但是然后我们输完 Fnatic 之后，我们也是认真复盘，就是备战，然后我们从来没有小看过，我们不会说因为我们赢了他们，我们就觉得他们不行，我们反而就是更加的尊重他，然后下一次更加的付出全力，然后就是在比赛上战胜他。
I must say, after the first match against NRG, to be honest, we definitely feel like they're a super strong team. We put a lot of respect on the team, and also there's so many great players from the team. They got 3 champions, world champions, and also they got the very smart player, Som, and also they got one of the toppest jazz duelists on the world, although I'm not sure what his name is. But still, like after the match against NRG, we still feel they're a very strong team. And also after the game against Fnatic, we made a lot of feedback, and also we feel like we just put more respect on NRG because we never underestimate any single team. We like to try our best to make the full preparations, to try our best to maintain all the good performance to show you guys on stage. So that's the key.
And the key worked out. I've got to ask you about the state of Valorant right now, because heading into the playoff stage, we have such a fascinatingly unique circumstance where there are 2 teams from every region. 2 from NA, 2 from EMEA, 2 from APAC, and now 2 from China. What, in your opinion, does that say about the state of competition around the world right now?
那接下来也想问一下，可能你对季后赛这8支队伍的一些小小的看法，因为比较有趣的是，其实来自每一个赛区都分别是2支队伍，所以说可能是比较平均的一个状态。所以说，你可能对这一方面有什么属于自己的看法吗？
我觉得就是我们CN赛区其实一直以来都不被大家看好嘛，但是我觉得从这次季后赛来看，我们在8支队伍里面进去了2支队伍，就代表着我们CN赛区实力是有的。然后就是永远不要小看我们CN赛区。
I believe maybe there's so many people just look down a bit on the Chinese region Chinese Valorant, but I feels like till now, we got 2 teams coming into the playoffs. So maybe now is the time like people should now like look down to Chinese Valorant as well. We can prove ourselves.
I mean, you guys put the world on notice. Last question I have for you, and this is less of a question, more of just an opportunity. You have so many people watching, supporting from around the world. You're shocking people every step of the way. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who are watching at home, who are supporting you from around the world?
最后一个问题，其实你们来到了这里，站在了这样一个闪耀的舞台上，有更多的人把聚光灯放在你们的身上，有更多的人知道了你们，然后也为你们的每一场的操作而震惊。那接下来有没有什么话想要对来自全球一直支持着你们的粉丝朋友们，有没有什么话想说的？
就是很感谢所有粉丝的支持吧，然后不管是国内还是国外，就是大家一直在看我们比赛，然后支持我们 BLG 的，然后就是在国内时间也是跟这边不太一样嘛，然后真的非常感谢那些能熬夜一直看我们比赛支持我们的，然后就真的很谢谢你们，然后也很感谢我的艾哲和舰长朋友们，都很感谢你们。
Definitely, I would like to give my appreciation to all the people that keep supporting me, supporting BLG from China and from all around the world. And I know in China, because of the time difference, there's so many people that stayed up so late to watching us, supporting us, cheering for us. So I really appreciate that. And also, there's so many Aishu who love me, and also our fans. So I would like to give the credit to all of you. Thank you all.
Again, congratulations one last time. I know you want to go celebrate, so I'm going to let you go. Billy Gaming's very own YZ. Back to you guys.
Wow, they pulled it off. They did the unthinkable and made it to playoffs. Honestly, that's how I feel right now, Sean. What a way to do it as well, Vanity. That was a masterclass on Ascent.
That was incredible, honestly. Yeah. I don't know if I expected it, but I'm here for it, I guess.
I mean, why is he asked? Did he surprise you? Did they manage to surprise you?
I had my flag the entire time.
What about you, Tom?
I always knew.
Come on.
No, of course, definitely it's a huge upset. Huge upset. I think NRG are a team that we know for making comebacks after first game losses. They're a team that we know for the playoff stage. They're always there with this core roster. So the fact that they aren't this time around, it's a big surprise. It definitely leaves Champions a little bit more open, maybe for a couple of other teams to make a run. But at the same time, it is huge it's a huge day for Chinese Valorant. 2 teams making it to the playoffs in one day. Like, up until this point, a team had never made it to the playoffs of Champions. Now they've done it twice in a matter of hours.
I mean, that's the thing. EDG, it took them so long as well to just even get a win on the international stage. Like you said, both of the teams have gone through. There were clutches, there were individual brilliance, left, right, and center. And Vanity, I know NRG felt like that they were never going to drop a map against this team. But as we head to playoffs, if Billy are doing stuff like this, I think they're going to take a few more maps off of the other teams as well.
I think there's a pretty good chance of it. I mean, I think the most impressive thing today was like YZ didn't have to show up, and Bianc, like they were there, but Yosemite and K9 were just having insane games. I think like the depth of they have is like incredible. I think it's something that's really important for them.
Yeah, I think all the way through this game as well, we kind of looked at it and went, okay, this will be the moment. Like, this will be, the Crashies will clutch this one, or that, like something. You're waiting for just, like, oh, okay, this is it now. Now we'll get to the, and it never came. Like, there was never a point where, even when it would be like a 5v3 in favor of NRG, there would be someone stepping up like K9 or whoever. You could name anybody on the roster. So it really just showed that there's a depth in individual talent further than maybe we even expected from their first match.
I can't believe that we're going to say goodbye to NRG at this stage of the tournament. It's been a long time since we've had to do that. I just think a lot of the other teams, Vanity, they have improved, because when NRG were dominating, it felt like them, Loud, a couple of the other teams, they were by far the best. And now we're seeing other regions catching up, which is great.
I think everyone is just getting better. I think the longer the game's out, obviously, I think everyone's better. I think this meta also allows for like more like fluidity within the gameplay, and I think it's less rigid, and I think it like allows teams like with looser styles like to just flourish.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is just that we are seeing like teams that you don't have that same tape on to like really counter these crazy things that they're doing, the risks that teams are taking within their meta, within their map pool, and also just the fact that they themselves may not necessarily have the biggest superstar in the world anymore. Like, that was something that was there for them last year when they were able to get out of jail free. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Artis has been fantastic, but they don't look like that same beast, that unbeatable sort of force that we saw in 2022. And who knows if we'll see the same iteration of this team going into next year.
I mean, it sets them up for a redemption arc, right? That's
For sure.
what we all love to see. And one other thing we love to see is Kong. We can't get enough of him, which brings us to the HyperX reflex moment of the day. It could have gone to like 50,000 things that Kong has done today, but this to win,
This was
Matty,
incredible.
then the map, what the heck is this?
Yeah, it was all right. I feel like
Yeah, this
when
was
I was
all right.
casting it, I was
Yeah.
fairly chill, didn't lose myself at all in this one. I was saying to Mitch afterwards, after this moment happened, I have no recollection of anything I said. I was just so lost in the sauce when he did this because there was not a fiber of my body that believed. Because you have to bear in mind, you see the 1v2, he also walks into the site and wall bangs the first player through screens. Like, he did just, the whole thing is ridiculous. Like, the guy, this is his game. Like, that's it. The game was made for Concom. We just get to play it as like that. He's letting us play it, all
Yeah,
right?
he is a superstar, definitely a superstar.
Yeah.
The group stage of Champions 2023 has concluded. Let's take a look at our bracket, a final look at the group stage bracket, because I feel like we've definitely seen some teams go through. We expected, you know, your PaperX, your EG, Fnatic, DRX, and so on. And we've seen some surprises as well. I think for me, the biggest surprise, I know, Tom, you were tweeting about this, is that all of the LCQ teams dropped out at the group stage, every single one of them, and EU had 2.
Yeah. Well, Na'Vi definitely, they were the last one to get through, and they were the closest. Like, them versus Loud, I think that was the game that in the end ended up being just a ridiculous performance. I think we had hope for Giants, but they got smashed in the end. Like, the first time out, definitely a little bit closer. And to be fair, I think Crew, them being in the same group as Giants, like, I think either way, they probably both weren't making it out with the way that EDG have been playing. So, it's I wouldn't say it's necessarily the most unexpected thing in the world, but you kind of hope that one of the LCQ teams would have got through.
Anything surprised you?
I think the bracket went pretty much as I expected. I think the only like coin flip was like Footballers or T1, but I think that from like the beginning of like Footballers T1
Team
game,
Liquid, though. Did you not expect them to be a little?
I thought they'd have a chance to get out, but I feel like that group, like, I knew Na'Vi was going to be better than they showed because there's no way they're going to pull off these like funky little comps and not show their best at champs. So I think for me, DRX being as strong as they look was a little bit of a surprise. That's fair.
I think they look very good.
Yeah, well, speaking of surprises, I've got one for you guys and for me as well. I haven't seen this yet because it's time to find out what is going to happen next and reveal the knockout bracket. A quick note about the draw, which took place backstage. The 4 #1 seeds were matched with a randomly selected #2 seed from each group. And of course, it can be a team from the group that they are from, their original group as well. So without further ado, let's take a look, drum roll, at the opening matchups for our topic. It is Fnatic versus Loud.
Wait, EG.
And EG. We got it all, boys. We got it all.
All right, guys. Who said this was random?
Can I just say, before that we were going to do this, I turned to Vanity and went, look, I bet you Fnatic are going to play Loud first round. And you were like, in the opening game? I called it.
I don't think there's a bad match on that board. I'm also just thinking PaperX versus Foot. That might be the most explosive game in history, like with some of the clutches that both these teams face off against. Fnatic Loud running it back from lock-in. Like, there's not a bad game on the board, let's put it that way.
What are you most excited for?
EG.
Yeah. Who are you rooting
what
for?
It's so specific.
Yeah.
Let's see if Boostio's right.
I mean, what do you think? You think
I think
EG
it's going to
can
be
take that
insane.
one?
I think EG has a good chance.
Oh, okay. I cannot wait for that. We are going to take a few days off and take a little break, but we will be back at the Shrine on Wednesday the 16th with our top 8. You guys seen the bracket already, so it's going to be 5 straight incredible days of Valorant, and that is all setting the table for our final 3 days of competition at the Kia Forum, where we'll crown our 2023 champions. Before you go, don't miss out on the chance to relive today's best moments. Of course, Billy and EDG, they both won in our Prime Gaming end of day highlights, and we'll see you in a few days.
EDG have become the princes that were promised, but in their way are some European giants who want to continue to prove the doubters wrong. This matchup has all the makings to be a banger.
Rolling Thunder and Showstopper committed. They're searching for them. And Matthias found them all. That's ridiculous.
They are tagged up as well. They're very tagged up. There's a very real chance of this round falling apart.
up top is going to put it into a 1v2. And this is the man you'd want in that scenario, but both players up above. A flash ready, dodges it! What? Truly unbelievable!
With 11 HP left as well. 13-6 EDG. Chichu, the defuse already halfway. The smoke blinding him, and he might not get a chance. Never mind. They've lined up. 55 HP, barely holding on, but he's found another kill. And now it's just the 1v1, but Cloud comes out on top this time. They now have everything to work with. The information with the Seekers shows them exactly where their opponents are. EDG making history for the region. His team has deserved every accolade earned along the way, and now, by far, the most successful Chinese roster we've ever seen.
It's the fight for the final spot at playoffs, and it comes down to NRG and Bilibili. On paper, it looks simple. NRG should be the clear favorites, but let's not forget the only reason that they are in this spot right now is because they lost to Bilibili.
Oh, Crashies, so clean with it. Keeps composure, keeps the round. It's looking great for NRG. Som just about slips ahead. He's got the spike. Yosemite catches Victor, and now Sommy has to block. He knows he has to, and he can't do it in time. Yosemite catching Finesse, punishing Som. You got to get a move on NRG. You don't have the time for this, and right now Victor is desperate for it. Time is his biggest opponent, and Yosemite still denies. Crashy's trying to play through first, gets to the site, he's got the one, and Finesse with another, but Yosemite has been monstrous! Billy upsetting on map one, the cornerstone of NRG's map pool has crumbled. Yosemite's watching it, and look at this, and Finesse, what a follow-up! Bianca at the back of the site, and Finesse a step too close! 3v3 out of nowhere. It's Rin still posted here. Gets away, doesn't get noted. YZ catching him up. How is this happening? Nope, body's on the line. Finesse and Victor don't care though. They're holding him back. K9. Oh, YZ! Not again! It's been 614 days since NRG crashed out in a group stage, and we got to witness it here against Billy, 13-5.
Vietnam.